The mountain track has been steadily climbing, but I am running easily and breathing lightly, despite a slight stitch in my right side. The day has been warm, being Samhain and Uil, the 9th month of the year, just 7 days before the season of Fomhar, the harvest time. The clouds are thick and the air hot and humid, sapping the strength of females of any fuller figure than I trying to race up to the summit. There is no need of haste, though. We 3 sisters together have left the rest of the girls behind, breaking those who set out ahead of us by first allowing the desperate to burn themselves out on the mountain slopes before overhauling the rest by practiced relentless pace. 5 and 3 steps behind my sisters was ideal placing for me with the final stretch of the race almost in view. Both sisters were older, Caitlin 1 and 20 and Bebin 10 and 9. The leather-shod feet of my 2 elder sisters crunch more heavily now on the ancient pebbles and stones that make up the well-trod pathway leading to the summit. My sisters are heavier and more sturdily built than I, and, up front, Bebin's head is rolling side to side, and Caitlin thereupon takes up the leading place. Caitlin is no virgin like us, but a widow following a lightning raid by Icelander's longboatmen, and has since borne a child in sore need of a father. I seek a good man too, though I care naught for wealth nor power. I am a strong woman and will make my own way in the world, but I do so want children. Daughters I desire mostly, for I have only had sisters, 4 in number, lo the eldest having left home these 8 years since. To have a family of my own, I need a strong man who will love my children and provide a good bride price for each daughter to marry well when of age. For I will need a true man, not a god nor one of the Tuatha De Danann. My people are mortals, and mortals do not fear death as it is our common destiny, but we respect its finality. The immortals do not fear death, although they can be killed, and they do not respect the dignity and honour of death either, so how can they respect the dignity of life? Today's race has been called by the High King of Ireland, Cormac Mac Art, who declared that his hero, Fionn Mac Cumhail, must marry since he lost his wife long ago and his child now full-grown and ready to lead the Fianna. But to prove herself worthy of being the wife of such a hero, any girl must prove her mettle against all comers in a running race from the base of Slievenamon Mount to the peak. Now Fionn is said to be a good man, huge, brave and powerful, and comely too according to his frequent boasts and bolstered by common testimony. So today I have set my heart on him, if not yet set my eyes. As have my sisters and countless other wenches with legs, lungs and heart enough to win such a man. I had studied the drawings of the hill path before setting out, and know that the path will turn left at the next outcrop of rock, and then the cairn on the summit will appear, and we'd see our goal resplendent there. The giant man Fionn, the promised prize to be the husband of the winner of this race. I will time my sprint as soon as I pass the outcrop. Since I was about 12 blien, I have always been a runner for my king, and any other sub-king prepared to pay me in coin or kind. Along with my sisters, I was a messenger, as our mother had been before us, carrying messages from king to king, headman to merchant, merchant to warehouse, warehouse to port and back. Messengers carry the wayleave seal of the king, a coin struck in bronze that would give us safe passage, or sign our death warrant if the local chieftains held a grudge against the king or sub-king that issued the token. Some messages are painted in runes upon rolled and ribboned sheep hide, but most are verbal, tempered in versed stanzas for convenience. We turn the corner by the outcrop, and there in front of us is the back of a running girl, not before seen to us on the mountain. "Where in Bridget's Forge did this bitch spring from?" puffs Bebin in the lead. "Feck knows. Kick on, Beb, my win has gone." Caitlin grinds to a halt, her heart broken with her chance of victory gone. I kick on. I know I have the legs of Bebin, and in half a dozen strides I'm past my sister, but the stranger is running strongly on what looks like fresh legs, and with lungs bursting and cramping thighs, the girl beats me and leaps into Fionn's awaiting arms. "Feck! How did we lose?" Beb says, "I expected to lose to you, Etine, but knew as bride of a hero you'd look after Caitlin and her wean, but not to this wee sparrow." "We were cheated," Caitlin says, walking up to Beb and me, bent over winded in our disappointment. I looked at the rocky outcrop as I walked past, and there's a wee rill by the side where a goat might hide and take flight as we crunched up the path, but no place for any runner to stop with the cairn in full view. Look at them. They are both in the game of cheating. We turn and look. The couple are all but devouring each other, Fionne's hands running about her unchecked. They are not strangers, Bebhin states with confidence. Nay, strangers these be, agrees Caitlin. And I know who she is. She's Grain, the youngest daughter of King Cormac, his favourite, and rumour has it that Fionn is besotted with her. I look and see the couple who are oblivious to company. We might as well be invisible. I look closely. She is small, barely 10 4 hands tall and fair, maybe 1 5 Bliane, while he is a giant, 20 or 1 hands tall and old and fat too. He is called Finn, meaning white or light-skinned, but they must refer to his hair and beard, with more white than grey, and his warring days are clearly over. As I look at them in disgust, they break their kiss and the girl smirks at me, relishing her prize. The bitch! They are both cheats, and she is not and never was one of the fair women of the mountain. She's welcome to the prize. Fionn may be a legend, but that will be all she'll be to him. Which reminds me. Sisters, are we not witches, daughters and granddaughters of witches with any number of geese within our beck? We have, sister. Caitlin grins. I've one that's a daisy. She'll see him appear 20 years older, and then fall in love with the first man of Fionn's close acquaintance. My foresight may be hazy because I'm all in bits, but I can see an elopement, pursuit and a reckoning for them. But for us, we'll be outcast and alone, possibly forever. Feck it, I say. Cast your gears. I can live with the consequences. Aye, Bebhin agrees. Together we can. I know I am running a little late, driving along in the pouring rain to collect my daughter, the potential client who I lunched with in a Cashel pub for over 3 interminable hours, just droned on and on about his damned family. It was all, the wife does this and then the wife does the other thing. Do you believe that? Which made the lunch even more tortuous than business lunches usually are. I'm a computer engineer. I like fiddling with hardware and software, and love being left alone to get on with installations, upgrading or repairing. But I do have to drum up sales in the form of new custom too, part of being a one-man band of a huge international company, tucked away in a quiet, out-of-the-way outpost. Every great job has its downsides. Anyway, discussions about other families just get to me more than they really should. Yeah, thanks Mac. When he casually asks me if I believe it, when he really doesn't care if I believe it or not, I do believe it. Yeah, been there, done that once, but not recently, and never again, probably. There are some fading memories that never quite fade out to nothing, like those old monitors used to. I know it's off, and will never be switched on again, but that little glow lingers on in perpetual torment. So, yeah, sometimes I am only hanging on in the present with more than 1.5 feet a leg into the past. It's not that the past was so good for very long, but the future just takes me where I really would have no wish to go at all, if it wasn't for Kaoma being my whole world now. So, you're wondering, who's the grumpy dude you're reading the sorry thoughts and miscellaneous musings of? Yeah, me. I'm Richard, never Dick or Rick or Rich Kloss, and I am also running late because of the Irish weather as well as the overlong lunch. Heavy was the rain until just a minute ago, and the spray from the road thrown up by all the Friday trucks, trying to get the shops supplied for the weekend, is absolutely crazy. I can't see much of the road in front of me. The rear view is a blur and I have to go slow for safety. Better that Kauimi wait a few minutes in the sheltered entrance outside the school than forever wait for some loved one who will never come. I know how that feels. At the moment I am driving northwards between Cashel and Thurles on the Slievenamon road, otherwise the N62, which is on the south side of Thurles, County Tipperary. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Richard Kloss doesn't sound Irish at all, not even an Anglo surname that is still common in the area. So, you might ask, what am I? An American, a single, well-preserved 39 years of age computer engineer from Santa Monica, sunny California, doing here in the rain in the rural centre of Ireland? Well, I'm of Irish extraction mixed with German, one side of my family, moved to the States from Ireland in 1846, and the other side from the Palatina region of Bavaria in 1848. According to the immigration records, then moved across country by the 1920s to become a middle-class white family in Pico district, my great-grandpa working the aircraft building industry. As far as I know, I'm the only one of my family who has returned to Ireland to live. We like it here. We being my daughter and I. It's all Cowimhe has known anyway, other than the odd Thanksgiving trip home, and even home has changed in her lifetime. My parents moved to Culver City while I was in college for a while and retired to Florida 5 years ago. So Ireland, Thurles in particular, is definitely home for my little family of 2. I moved to Cork from California about 12 years ago as a postgrad at University College Cork, doing my master's degree in computer science. I met an adorable local girl, redhead Ella Bernadette Walsh. We married. We had a kid. My wife Elle died while giving birth, and my baby and I stayed on in the cottage that we bought in Thurles. When I say in, I mean a couple of kilometres south of the town centre, on the very road we are travelling on as it happens. I'm playing Leonard Cohen on Bluetooth. That's the kind of mood I'm usually in when I'm on my own. So bite me, why don't you? When I pick Tawimi up from school in a few minutes, then of course I'll be willingly forced to play song after song of Olivia Rodrigo, a singer that she is so into right now. Well, she is 10 going on 20, my girl. The windscreen wipers are wiping on max and barely coping with the wet, even though I suspect the rain has slowed or even stopped. There is so much spray though, it's like driving through a thick cloud. I'm doing barely 60 km/h on the N62. The visibility is that poor, especially as there's a big silver truck ahead of me with no wheel flaps that's sending up a wall of spray, so my view of the road is rivaling one from the Maid of the Mist at Niagara Falls. I can't see enough of what's coming towards me from beyond the truck to risk overtaking, so I drop back a few feet to improve my view of the road. Now my view is a little bit clearer, and I see the big truck go through a huge puddle spreading halfway across our side of the road, sending a huge tsunami wave right across the sidewalk and high hedgerow behind. I slow down as I know there will be a backwash in whatever casual water lies on the road that could drag me off the road. And there, in the middle of the sidewalk after the wave hits the ground, stands a person absolutely drenched from top to toe. "Damn!" I exclaim and automatically press harder on the brakes. Well, what would you do? Drive by and toot? No, of course not. We're all perfect gentlemen at heart, aren't we? It was the truck driver's fault. Maybe he was deliberate splashing or simply couldn't see the person and drove by unaware of what they've done. It must be another 5 or 6 km to Thurles. A long way to walk when you've stepped out of a dirty cold shower in the clothes you're dressed in. Can't just abandon them, someone has to stop. I mean, we regular motorists are the modern-day knights of the road. So I check the mirror. I can't see anything in the misty cloud coming up behind me. Yup, cautious and careful's my middle name when I'm driving in Ireland. Even after 12 years, it still feels like I'm driving on the wrong side of the road. Yeah, I know, the locals would call me an Egypt, but here I am stopping for someone on a lonely road on a miserable day. Not all hitchhikers are Texas chainsaw handlers, I tell myself. Well, I have picked up the odd one here, much more readily than I ever would stateside, and have never met a murderer yet. As for safety and stopping, I've got my fogs on front and rear, so I should be seen even if I stop for a minute or so on what passes as a fast road in Ireland. I indicate left and switch it to hazards, and slow to a stop next to who I can now see as a woman. Well, a girl really, very slim build, 5'5" or 5'6", I guess, probably a student who can't afford to use the bus up from the Horse and Jockey. She's just lowering one hand after no doubt delivering a suitable sign language message to the driver. It could have been a middle finger, but I've noticed that the 2-finger reverse victory sign seems to find most favour around these parts. The girl is wearing running gear, a tee and shorts, trainers without socks, and carrying a large purse over her shoulder. Sorry, a handbag. Elle was always correcting me on that. Her dark hair plastered flat against her head. Everything she has is streaming water. I step out of the car without thinking and step straight into the feckin' puddle right up over my ankles. The very puddle I knew was there, but had forgotten already. And these are my best court shoes that I only ever wear to meet clients or potential clients. Usually, like the soaked girl here, I favour trainers for everyday wear. Hey look, I do jog. Not every day, no, but 3 times a week before work, to be honest, 3 times some weeks. "Hey there," I call across the roof of the car. "Do you need a lift, Mum? I'm heading towards Thurles." The woman is wet through and dripping. No, make that streaming. But she smiles, quite sweetly, considering circumstances, saying, "No thanks, Soir, I's fine." Hey, I'm too much of a gentleman to simply leave her, even on her say-so. The Irish are just so damn polite, that's why I love 'em so much. She is soaked through, and that puddle weren't no lemon Evian. I guess she's probably afraid to step into a stranger's car. Okay, I get that. "Look, Mum, at least get in and out of the rain and warm up for a few minutes. You just get your phone out, dial 112 and get ready to send if I start any funny business. I assure you I have no such intention. I have clean towels in the trunk. I've a daughter of 10 who never misses a puddle. Ever, what can I say?" "Ah," she says, looking at me with her head at an oblique angle. "You're a visitor here, calling this drizzle rain, when all it is a soft day with a wee bit of spit. So, 'tis a daughter that you have now, is it?" I notice that she has a soft, rural, musical voice, pleasant to the ear, like her native tongue was Gaeilge, and English words were naturally turned into a tune of her own making. "Yeah, and I need to pick her up from school and, well now," I say as I look at my watch. "I'm running a little bit late, so she'll be looking at biting off my head, rather like you were wishing on that trucker that drenched you." Well, I was actually wishing his innards would be biting his arse, so I did, because I draw the line at biting off heads for a simple soaking. She smiles very faintly, but standing there with her head held high and proud. I thought she looked cute. Far too young for an old fella like me though, as Koimi would put it, but cute all the same. But whatever. Although I am in a hurry, I saw you get soaked and I didn't want to abandon you. It's miles to the next town, and I'd feel guilty all day and every day I pass this spot in the rain. And that means I'll feel guilty pretty well forever. "Ha!" She laughs. "You don't seem so bad a person for a fella." She sounds bitter at the end there, and I wonder what her last fella did to upset her. She continues, "Then I'll come with you in your, carriage." "It's an SUV electric," I say, quite proud of the car. It was too bloody expensive in the first place, but it is economical to run, easy to drive, and I felt good that I was doing some small thing for the planet. I had to do something to offset my total love of juicy raristiques. I know no one at all where I'm going, but I'm more comfortable talking to girls than fellas. I'm in no hurry to get there, so I'd like to meet her. It'll be nice to talk to your daughter, and maybe her mother too. Unfortunately, Kauimi's mother is, she's no longer with us. Sorry to hear that. Was her departure recent? My wife died while giving birth to Kaumi, I say for probably the 1000th time. It never got any easier, nor did it ever sound fairer than it did before, however many times I say it. "Kaumi means noble, I believe," the girl says as I step around the automobile to open and hold the door for her. "Okay, get in. Wait, I'll spread some towels for you to sit on first." "Is she a princess, your daughter, if you know what I mean?" "Oh yeah, she's a diva all right, the original," I say. Can't help smiling when I talk or even think about my daughter, except those when I wish she wasn't my daughter, which was becoming increasingly more common as she becomes more independent. I splash my way back to the trunk, opening it up for some of the neatly folded towels I mentioned to her earlier. They're handy for packing round computer servers, supermarket shopping, wet girls, and I wash them regularly enough because I like things clean and neat, minimalistic. I hate clutter. And I drop most of the towels on the passenger seat and over the back of the seat, pop a small one under my arm, shake out the biggest one and hold it up ready to drape around her. I can't help but notice the wet t-shirt effect that shows she's not wearing a bra under her tee. She might be slim and boyish in build, but those points show she's all girl. She turns away a quarter turn, inviting me to drape the towel over her shoulders, her long slim fingers lifting her very long singularly plaited black hair out of the way before settling the braid across her front. "I'd really like to meet your daughter. Do you think she would be amenable to talk to a drowned rat such as I?" "I'm sure she'd love to meet you. We're a little isolated where we live. So other than seeing her school friends during the day, I think she misses female company. I know she misses my neighbour terribly since she went away. Anyway, I don't want to take you out of your way via the school. Where are you heading, Ma'am? McCulloch's cottages. In the Slievenamon road? Aye, a wee bit further along this very road, before the golf course, I understand. It used to be my aunt's place, number 1 of 2 cottages it is, but it's mine now. It's been a few months me making up my mind to come or not. I'm the last of my family and 'tis a big thing to uproot yourself, so it is. Yeah, I know. The place has been empty for a few months, Ma'am. It might not be what you're used to find inside, you know, a bit damp and all, while the furnishings are sparse and old. Not sure if she's left any fuel or even kindling to hand. Certainly no food, because the fridge was completely cleaned out. You could have some of our supplies, of course, to tide you over. How is Katie? Has she settled happily in her new home? Oh, she's fine, complains all the feckin' time, but she's fair in herself. Do you know my aunt's place? Yeah, I live next door at number 2. Oh, that's grand. I don't have a key and I know from Aunt Caitlin that you do, so you could let me in. But how do I know you're... That Caitlin is my aunt and that her place is now my place, because I can tell you exactly how many teaspoons are in her kitchen drawer. It's 4. How? I'll tell you over a wee brew o' tea. I'm sure Cowimy would like to hear the story. I brought my favourite tea blend in my bag. I laughed to myself. What an intriguing girl. I hand her the spare towel. For your hair and arms. Before splashing back through the puddle to the driver's side. There's nothing coming up the road. Look, there's spare face masks in the glove compartment, I say as I put on mine, which was in my door pocket. She looks blankly at me, so I open the glove box with my left hand, careful not to freak her out by brushing her knee or anything, and get a fresh one out of the wrapper. She looks at mine, turns hers over, and puts it on the right way around. I do up my seatbelt, and she copies me. I look in the mirror, the road still empty behind me, start off, and am soon running about 70 km/h with a clear road ahead of us. The rain has stopped, and the spray down to virtually nothing. Richard, I say, my name. I'm pleased to meet you. Etienne, she replies. My pleasure to meet you. And thank you for being a gentleman. I glance at her quickly. She does have a nice smile. I wonder if she is a student, what she's studying, and how would she get there and back. And where was her luggage, clothes, supplies, even just cleaning supplies moving into her aunt's cottage? We don't go far before I can start to ask any questions, and then we see the very same silver truck stopped at the side of the road, parked half up on the grass verge. I slow down and can clearly see somebody squatting between the truck and the hedgerow, holding up the back of his yellow high-vis top to prevent soiling it. Clearly he's been caught short and couldn't make to the next set of jacks. Huh, I say to my passenger while tooting the driver with a long blast on my horn. That's karma for ya. She sits there relaxed into the seat and smiling like a slim Buddha. Oh, I feel a whole lot calmer now. We drive most of the way up to the school in relative silence, with me concentrating on watching the road carefully because the sun has come out soon after the rain, and the glare of the wet road generally heading north-northwest is distracting, especially at the afternoon traffic increased with parents picking up their children from school. Why is it that when it rains so many parents drop off and pick up their kids? Surely the kids have got used to Irish rain by the time they go to school? If it didn't rain, they'd miss it. I have to pick up my kid up from school anyway because a few months ago she was subjected to some bullying from older girls on her way home. It was outside the school and the school seemed powerless to do anything about it. I work out of home, so it wasn't much of an inconvenience to me most of the time. So I stopped her using the bus and started to drive her to and from school. I think the bullying has had an effect on her, hardening her somehow. She used to be so loving, but she has been getting increasingly belligerent towards me. A shame, because she used to be such a sweet schoolgirl. Now she seems to have the attitudes of a teenager 3 years too soon. Etienne uses the towel to pat her hair dry without bothering to undo the tight braiding, Even dry, the hair looks jet black in contrast to her white skin. Even her bare arms are white. I only steal glances at her and assess that she could even be as young as 18, in looks, but she seems to have an air of confidence that makes her seem older somehow. Although I suggested before she got in that she get her mobile out and key in the Garda's emergency number, she has made no attempt to do so and doesn't seem afraid of me. Although I'm 6'1" to her 5'6", I'm slim and bookish, nerdish rather than athletic. I don't do gym, just 45 minutes running at weekends. Because Kawimi's not a morning person, I can get out of the cottage early on Saturdays and Sundays for a run without her feeling abandoned. The school is only a couple of minutes away from here, I say at last. Your clothes are soaked through, so you can stay here in the warm car while I fetch her from the school building. They won't let us drive inside the school, and there's a no parking restriction on the road either side of the school gates. Will you be all right on your own just for a few minutes? I am often on my own, Richard, and I am comfortable sitting here. Where is the music coming from? Because that fella can't hold a tune to save his life. Ah, he's from Canada. Leonard Cohen is an acquired taste. He may have been a poet, which may be why the words are more important than the delivery. I like him, but Kawimi absolutely hates most of the music I play, and I guess to a 10-year-old it is oldies music. Etine clearly enjoys new younger music. Hey, I have some Olivia Rodrigo on my mobile that I could play instead. I grin, knowing that although girls of 10 love that stuff, an older teenager might or might not. Do they play reels or jigs, Richard? She replies, because I love to dance and you can't possibly dance to this. Jigs and reels. Well, you can knock me down with a feather. Gee, I do have some traditional music, I reply, and have a collection of a number of traditional albums on shuffle. The traffic is not too heavy here, and we are going slow to suit the built-up area, so I click on my cell phone and find the selection and press. A snatch of fiddle music, which starts halfway through the last time I played it. I laugh as Etine starts to jiggle in her seat. 2 minutes later, I park as close to the school as I can. No other cars are about, so I know without even looking at the clock that delaying to pick up my wet passenger means I'm the last terrible parent to pick up their precious rugrat. You stay and listen to the music, I'll go fetch my daughter. All right, Richard, I'll wait. You know you're lucky, a daughter is a blessing. Yeah, only at times like this, having a daughter also means I know I'm going to get a thorough grilling for being late and picking up a hitchhiker. Kami is abusive at my lateness, as she has been to me for some months. Well, father, what bloody time do you call this? Kawimi spits, standing under the shelter of the overhang in front of the school entrance with her arms folded. She gets fined from her pocket money if she swears. A year ago she started using feck or fecking, and I had to put my foot down and she ended up with an overdraft, but it taught her a lesson. There is a light rain falling, even though the sun, low in the late afternoon sky, is shining and highlighting her fiery frizzy red hair. I've seen her, Dad. I saw her as you parked the car and spoke to her before you go out. Who's the young woman in the front seat? You haven't started courting now, have you? At your age, you should be ashamed of yourself, Dad. Or is it that you're going through a midlife in your old age? I turn to look back the way I came, and from where she stands you can see where my SUV is parked through the school railings, and Etine can be seen observing us through the side window. As she sees us turn and look in her direction, she smiles, and for an instant her smile outshines the sun. Oh, she's cute, father. What school does she go to? Be polite for once, Keeve, and play nice. She's not a schoolgirl. She's our new next-door neighbour. I smile at Etine, returning her brilliant smile with what counts as my best smile, silently thanking my parents for paying for the orthodontist to sort out the mess in my upper set during my formative years. Really? She moved in today? No, not yet. I picked her up and I'm taking her home after collecting you along the way. She asked to meet with you, being young girls, her a teenager and you almost one, might have a lot in common. We probably need to stop for groceries though because the house is empty and she doesn't appear to have an auto. So what's she doing in the car? She questions. Did she ring for you to collect her from the station? No, she was walking all the way along the Slievenamon road and she got soaked. Not just from the rain, but seriously splashed by a wave of dirty water from a passing truck. I stopped to pick her up. Dad, you should never pick up hitchhikers. For all you knew, she might have been a murderer. Nah, I've never picked up a murderer yet, and look at her. She's only a wee girl, not much bigger than you. You only need to pick up one murderer, Dad. You bloody Egypt. The first crazy pickup will be your last, and I'll become a broken-hearted orphan and a guest of the county and end up homeless and hopeless. So who exactly is she? I didn't see any signs up for the cottage being up for sale. No, the cottage has not been sold. She's Mrs. Wisniewski's niece. As far as I know, she may be house-sitting and getting the place clean and lived in to max out the price until the cottage is sold. Usually, when old people like her aunt has to go into a retirement home, the property would be sold to meet the care home fees, but maybe allowed a few months' grace until sold. So be nice to her. She tells me she doesn't know anyone else around here. If she's her niece, how come we've never seen her around here before? And I can't remember Katie ever mentioning any relatives except her sister, who used to live in our place before you and Mum moved in and long before I was born. What was the sister's name now? Beverly. Yes, Bev, no Bevan, I think. Well, this is their niece and her name is Eton. She's young, student age, I guess, seems nice and friendly, has got excellent taste in music, and she's now our only neighbour. So, for once in your short life, Keeve, please play nice. We start to walk down the path to the gate. I'm always nice, Dart, Kawimi insists. And Katie was as spry as anyone that old that I know. I mean, weren't you surprised when you saw her note about leaving? Sure, but when we bought our cottage, she'd only just lost her husband and then her sister, who lived in our place, moved in with her for a few months. But I remember Katie saying that they got on each other's nerves and her sister Bev moved out. I've no idea where she went, as Katie handled the estate agent and was the main contact. I think Katie liked your mother a lot and accepted our offer over others, even though we could barely afford it at the time. She was a great comfort to me when Ella died. Katie adored you, you know, and not just because she accepted being your godmother. Yeah, me too, I loved Katie. She never judged me. I'd love to see her again. Can we find out where she is and go visit? We'll see what Eton says. We don't know how well she is. There's a lot of dementia around among old people. Okay, so where did you pick her up? I picked her up in the rain. She's still soaked and not been home yet. So we're not going directly home, but to the store for groceries and whatever else she needs to move in. I realise that the large bag she's carrying isn't large enough to contain any change of clothes. I remembered that Katie only left me a note a few months ago to say she was moving out into a home and asked me to keep an eye on the place for a while. I'd been given a back door key many years before, as I had given our front door key and the code to the alarm to her, as good neighbours, and she had clearly used my key to leave her note on my kitchen counter, where I'd see it when I put my coffee maker on. I cleaned out her frig and moved all her houseplants into a sheltered part of the garden by the house where I could water them easily. I never felt the need to check her drawers or wardrobes, but was sure she only had old people clothes, and I rarely saw her wearing anything new or fashionable, so Eton would probably not find anything at all to change into. We reach the car and open the rear door for Kawimi to get in. Her usual seat is behind the passenger seat, so I can see her from the driver's seat, and, as she is still on the petite side for her age, she uses a booster seat. Hiya, she says cheerfully, continuing. I'm Kawimhe. How you going? Dad tells me you're Mrs. Wisniewski's niece. We really miss her. How is she? Nice to meet you, Kawimhe. That's a lovely name. I'm Itine, Itine says, as she turns in her seat to address her. Aunt Caitlin's in a better place now. Oh my God, you mean she died? Kawimi retorts in shock. I know she was old. I mean, she was even older than Dad, but she always seemed so full of life. No, she's not dead, not quite anyways, but she's in a better place. A place that's better than this. Etine smiles at the girl. Once she partook of food and drink in that place, she now belongs there. I think she's happy now. She misses her husband's and was lonely. At least she has her sister for company. Oh yeah, your Aunt Bev, was it? Bebin, Eten confirms. She's the quiet one in the family, hardly ever talks at all. So they're both together in a nice place? Kawimi asks. Oh, aye, it's beautiful there. Warm, dry, and safe. It's just not for me. Not yet anyway. Of course not. You've your whole life ahead of you, I say, as I put on my seatbelt and start the engine running. Right. You're going to need groceries, Ethan, because there's nothing in the pantry or the frig. No, there'll be food in the garden, and I know she has some honey in the pantry. I don't think so, I say. I know your Aunt Bev kept bees more than a dozen years ago, but by the time my wife and I moved in, the bees'd already flown away and the old straw hives. Skeps, she interrupts. The woven hives Bebhin would have used are called skeps. Whatever. They've gone, they were empty, and they just rotted away by the time Ella and I had got the inside of the cottage modernised, and we started work on the jungle that was the garden. Not to worry. I can gather the materials and make some more, Richard. But you'll still need some basics like bread, milk, butter. I am cut off by her protest. But I can't go to the market until I've been to the cottage, Etain butts in. I don't have any coin about me until I get to Caitlin's cottage. I knew it, Calmy shouts in triumph. I told you, Dad, that Katie had a stash of cash, but you stopped me having a nose. Dad'll spot you for your stuff while you get your messages, won't you, Dad? We can drop into Dunn's on the way home. Sure, you can pick up any or everything from Dunn's. We go there all the time, don't we, Da? Yeah, we do. I look Eaton in the eye with what I can my gunfighter stare that I deliver to clients when the chips are down. Like the server's fried and they need a new one that's not going to be cheap, and this is showdown time. You'll need the fresh dairy and bread basics, including a few cans for the next week, any condiments, herbs and spices, and some stuff for the icebox. Your Aunt Old has an old frig with a freezer compartment big enough for an ice cube tray, a pack of fish fingers and a bag of peas, and, because the power has been off for months, we may have to keep the stuff in our freezer overnight. But I don't know how much paper coin. Don't worry about that, Etain, I say. The basics won't amount to much. Consider it a neighbourly gesture. But, go on, Etain, Kawimi butts in. Let my dad pay for the messages. It'll make his day, and I'll chuck a few of our bits in too. It's Friday night. I've got a mouth on me and we could get some food in. I fancy chinkies. What about you, Da? Yeah, I could strangle a chow mein and special fried, and I could get some McGargles in and a bottle or two of pop. I agree as we head back towards the Slievenamon Road on the way to Dunn's stores. You in with us, Eaton? As a welcome home treat? I thank you for your hospitality, Richard. Think nothing of it. Now what's your poison? Poison? Drink, hooch, tipple, cocktail, mother's ruin. Giggle juice, throws in Calmy. I glance at her very briefly. Well, that's what my friend Maria says her babysitter calls beer. Anyway, there's always poteen. And what would you know about poteen, young lady? I ask, trying to sound stern, but realise I am probably smiling at her in the rearview mirror. I know, and everyone I know knows, that Percy Purcell has a copper still in the shed in his backyard. Even the Garda collect their regular supplies of Percy's potch in the squad car. Actually, I admit, it's top-notch potch, but with Madam here with us, I'll need to stock up with Coke anyway. Unless you're a fan of Pepsi. I do like a little honey wine to pick me up in the wet and cold, and I have a little pot still back, where I used to live, for the distillation of aromatic spirits for making lotions and medicines. I was surprised that such a young girl would know such things, but this is Ireland, and if there was anywhere in the world with an affinity for distilling close to the reputations of Tennessee, it was Ireland. And Percy's potch does make a mean martini. Dunn's Stores is a big store that stocks a fantastic food hall, but also household goods, lighting, linens and towels, and an extensive range of reasonably priced casual clothing. When you consider everything in Ireland is expensive, but prices are relative, and Dunn's is a popular shopping destination, and not just for, as Kawimi put it, messages, the groceries. I hate shopping. While Kawimi loves shopping, she was born to it. She never knew her mum, of course, but this love of shopping must be in her genes because Ella simply loved shopping. She was a delightful girl, an irreplaceable wife, who lived an existence of continual delight in everything she did. If there was one thing she admitted to hating, was shopping with me. Don't get me wrong, she delighted in shopping for me, and most of my favourite clothes that I've worn almost to rags were bought by Ella for me. But if she could, she'd leave me at home for shopping trips. Recently, Kawimi has been putting tees and sweats in my size in the trolley for me, and I've had to draw the line at shorts and socks. So I watch Kawimi and Etain interact. My daughter knows where everything is in Duns, even when the staff move stuff. She has an instinct where the store puts stuff. If the pickles aren't in what I've called the pickle aisle for years, I have to ask the staff. Kawimi just says, "I bet they're over there," and they are. It's a good job I'm not a gambler, or Etain would have had new neighbours by now. The girls have their heads together in the food hall, whispering and laughing as they examine loose veggies and fruit, or sniff at herbs. Etain asks for an ingredient and Kawimi's off. Etain follows and I try and manoeuvre the increasingly heavier trolley around the store. It seems like Etain can't read very well, because some things she picks up to check out, she holds the wrong way up. I wonder if she's dyslexic or is partially sighted, but her eyes seem extraordinarily exquisite, a pale blue like the sky. At the checkout it all adds up, and some of the shopping I see is for us, for me particularly even. I keep the receipts in case anything clothing-wise for Etain could be taken back as she's unhappy with them. I am conscious that Etain is student age and may not have much in the way of financial resilience. We open the door of our cottage first, to get the frozen stuff stored away. Then we visit next door using my back door key into Katie's kitchen. It is dark, the switch ineffective. The power has obviously been cut off, but I use the torch facility on my cell to check the fuse box out in the hallway under the stairs, but it is clear that the power needs turning on by the power supplier. "That decides it, Etain," I say, as soon as I get back to the kitchen, but Koimhe holds her hand up. "I've already told her, Dad, while you were checking the fuse box. She's staying with us tonight in the spare bedroom. They have lit candles in the kitchen and it is dirty and cold in there. No, she can't possibly stay here overnight. And you can call round in the morning," Kawimi continues, "and get the power on because you're good at that, Dad." Praise indeed. "Sure," I say. "We'll take these bags of messages back and I'll order in a set meal of Chinese for 4. That should fill us up." "Yeah, like for an hour," Kawimi says. "Yup. She's a modern girl, my Kawimi the diva, aged well beyond her 10 years. She's a modern girl in a modern world. I'm just not sure that our new neighbour is, as they say here all the time, not the full shilling. Almost as soon as I offer to put my new neighbour Etain up for the night, or until the power to her cottage is restored and the place aired and cleaned up, I realise that the spare room I have offered for her use is filled with what Kawimi would consider junk. But all that stuff is my stock in trade. Broken servers which I could strip for spares, Ethernet leads, connectors, screens, printers, manuals, and files. We did have some limited storage in the house, but mostly it is a tiny room upstairs next to my daughter's bedroom, and only accessed through her room, next to her own little bathroom in the eaves of the cottage. Our pair of cottages was originally a single cottage built, as far as our former neighbour Katie knew, about 200 years ago as a single-room 20-foot square, with walls made of mud, cow dung and straw topped by a straw roof, sitting in arable land of about 4 acres. By 1870, which was how far back the local history society had transcribed old rent books donated to the library, it was then stated the pair of cottage was now 80 feet wide, 20 foot deep, and equally split into 2 dwellings down the middle, although the land had been split 3 acres on Etain's side and 1 acre on ours. The actual deeds of the property dated only from 1922, the originals presumably lost and needed to be submitted for registration to the new Irish Free State. According to the deeds, by the 1920s the original walls had been lined with concrete render and the straw roof replaced by concrete tiles. Each cottage had incorporated a shared porch in the front and a butted-up kitchen, scullery and bathroom, privy across half the width of the back. As newlyweds, my wife and I wanted to move out of Cork to somewhere within an hour of Cork, and Ella fell in love with this cottage, even though it was an hour and 20 minutes away from my work by train. It was very reasonably priced, so we mortgaged ourselves up to the hilt, and were able to build into the loft space. This extra room upstairs becomes our master bedroom, with ensuite bath, and second bedroom with ensuite power shower and storage space in the eaves at the end. Downstairs we knocked down the scullery and across the 40-foot width built in a new kitchen, a garden room and downstairs bathroom. The original sitting room had doors leading to the front door and porch, the kitchen and the original bedroom, which was turned into a spare room with a double bed and fitted wardrobes. Etienne's cottage next door had replaced their scullery with a new 20-foot square kitchen, but is still a single-storey, one-bedroom bungalow. Our spare room is regularly used by my parents. Every summer they would come over for 2 weeks from Florida, waiting until outside the normal school holidays to catch cheap fares. My eldest sibling Monica and her 2 children came every other year, all she could afford since her divorce in 2015. My brother Don, wife Lou and 2 young boys come here for between 5 and 10 days every summer. But these visits were planned in advance, and I was always able to clear out the accumulation into the storage behind Kaomi's room in plenty of time for those visits. I had blow-up mattresses for the children, but quite often, if the weather was good, they were happy to camp out in a tent on the lawn. Right, I say, as we enter our part of the building. Kaoimye, if you order the Chinese food for us first, then show Etienne around the place and put the kettle on for tea, while I clear out my rubbish from the spare room and put fresh linens on the bed. There. I've admitted that most of the stuff I keep in there is rubbish. The truth will seek us out, they say. I run up the stairs to fetch the folded cartons I keep for the purpose, a roll of tape and a Sharpie, actually a locally made magic marker. When I get downstairs, while I was looking out the packaging and Saoimi ordered the takeout and made the tea, Etienne had already tidied up the room on her own. I am speechless. The bed itself, usually the first drop-off point for additions to the room, is clear and looks freshly made. Along the wall furthest away from the front window, the servers are stacked together, as are the half-dozen flat screens, the manuals and files together, discs in 2 stacks, and the leads neatly rolled and on the floor at the end of the stacks. I manage a stuttered, "How?" To which Etienne replies with a smirk, "A woman's work is never done. Never done by halves, Richard. I've been doing housework all my life. Leave the boxes there. I'll pack them up for you after tea." "No," I insist. "You're a guest here. So Taoimi and I will pack them up and take them upstairs." She smiles. "Why don't we all help clear that stuff away? We'll get it finished quicker, and I won't feel uncomfortable being waited on when you are already being kind to allow me to stay." "Excellent idea, Etienne," chips in Kaoime. "Food's ordered and on its way, Dad." "Great," I say. "I'm starving, and as we look out crockery and cutlery in the kitchen, you can tell me why there are only 4 teaspoons in Katie's kitchen when the rest of the silverware is in sets of 6. Etienne laughs. "Huh, you looked." "Of course I did. That's why I'm asking for the reason. You do realise that those spoons are Georgian sterling silver?" "Yes, I do. Samuel Neville of Dublin made them in 1813 for a wedding present for E.R., one of Caitlin's ancestors." "So why are there 2 missing spoons?" I ask. "When Caitlin's ancestor was married and lived in Clonmel 200 years ago, it was a lively market town where she had a group of other housewives in the town, and they used to have afternoon tea and a wee bit of gossip every day during the week, on a round-robin basis, visiting each house in turn as they all had nannies to look after and occupy their young children. Then, our ancestor's sister came to stay with her for a few weeks before departing back to where she used to live. The tea imbibers happily welcomed the young spinster woman temporarily into their midst. Unfortunately, the poor girl suffered from an affliction that caused her to collect small mementos of her stay in the manifestation of stealing teaspoons, which were obviously handed out with each cup and saucer of tea. After a week or so of this, the servants in each household noticed they were missing silver teaspoons, and the culprit was soon deduced but not accused directly. These were genteel women after all. Caitlin's ancestor confirmed to her friends that her kitchen cutlery drawer had a number of extra spoons which tallied with those missing. As the sister's stay was of short duration, the kind ladies decided not to accuse her of anything, but to keep her engaged in conversation on her last day during afternoon tea, while the ladies sneaked off one by one to pick out their own spoons and take them back. It worked well, but when our ancestor checked her drawer, she found only 4 teaspoons. "It sounds like your ancestor's sister was a kleptomaniac," Kaoimhe suggests. "Yes, I assume she was. And there was, of course, the silver spoon that the sister kept on the last day. Etain smiled. But one of the other wives must have taken the other missing spoon. So, for about 200 years, that set of cutlery has only had 4 teaspoons. What a fascinating story, I say. There's more, Etain grins. Even more unbelievable. Go on, Koimi urges. My Aunt Bebin inherited the condition of stealing spoons, and she had also inherited one of the 2 missing spoons from the spinster ancestor. And when she moved into this cottage next to Aunt Caitlin, my aunt found that her teaspoons kept disappearing. Bebin used the spoons to stir the honey from her many hives into her tea. Nobody locked their doors in those days, so when Bebin tended her bees, Caitlin would sneak in, steal her spoons back from her sister, but always leaving one for Bebin to use when she drank tea on her own at home. That is so sweet, Koimi coos. The love of sisters. It is, agrees Etain with a sweet smile playing on her lips. Then, when Bebin decided to move out and leaving everything behind for Caitlin to deal with, rather than return the spoon to her own set, Caitlin left the spoon in your drawer for you and your wife. Oh my God, I exclaim. I get up and rush into the kitchen. There in the kitchen cutlery drawer was the silver spoon in a spare compartment where we keep odds like spare batteries, the silver spoon that Ella found and treasured as serendipity. She used that teaspoon all the time, but I never have. It is tarnished now, not used since the day Ella died in the maternity ward, but I had never thrown it away because it was something I treasured as belonging to her. I returned to the sitting room bearing the spoon. Do you want it back? I ask Etain. No, you keep it. Etain smiles sweetly. Caitlin had second sight. It sort of runs in the family, and she must have seen the tragedy in your young lives. I think that's why she wanted you to have this property and cut the price so you could afford it. The spoon was left to give your wife some comfort. She used it all the time, didn't she? Yeah, I croak. She did. We are quiet for what seems like hours, but is maybe 30 seconds before a tiny, soft voice asks, Daddy, can I have the spoon to use for my tea? Of course, sweetheart. I should have thought of that myself. Our ordered takeout arrives before we clear any of my garbage from the spare bedroom downstairs. As a break from my cooking, a regular couple of Friday treats a month for Kawami is to dine on a takeout ordered in. It arrives hot and ready to serve and means that there's only a couple of plates and sets of cutlery to load into the washer, no pots or pans to bother with, and no missing ingredients that I didn't know were missing until well into the food prep. Yeah, it happens a lot. We have had some odd dinner combos over my daughter's short life. So, I guess takeout every other Friday is a real treat for us both. Today it is Chinese food from Qianqi. Always generous portions, and this evening it seems that Koimi has ordered enough for 3 that is actually double our normal order, including a couple of dishes we'd never included before. We only have a small breakfast table in the kitchen. The house is still small even after extending it to more than double its original size, so the dining area is in a corner of the kitchen and what you would call cosy, especially with little tabletop space amongst all these aluminum cartons. After I filled up 3 glasses of water from the kitchen tap for us, there was little space left for elbow room. I always use chopsticks for Chinese food. I was brought up using them naturally back home. Elle used to eat Chinese from a blue porcelain bowl that sits in the dresser long unused, because I was brought up to use round dinner plates. Koimi is strictly a right-handed fork user for everything except soup, a habit formed copying me at home before they unsuccessfully tried to re-educate her in Irish two-handed table manners at school dinners. Yeah, school dinners not lunches, that gets me every time. Over here in Ireland, lunchtime, in the middle of the school day, is always referred to as dinner time. Now that's Irish, who would have guessed? So Koimi sets the table with the plates and cutlery. I get my chopsticks and Etain is given a fork to use. Our guest watches me with interest as I overconfidently grapple with a sweet and sour pork ball, completely dunked and redunked until completely smothered in sticky sauce, with my favourite chopsticks, and promptly miss my mouth completely and drop it with a sloppy plop into my lap. Smooth, Richard, really smooth. Show up the whole family to a stranger as damn slobs, why don't you? Of course, my daughter thinks my clumsiness is a total hoot and makes no attempt at maintaining any decorum in front of a stranger. Kawimi almost spits out her mouthful of masticated egg noodles, swallows it quickly, and laughs so loud and long that her puffed cheeks are tracked by runs of salty tears. Then she laughs even more as I pick up the hot rogue pork ball with the fingers of my left hand and drop it onto my plate, and immediately suck my sticky fingers, not so much for the taste, but because the hot sugary sauce has really burned my fingers after the pork ball had made its presence felt, and not residing too comfortably, I might add, in my lap. Etienne regards me with an amused look on her face. Then she looks at my helplessly amused daughter, and she starts to laugh herself. "I've an ointment in my bag for your burned fingers," she states helpfully, between what I have to admit are delightfully childish giggles. "Do you want me to fetch it?" "No, I'll be fine," I reply as I use a paper napkin, rather ineffectually, on spreading the sticky stain on the front of my pants, but at least lifting the stained cloth with a pinch of my sore fingertips, so the sauce's heat stops conducting to more delicate parts flesh-wise. "I'll just go change my pants. Won't be long." I can hear the unchecked laughter as I ascend the stairs to my bedroom, Kawimi's raucous high notes, Etienne's deeper, softer giggles, and probably punctuated by my daughter's rhythmic slapping of the table with the flat of her hand, the orchestration clearly a soundtrack to a father's total self-embarrassment. But hey, aren't fathers put on this earth to amuse and entertain their munchkins, and by association their sleepover guests? I'm only gone for a minute or 3. By the time I get back, the conversation is more excited than amused between them, as Kawimi is showing Etienne something interesting on the tablet that she normally uses for school. They both look up at my arrival and regard me with smiles, of amusement on one side and what seems more like pity on the other. Ice cream for dessert or afters seems to be a new experience for our guest. She appears in raptures over every mouthful of Murphy's sea salt flavour, Kawimi having consumed all the less adult flavours in the chest freezer, without telling me we'd run out. After putting the Chinese leftovers away in the frig for Saturday lunch, no waste in our house ever, and leaving the dishes in the washer for tomorrow, we sit and visit in the sitting room. While I had dealt with the dishes, the girls had swiftly boxed up and stowed all my junk from Etienne's room into the storeroom upstairs. I watched the news on the goggle box, but the two girls are shoulder to shoulder on Kawimi's tablet, talking in whispers. Then Etienne takes over control of it. Kids today just seem to take tech in their stride. They're probably playing an educational game.
"It's a tablet she needs for school. It has teacher and parental controls, so it cannot access sites designated for adults or download commercial games. But some of the educational games for early years have a certain charm, and I was impressed when she first got it programmed at school 2 or 3 years ago. It came in handy when school was in lockdown. They are supposed to be limited to a certain amount of online time each day. I think it's 6 hours a day. But a long time ago, when I noticed she was still using it at home during a long lockdown day without having to pause its use for hours at a time, she explained that when her time expired, she was offered a 15-minute extension, which she accepted. And fiddling with the setup, she discovered she could force it to give her unlimited 15-minute extensions. So much for parental controls."
Towards Kawimi's bedtime, 9 o'clock, the tablet has been put away, and the girls' talk is about beehives, with Etienne promising to show my daughter how to weave a traditional Irish skep in the morning. While I watch the news, I half listen to their conversation, which is interesting. I never knew that the patron saint of bees was an Irishman called St. Modomnoch. "I've never heard of him," I say. "He was the missionary that first brought bees to Ireland," Kawimi says with confidence, looking at me with the chin-up superiority of a youngster speaking to an idiot adult. But she wavers when glancing at Etienne's raised left eyebrow. She rallies with, "We learned that at school." Etienne smiles gently, quite sweetly. To be sure, Dominic O'Neill did bring Welsh bees over with him on his return to Ireland, after training as a missionary with St. David. But bees were here for at least 100 bliain before him. And St. Gobnate was also patron saint of bees before Modomnoch. No wonder Gobnate was spending so much time talking to bees, though. She was the ugliest woman you ever saw, or so people have said about her. Her nose was so sharp, Kawime. Your father could have used her face to shave every morning, and her nose was a blade as sharp as the rest of her looks were dull. Becoming an abbess of a convent was a necessity, not by choice. With Kauimi off to bed at 9, Etain wants to retire too, so I look out a new toothbrush for her. While finding that in my bathroom, I quietly remind Kauimi to lock her bedroom door, with a stranger in the house, which she does without any complaint. We both have our own bathrooms, although her electric pump shower was inside the bathtub. The downstairs bathroom is where the old scullery used to be on the back of the house, behind the sitting room. Once Eaton goes to bed in the room on the other side of the sitting room, I retire to my bedroom to sleep. It would have felt uncomfortable staying in the sitting room watching TV. Besides, I am tired. I haven't entertained anyone at home since at least 6 months before COVID changed everything. I wake early in the morning to the delicious smell of fresh baked bread. We've never made bread before. I'm up before Kauimi, but then I'm always up before her. I rub the sleep from my eyes and throw on a tea and shorts. Etain is in the kitchen plating up 3 plates with chopped runny eggs, bacon, sausages, mushrooms and hot buttered toast. I look at the cooker. None of the electric rings are showing hot, which is odd. She looks up and smiles. "Good morning, Richard. Our breakfast meal is nearly ready. Would you rouse Kauimi, please?" "Yeah, sure," I say. As I turn, I see the 3 place settings are laid with tea already poured in the mugs. I don't want to spoil it by saying I always have coffee, but hey, I could put up with drinking hot mud every morning if it means a traditional cooked breakfast that I haven't cooked for myself. "Keith, you up yet, honey?" I hiss through her bedroom door. It unlocks immediately. She knows it's me, as if she's waited for me to knock. She's washed, dressed, and almost jumping up and down, excited as all out. "Hi, Daddy," she greets me, kissing me lightly on the cheek with her hands on my shoulders. "I kept my door locked all night and we're both still alive. Guess we can be a little more cool tomorrow night, huh?" "Sure, honey," I chuckle. I guess she checks out. Breakfast is ready and Etain's done the whole 9 yards. We get downstairs and Etain is sitting at the table where she sat last night. We take the same seats as before. "Good morning, Etain," I say with a smile. "I must thank you for this fantastic spread. I hope you slept well. You must have got up at the crack of dawn to do all this magnificent spread." "I always wake at dawn." She smiles in return. "I found the eggs, bacon and sausages in the pantry, the buttermilk for the bread I got from the farm, and I can usually sniff out mushrooms in the wood, even this early." Wild mushrooms? Are you sure?" "Daddy, Eaton knows an edible mushroom when she sees one." Kaumi's eyes roll back in her head. "She's been doing that to me a lot recently." "Aye, of course. And I must get some chickens as soon as possible so we can have our own eggs." "Our own eggs?" I think to myself a little worriedly. It's been just me and Toima against the world, like, forever. "So where did you cook all this? The kitchen's virtually spotless." After checking what breakfast foods you had in, there were none of the fixings needed for soda bread. The bacon and sausage was there, but no blood pudding. So I checked Aunt Katie's kitchen, and found some plain flour still sound, lots of dried herbs and of course the soda, so I took a can over to the farm behind us for some buttermilk, which was no problem as they were up just as early with fresh milk to spare and were happy to oblige. Then I passed back homewards through the woods and found the mushrooms. Oh, guess what else I found? "A fairy ring," Kauimi suggested rather hopefully. "Almost. I spotted a fairy wreath deep in the wood, completely overgrown. And to think Aunt Katie never let on it was there. If I'd known, it would have saved me a walk." "What's a fairy wreath, Etain?" asks Kauimi quickly. "It could be a number of things," Etain replies. "It could be a Doras na Siog, a fairy door into the Otherworld, or a burial ground, even a place where a defensive fort was built. This one is big, on a very slight rise, with fallen stones quite far apart, with hawthorn, blackthorn, whitethorn and hazel planted there, both inside and out, growing so thick that it's well hid." "Well," I say, "I've not heard any fairy music or naked cavorting going on around here. I might have been interested in visiting otherwise." "And have you been in the woods, deep into the 2 acres of woods, Richard, all alone?" and precisely at the middle point of the dark night. No fear, I really don't believe in fairies, but I know what would put the fear up me, and it's being in dark woods at night. I'm a city boy, and those woods behind your place are dark, with slippery deep green moss everywhere. I'd instantly lose my sense of direction, and if I slipped over and broke something, I'd end up probably haunting the place for the next 1,000 years. That doesn't sound so bad, Richard. Eatin smirks. You'd get used to it, I'm sure. But who would look after the munchkin here while I rattle chains, shelter under a white sheet and howl at the moon like a werewolf? We girls would be all right. We could stick together, couldn't we, Kawimi? Yes, Daddy, we'd cope. Kawimi grins at me. Just think, I could have cooked breakfast with toast every Saturday. Every day, Etain says. Gotta start every day right, you know. The most important meal of the day. And that young lady brings me back to cooking this breakfast. I jump in. You must have used the cooker next door. Did you manage to get the power turned on next door? Power? Only the power of kindling and tinder, Richard. I lit the fire next door, filled the kettle using the spigot like in your kitchen, hooked the kettle on the chains in the fireplace to boil. I mixed the flour, salt and soda with the buttermilk. From the farm, yes. You know, I've never found Farmer Cormac very helpful. I don't think he likes Americans. Oh, Carrick's a pussycat. So she knows the farmer and is on first-name terms already, I think. He was getting the cows in ready to milk and I asked nicely, and he gave me the milk I needed. When I mentioned straw, he even pointed out where I could get straw for my skeps, because he usually uses shredded paper in the horse stalls nowadays. So you boiled the kettle for the tea on the fire? Yes. And I put the lid of the oven on the fire to heat up, so after I mixed the dough I formed it into a ball, the size of a football, cut a deep cross in the top, and popped it into the oven and hung it over the fire, and put the heated lid on, covered it in coals so it cooks quickly, about 20 minutes. In the other oven, also on the fire. Aye, there's one iron bar across over the fire and 3 chains hanging down, one for the kettle that's always on, one for the bread and once for everything else. You see, Richard, I don't need electricity when it's daylight, and anyone who keeps bees always has candles at night, and I have the fire for cooking. The eggs and the toast? I ask. Soft boiled them in their shells with hot water from the kettle long enough to cook the white but leave the yolk runny. Plated it all up in here, shelled and cut the eggs to release the yolk, and toasted the bread on your living room fire which I had lit before I left. I can't believe how you managed all that. I shake my head in disbelief. I can believe it, Daddy, chimed up Kawima. Not only that, Richard, but I also made a start on the first of my skeps, after I found Caitlin had set out some blackberry fibres she had spun into thread. She was always better at spinning than me, and Bebhin makes better skeps than me, but they'll be grand when they're done. Well, I think this breakfast is fantastic. Thank you, I say, credit due where it's due. But a young girl taking the old spinster cat lady lifestyle a bit too seriously was worrying to a shallow guy like me. The fairy fort thing is disappointing. We visit it mid-morning after I finally managed to get through to the power company to get them to switch it on remotely, but they had to do it from their local junction box, and that would be on Monday. So I invite Etain to stay with us Saturday and Sunday nights, which she accepts. As for the fairy fort, honestly, it was all moss-covered stones here and there, lots of dense undergrowth and dark trees completely blanking out the sunlight. If there were ever naked cavorting fairies dancing, I wouldn't be able to see them in broad daylight. As I said, disappointing. I warm up the Chinese leftovers in the microwave and we eat more of Etain's wonderful buttery soda bread. I try to tell Tawime how this is a traditional Irish method of making bread, which does away with laborious kneading the dough and using yeast to aerate the dough before cooking. The addition of acid in the buttermilk reacting with the alkaline of the soda creates the bubbles in the dough, and the heat of cooking enlarges those bubbles. A traditional Irish tradition that has probably lasted thousands of years, I add. It's not an Irish method, Etain points out. It's from the American Indians. They've been using soda for centuries. It was Irish settlers returning home to Ireland that brought the recipe here around 1830. But we have made it our own. I had online work to do in the early afternoon after our lunch, so Etain offers to show Kawimi how to make skeps. My daughter is keen, so I agree to leave her in charge. I'm finished checking servers remotely by 4:30 in the afternoon, so before starting our evening meal, steak, corn cobs and hot dogs on the BBQ, I check on Kawima. She's in the next door backyard and I'm amazed. They've woven a dozen beehives between them and set them into the garden wall. I just thought it was decoration in the dry walling, but there were spaces in the walls in which the funny, round-topped straw beer hives were fitted into. I went over to the nearest to check it out, and I can hear buzzing, and then I see bees flying out and off to find nectar for the nest. How the hell did you not only weave these hives, but manage to attract swarms of bees each with a queen? Oh, we had help from the fairies, Kawemi says with a know-it-all smirk on her face. Really? I say, turning away to sort out the evening meal. And how many of them were naked? Not a one, Etain replies with a matching female smirk. But patience, Richard. It's nowhere near the middle of the night yet. It is a lovely sunny afternoon after so much rain on Friday, that it is warm and humid and too nice a summer day to cook indoors, so I offer to do a BBQ in the evening. Kawimi always enjoys BBQ food, and Etain says she loves food cooked outside. I get steaks and sausages out of the freezer and put them in the frig, intending to completely defrost them in boiling water in 5 or 6 hours' time. I have the fixings for salad and I make a mental note to get some ice cream before the evening. However, Etain offers to make hot apple hand pies with Kawimi's help. We don't have any cooking apples, I point out. True, Etain replies, but I have dessert apple trees with small unripe fruits in the garden, slow cooked in a pie which will soften the fruit, which can be sweetened with cinnamon sugar and honey in a simple short crust pastry. I'll cook them in an oven over an open fire. They'll be delicious. Daddy, they sound perfect, Kawimi says. Can I help make them? Of course you can, Etain replies, squeezing Kawima with a hug. You can help me pick, peel and slice them, then soak them in water with some lemon juice to prevent browning. We'll make and roll the pastry, fill up the pies with scoops of apple, fold over the pastry and crimp them. That's 14 crimps per pie for luck. We'll make and cook 6 pies, 1 each for tonight, which we'll eat hot, and 1 each cold for tomorrow lunch. Sounds great, I say. I remove the still frozen steaks from the frig. They've been supplied individually cello-wrapped, bought from Farmer Carrick Cormack some months ago. He often slaughters a couple of cows every few months and offers various cuts to the neighbours beforehand at prices far too good to pass up. I've always found the ruddy-faced farmer, a solid-built man about my age, rather taciturn, but his meat distribution was a tradition and everyone around benefited. I've known him, very slightly, for a decade, but never exchanged more than a dozen words, maybe 6 times a year in all that time, and didn't know his first name until Etain met him this morning. Maybe I'm too much of a self-centered computer nerd for my own good, and by extension to Kawimi too, who clearly misses female company. That's probably why she has hung out with Etain most of the day. I guess you're wondering whether I'm missing female company too. Sure, I miss Ella, my wife. I miss her like mad. At high school and college, I was a complete nerd, and a little overweight most of my teen years, so I wasn't in demand when it came to dating. The only sports I indulged in was softball and wrestling, but never made the college team at baseball, and although I did letter through the wrestling team for 2 years, I never set any records or any co-ed's pulses race. Ella was my one shining light. We just connected almost as soon as we started our courses at Cork. Me in computers, she majored in clothes design. When she was gone, I had my hands full with Kwame and work. If it wasn't for Katie, Etain's aunt, living next door, I would have been lost. I really miss her, and I know Kwame does. Katie may have been in her 70s or 80s. I'm hopeless guessing ages, especially regarding women. But she did babysit for the few dates I went on, starting about 2 years after I lost Ella. Katie encouraged me to go out with girls I met on the road visiting clients' facilities, but my heart wasn't in it, and I knew it would have to be someone really special to take on Kauma as a stand-in. Mum, even though my daughter had never experienced having a mother around her before. Maybe, I used to think, once Koime went to college, I could find some divorcee or widow prepared to settle down with someone set in their bachelor ways. I was in no hurry. Back to thinking about dinner. Normally I would defrost frozen steaks in the frig overnight, but there isn't time for that, with me intending to start cooking at about 6 p.m, in about 4 hours' time, so I soak the wrapped steaks spread out in a pan of hot water to start them off on a gentle defrost. I have a very good marinade recipe for steaks that my father's always used on our BBQs back home, which involves some hot chilies. We used to have a lot of BBQs at home and all year round. Here in Ireland, the window of opportunity, or rather my personal primeval urge to cook outdoors, is restricted to a couple of months a year. I make up my dad's marinade from ingredients I have at hand and set it to one side. Once I was sure the steaks were defrosted, I would soak them in the marinade and pop them back in the frig. I made sure we had the makings of a salad and selected 3 potatoes that I would part cook in the microwave and finish off in the oven nearer the time, aiming for a 6 p.m. dinner. I said BBQs are rare for my little family of 2, and the inconsistency of the weather means that the table and half a dozen folding chairs were never left out in the elements, but stored in the garden shed, so I look the table and 3 chairs out and give them a dusting over to remove the many cobwebs. Was it really that long ago that we last ate outside? Come to think of it, this was certainly the first time this year. We have a stock of glasses stored in the shed, ones with candles inside that when lit help keep the insects away, so I look those out too, polish off the dust and replace the candles that are burned down too low to reuse. We get a lot more insects in the evening than we ever used to get at home, where we have BBQs all year round on permanent and more substantial garden furniture. The fence between our 2 properties is low enough to see over, between 3 or 4 feet high. It is an ancient fence of woven osier sticks, and each panel seems a different age, as if the fence had been there forever, and each panel regularly replaced or repaired as it rotten away from the bottom up. The uprights are a different beast, thick and solid wrought iron bars, not steel or wood as we tend to use back home. These sturdy posts are set in concrete and I do paint them with black exterior paint every couple of years, and so they look pretty solid. Again, they look as though a blacksmith hammered them into shape when the cottages were originally built. From where I prep in the kitchen, I can look across to the girls, and they are happily sitting together on a blanket spread on a sunny patch of lawn. They seem happily occupied, playing and laughing at whatever they are interacting with together on Cowime's school tablet. Seeing them so happy together makes me miss Ella more. How she would have loved to have known her daughter. She didn't even see her, hold her even. I can't help but wipe away a tear that had nothing to do with the onions for the salad. These handmade apple pies are fantastic, I say, the pie in my hand still steaming the sweetness of the honey and sharp fruity acid of the firm chunks of apples perfectly balanced within. Iten and Cowmer, you've outdone yourselves. Thank you, Richard, but those steaks were really very nice. Etten smiled. I'm not sure if I'll need another mouthful for a week. Huh. There's nothing of ya, I say. And it is true. I can't believe how much she had put away, without appearing like one of pythons that swallowed a baby hippo. Kawimi just sticks a thumb up, her sweet face occupied shuffling the hot pie filling around her mouth without burning her tongue or cheeks. I relax into the slightly uncomfortable folding chair as the night begins to draw in and I feel a sudden chill. Look, why don't we retire to the lounge and I put the kettle on for a cup of tea? Not for me, Dad. Kawimi stretched one arm above her head and yawned. I'm knackered. I'm going to finish this brill pie and then shower and bed. Can we leave the dishes until tomorrow? Get away to bed with you, I smile. I'll sort the dishes after tea and clean up the grill when it's cool in the morning. 2 or 3 weekends a month. I used to play golf on a Sunday morning, usually while Kawimi sleeps in, but since Katie next door departed for her mysterious care home that she didn't want us to visit some 5 months ago, I've had to cancel my usual 7 a.m. spring and summertime tea slot with 3 friends, because I refuse to leave Kawimi without someone nearby to keep an eye out for her. Katie was pretty active for an old woman, and she was always up and about early every morning. I thought that if Itine was an early riser and amenable, the the idea I could start playing again. To keep fit, I was indulging myself in an hour's run most Saturdays and Sundays. I probably needed a run out tomorrow, those stakes were huge. I tidy up after Kawimi hugs and kisses Atane and me and goes to bed. She's 10 and a ball of energy most of the time, but we rarely have guests and none at all since COVID struck, and when tiredness sets in, she collapses like a pricked balloon. Atane helps bring in the leftovers while the electric kettle boils. Then we retire to the lounge. I take to my recliner and she perches herself on the sofa. Ah, that first sip of tea. I feel most of the time I'm still a stranger in a strange land and I drink coffee most of the time. But there are some instances where sitting with a cup of tea just seems right, and this is Atane's own blend that emerged from her cavernous bag when the kettle boiled, and she took charge of the little-used 2-cup earthenware teapot that Ella had brought to the marriage from her dorm room. I started the conversation. Well, I am supposedly the host, and out of practice I may be, but I felt relaxed, fat and happy. Comfortable after subtlety undoing the top button of my jeans for relief. Thank you for entertaining Kawimi today. I smile in thanks to Etan. I had some remote work to do, and she seemed very happy playing with you on her tablet. Oh, we weren't playing, Richard. She was using an app. I think she called it to learn how to read English. What? I exclaim, somewhat shocked. But surely... There's no surety about anything, except everything but the exceptions. I can read runes. I was taught my Futhark. Your what? Like your alphabet, named after the first 2 sounds in your order of letters. The Futhark are the first 5 letters in the list of runes. She clicks her tongue in a tsk sound, clearly critical of my ignorance. Kawimi explained the alphabet to me very clearly, as did the educational lessons on the tablet, designed for 5- and 6-year-olds, so I am able to advance quickly. I already knew place names from road signs by recognizing the overall shape, even if I was unable to break the words down to individual sounds before. Now it all makes sense. She smiles a little too smugly, like I imagine a demon might pretending to be an angel in disguise. I wonder if she's escaped from an institution or a traveller family, or from some commune hangover from the swinging 60s, 70s, 80s, hidden away in some rural backwater in the west of Ireland. Somewhere remote that doesn't have access to online kindergarten lessons, and no one qualified to show her how to use them. I think I better ensure Kawimi's room's locked when I go up to bed. I might do that now, as soon as I've wound this weird conversation to a close, without making her angry or even vaguely psychotic. She's wonderful, Kawimi, isn't she? I throw into the conversation, clutching at straws not to upset her, but somehow ease her into accepting that I need to retire for the night. Perhaps I could go via the kitchen and contrive to take the knife block upstairs with me. I know that anyone listening into my thoughts right now would think, what a wimp, she's only a wee girl, easy to pick her up and tip her out of the house, or just run. But I'm used to paranoia. I'm from California, the land of the drive-by shooter, the high school multi-murderer, where not only does every second person have a gun at home, they have a backup too. Me? I'm a nerd. I've fired a gun before. My father has 2 pistols. But they're at the gun club. Mum won't have one in the house. I like Ireland. It's quiet, and the people rarely get angry with one another. And if they do, they settle their differences with lots of words and at extremes exchange 1 or 2 punches. And then, they buy each other a couple of rounds of black stuff. This girl worries me, but she's only saying stuff. She's not threatening me. Aye, she's a very special wee girl. I think I love her already, certainly as much as Caitlin does. She smiles wistfully as she speaks of my daughter, her face a picture of calm, a beautiful girl, around half my age that has probably had a deprived upbringing and, inheriting Katie's cottage and learning to read and how to cope with normal society, well, it's probably ideal that she's met up with us. She's harmless even if she is off her nut. Crazy. I could take her under my wing as almost another daughter and gently introduce her to the world of normal people. So, I ask, how's the reading going? Grand. According to Kawimi, she has got me through 6 weeks of English reading and writing lessons, and she started me on writing Gaeilge. It's great fun. But now, we need to talk, you and me. She drops her smile and looks directly at me with those dark blue eyes. Those eyes are disturbing. I've never looked directly at her before. Well, old men my age try not to look too closely at young girls as a general rule, especially if they are lovely, and especially not if they are particularly ugly, unless they are family or lovers, then it doesn't matter if they're lovely or ugly. But looking at her staring into my eyes, I feel as though I'm out of my depth, that somehow she's not the weak, innocent young girl. There's a strength and confidence in her beyond my experience in one so young. Are you supposed to talk or am I? I say rather haltingly after a long silent eyeballing. She smiles again. God, she's beautiful and I feel I'm in her power, that she could ask me to bark at the moon and I would sit in the garden for night after night until the next full moon and do nothing else. No, you listen and I'll talk, all right? Whatever you say, I reply, adding, you're an enigma that I cannot get my head around. Enigma? What's that? Something mysterious that is difficult to understand. Oh, I like that. Her smile grew even wider. But really, you are the enigma. Caitlin saw that in you as soon as she met you and your poor wife, and she's been pressing me to see you and meet with you. Kauimi too is a closed book, and I really need to dispel some of the mystery so we can understand where each of us are coming from and where we go from here. Sorry, I don't understand. Are we going somewhere? Yes, we will be going places, Richard. There are places I will take you so that you will understand who and what I am, but this is difficult for me. What is so difficult? I ask. I still can't get my head around what she would want with me. Does she need money? She mentioned something about her aunt leaving her some money in the cottage. Maybe she couldn't find her aunt's stash of cash and needs a sub. It can't be a relationship that she wants, could it? Well, for a start, I have always avoided men. Damn, she's a lesbian. Oh, shite. How safe will Kauimi be around her? I was brought up in a household of a mother, 6 sisters and a stepfather who was a spike trader and was often away for a year at a time, so we were all females in the family. Because my mam loved her 7th husband dearly, when he and my youngest sister Dupiasa died of the fever, my mam never married again. When did your stepfather die of fever? When I was about 10. I loved him so much. He may not have been my real father, but he loved all of us sister so much, as if we were his own. His daughter Dupiasa was born 2 years behind me, was dark-skinned with dark brown hair with a hint of auburn and brown-eyed. She had such a sweet face and sweet nature. I loved her to bits. When she died, I couldn't sleep, and my mam was worried that I might die of grief. Oh, you poor girl. I want to hold her, but I have to hold back. It's all right, Richard. I've got over it. Well, I lost Ella about the same time 10 years ago, and I still find I'm talking to her in the car and pointing out interesting things and catching her up on what Kaumi's up to. I think it brought me and Caitlin and Bebin closer together, even though we all slept together in the same bed. Wait, you mean your 2 aunts? I have a confession to make, Richard. Caitlin and Bebin are not my aunts. They are my sisters, and the 4 youngest sisters slept together because by then my eldest sister, Afrik, had moved away when I was 2 years old. I barely knew her, but apparently she was very dark-haired and brown-eyed. Cowilfoin was 2 years behind Afrik and was very fair and red-headed. But she was taken by pirates when she was 10, and I was 4, and I barely remember her either. Hold up, I say. So your sister was taken by pirates? Aye, we lived in the coast then, in Cork, and we often had pirates. Anyway, my next sister Alana was 2 years behind Cowilfoin, and she died during infancy, before I was even born. Apparently she was fair-skinned with dark red hair and green-eyed. Caitlin was 2 years behind Alana. As you know, she was green-eyed and blonde-haired, with a fiery temper and very passionate. She married young and had 3 children by the time we laid the curse on Fionn mac Cuil. And because the 3 youngest sisters were cursed to live only on Slievenamon, she could never go back to live with her children again. They came to visit, but she had to watch them grow old and die. Time out! Time out, I cry. Is this a story you're writing? None of this makes sense. I never knew Bebhin because we bought her house from Katie after she left, to go into a home. But Caitlin, although we knew her as Katie, she's in her 80s and you're 60 years younger. You are right, Richard. To make sense of all this, you need to know who we three sisters, Caitlin, Bebhin and myself were. We are witches, and once upon a time we did something in anger. Without thinking of the consequences, we put a curse on a man considered one of Ireland's giants of legend, Fionn mac Coil. We made his lover reject him and run off with the first man she saw. And because of that, I'll considered curse. The king of all Ireland cursed us three sisters to only find rest on Slievenamon, the scene of our shameful curse. We were never able to live anywhere else and unable to sleep anywhere. It was Caitlin that found a loophole, that we could find rest in Slievenamon Road or drive or park or lane. She bought this land and built this original cottage. When her then husband died, she moved back to Clonmel and rented this place out. She returned here when she married Piotr. Etan, I interrupt softly, carefully, not wanting to upset this crazy woman. As I understand it, Katie married Piotr Wisniewski in 1951. He was settled in Ireland after serving with the Free Polish Air Force during Way. Katie told me that his best friend was an Irishman, among many free Irishmen who fought for the UK against Nazi Germany, and returned home to Dublin after the war, bringing Piotr with him. Piotr courted and married the young widow Katie, who lived in Dublin. She lived in Slievenamon Road in Dublin, and when Piotr wanted to move into the country, she decided to move to Thurles in the same named road, after giving notice to her renters. And Bebhin soon moved in next door. Piotr passed in 2008, in his late 80s after 57 years of marriage, but Caitlin altered her appearance to look 80, but once she washed out the coloration of her hair, she still looks only about 40. And you're 4 years younger? I can't believe you're in your mid-30s. True, Richard, but a gentleman should never ask a lady her age, and she will never truly reveal what it is without losing a few surplus birthdays. But I will tell you that I was born around the end of the 3rd century and the beginning of the 4th century, many years before Christianity came to these shores, and we were practicing witches who lived by our craft, making and selling potions and foretelling people's futures. We are blessed with second sight. Are you all right, Richard? You can close your mouth and breathe if you want. Damn, I am not all right. I have a mad woman in my house telling me crazy, impossible things with such sincerity that I almost believe her. Of course I don't believe her. I would be crazy if I did. Second sight, I repeat, simply for something to say that will animate my slack jaw. Second sight is the most common tool used by witches throughout history, telling people's futures. Sometimes we do it theatrically after a cup of tea and look at the tea leaves, which is all baloney. We read the future or possible futures of the subject during the drinking of the tea. We do it out of habit. We can read anyone, or I should say virtually anyone. Why not everyone? The exceptions are basically close family, and that means that none of us sisters saw the calamity that befell us. And it was seeing Ella's future and a motherless Cowie that has led to Caitlin selling this house to you and your wife, and why she has been asking me to come and talk to you ever since your wife died. I think Caitlin started to fall in love with you too. She definitely loved Cowie, and now she wants you and me together. But why? Because, Richard, Caitlin couldn't read your future or Cowie's future, and now I've met you and known you for 24 hours, and I cannot read you at all. But what does that mean? Hopefully that you are destined to be my family, that you will learn to love me, then ask me to marry you and... She lowers her eyes and dips her head for the first time since we sat together. You can help me, Megdian, as a Chailith. You want my help with what? I ask of this crazy young lady. Itaine is an attractive young woman in the full bloom of youth, with long black hair, clear skin mercifully clear of acne, and the deepest blue eyes I've ever risked falling headlong into the depths of. She looks at me shyly, which sets me back a little, as the information that had just flowed from her like a ruptured fire hydrant was delivered as if it needed to be relieved from the pressure on her chest. Now she appears a little deflated and rather hesitant, and her eyes hooded as though she is reluctant to look me in the eye as she translates her request into words that I can understand more readily. "I want you to make love to me, and make love with me, Richard," she whispers, so faint it is only because a silence had settled between us that I can hear her at all. "You have been married before and you were a father. I was a maiden when cursed on Slievenamon. My life as I knew it ended, and I am a maiden still, Richard." She looks up at me now, and her doe eyes are without guile, as innocent and sweet as a child, or it seems, more as a woman not yet seen in her own eyes, as fully integrated into womanhood. Now, if she is honest and truthful about everything she has blurted out, confessed, then maybe the other elements of her story are true too, however crazy they sound to my ears. I am torn between wanting to believe her and not easily able to even take in what fantasy she has come out with. I feel like I am in one of those classic cartoon panels you see, featuring a man in the midst of the horns of a dilemma, with an imaginary angel sitting on one shoulder and the devil perched on the other, each urging him this way or the other.
My instinct tells me to simply get up and run as far away from this girl as possible, but I can't leave Kawimi at this mad person's mercy.
Oh damn. I need to calm this whole situation down, humour the poor girl and keep my wits about me. After all, she's slightly built. I can take her if she attacks me. I have height, reach and weight advantage. Yeah, I could certainly take her out, even though I'm a complete nerd and not been in a fight with a girl since back in 3rd grade. Okay, I heavily lost that bout to a fat girl who stole my cotton candy at the county fair, and I haven't made a comeback to the ring since. Yeah, Etain is built like a blade of grass. And then, damn it though, she's a blade of grass that says she's a witch. What can witches do? Can she turn me into a toad? "Will you hold my hand, Richard?" she says. A faint smile returned to her lovely, innocent-looking face. "I have the healing hands, and if we hold hands, you could calm your heart and your breathing." Yeah, I guess I must look bug-eyed and terrified. She holds out both her hands and I respond by grasping them. I instantly feel calmer. My pulse rate slows and I can feel the swollen veins in my temples reduce. I take a deep breath in and breathe out. I wonder if she does have healing hands or that simply human contact with her is enough to soothe me. I realise that since COVID struck all those months ago, Kawime is really the only little bit of human skin-to-skin contact that I have had for about 18 months. Everyone else of my acquaintance has been socially distanced and contact reduced to forearm bumps. So, Etain, tell me more about this curse. Finn McCool, the legendary giant, am I right? Aye, Fionn himself. He was a big man, a legendary giant even in his own time, a hero and the king's champion. He was probably 6 inches taller than ye, Richard, and almost double your width. He was too big to sit a horse and used a chariot drawn by 2 huge horses to get around the place, so. He was the king's champion and the King Cormac. The king of all Ireland had it proclaimed around the realm that it was his royal wish that his champion be married again to sire more giant champions. There were indeed that many requests by maidens and the many, many widows of Ireland, that the king decreed that the bride would be the winner of a race from the foot of Slievenamon mountain to the peak at the top, where the prize himself would be found seated. Sounds interesting. I am relaxed enough to chuckle. Was there a big turnout of athletic maidens? Thousands of wee girls all the way up to widows older than my mam, who had been widowed 7 times, turned up on the day of the race. That was bad luck for your mum, I say in sympathy.
They were hard times, Richard. Every tide brought a new invader fiercer, more determined and better armed than the wave before. This wee green jewel of an isle was the envy of the hungry everywhere. The whole country was an army at war on every front.
And what did you and your sisters do to be cursed forever to your mountain? I ask. Did you cheat in the race? No, Etain snaps. We did not cheat, but there was cheating going on. I'll just step back to how we, my 2 closest sisters and I, set out to take part in the race. You see, as well as being witches, and witches are one of those invaders of Ireland many hundreds of years before, we were also great runners. We worked for the king as messengers. Messengers? What, like couriers carrying letters? I ask. Yeah, well, we didn't really have much of a written language in Ireland then. There were runes, but few could read them, and Latin from missionaries or Roman traders. No, it was oral messages for us messengers, and in order to remember a message. That might take 3 days or a week to get to who it was going to. We had to commit it to memory as rhymes. We were well used to that as witches, as spells and remedies. The ingredients and quantities had to be remembered. So many of our potions were remembered as wee poems. So what were the messages that the king needed to send out? Orders for men needed for an army, orders for goods, schedules for manor courts, requests for collection of taxes, court rulings on Brightheim law. What law? Brehon law was the law in Ireland of the Celtish and Saxon people, which was the common law throughout the island until the Norman king Henry II introduced the Anglo-Norman laws 850 years ago. As a royal messenger, my payment was 2 cows and 1 heifer a year. Caitlin was 4 years older than me and married with a child, so she was paid 5 cows. Was that good money or pay in kind? Well, in order to take a message, I would have to turn it onto verse so that I could remember it, and then when I recited the verse, I had to interpret it for the recovery of the core of the message. So between 2 and 5 cows wasn't much when you consider the king's poet and harp player were paid 21 cows each. Not so good then. No, and life was more dangerous for messengers than poets. We carried a bronze token from our master to guarantee our safety, but enemies of our master might trap us, torture us to get the message, or kill us. I hadn't thought about that, I admit. So what was the outcome of the bride's race?
As we were the best runners in the race, we 3 sisters were out of sight of the others. But as we neared the summit, a girl who was waiting for us dashed out from cover as fresh as a daisy and ran to Fionn and jumped into his waiting arms. We walked up to the couple, knowing that we had been cheated, and by then some of the other runners came up behind us. They recognised the girl as Gwan, the favourite daughter of King Cormac, and another runner told us that Fionn was sweet on the girl. We looked at the couple, the princess, no older than I, looking so smug that she had stolen the prize from under our noses, while the giant hero, Fionn, was old enough to be my mamster or grandpa, with a fat red face, white hair, white beard, and a gut so big on him that his chariot would need 6 oxen to pull him along.
So, not much of a prize then?
No, not a prize at all. But Beb and I were single, so not too bothered. But Caitlin was a widow and in sore need of a husband. It was Caitlin who was better at the spells than either Beb or I, but we put our heads together and recited a spell which made Gran fall in love with first of Fionn's warriors she meets on their wedding morn and elope with him. Immediately we could see her future, happy with her husband and 5 children. Meanwhile Fionn was heartbroken and spent years trying to find them. But when he did, he forgave them. But there was no forgiveness for we 3 witch messengers. No? No. King Cormac learned of the elopement and some of the runners who knew we were witches and had heard our curse, so we were tried in King Cormac's court. We were accused and convicted of using witchcraft to ruin the happiness of one of Ireland's greatest heroes. Our defensive arguments about Fionn and Gren's blatant cheating with King Cormac's connivance only succeeded in annoying the judge, and we were convicted. King Cormac got his wizard to curse us to remain on Slievenamon forevermore. We could leave, but we could only rest our heads and sleep on our return to Slievenamon. If we fell asleep anywhere else, we would never wake up again and die. But you were able to move away. You slept here last night. Aye, she smiles. And only because we live in Slievenamon Road. We stayed every night on that mountain for many years. Family brought us food and drink, and we slept on the mountain and danced as the curse said. We could never sleep anywhere except Slievenamon. As witches, we were always few in number and oft feared and shunned throughout the land, yet we were also needed by every community. For we were expert in preparing protective salves and love potions and poultices, medicines, fortune-telling and midwifery. We could travel to nearby markets, sell our medicines, our potions, Beb her honey, and Caitlin her nursing and midwifery skills, but always we had to return to the mountain at night to sleep. Being the swiftest runner, I went much further afield, even stayed out several nights without sleep. using potent herbal draughts to keep sleep at bay, but we were tied firmly to the mountain. So Slievenamon was like an open prison. Aye, it seemed to us to be, Etain says. But the mountain was also a magical place. All mountains are, and there were 2 cairns on the mountain quite near the top. I wasn't sure, but I sensed that one of them was a portal to another place, like fairy rings are, but I could not open it. I loved to run, and I ran everywhere, kept fit and sharp. But I was young and shy, and would avoid people, never engaging, always returning to the mountain where I explored everywhere. I observed the ancient cairns. One of the 2 in particular I sensed looked like a doorway, a portal into the Otherworld. Then, one night during that first winter on the mountain, I couldn't sleep and ran over and around the mountain under the moonlight to get warm and tired enough to sleep. I came upon one of the cairns being used by a fairy that night to enter the Otherworld. I ran so fast that I entered the portal before the fairy could close the door behind him, and I easily avoided capture. I sneaked around the place for a few days before sneaking out again, finally driven away by thirst more than tiredness, for 'tis said that if you sleep, eat or drink in the Otherworld, you can never leave. The Otherworld? When the old peoples of Erin clashed with the new invaders, they fought to a standstill, with neither side winning the day, but neither wanting to give way. So they held a truce, out of which came a signed treaty, where the new people took the overground, which meant that the old tribes took to the Otherworld, which could be accessed through holes in the ground, or fairy rings, even some tree trunks, etc. But wasn't it dark without moonlight in there? Nor, within each portal is a short tunnel, but you come out into the open air with wind, rain, sunshine. It is not an underworld at all, but another world, where Caitlin and Bebin are perfectly happy. Now they can eat, drink and sleep wherever in the Otherworld they want.
So it wasn't a care home as such, and that is why we can't go visit Katie.
You can if you want. She grins at me coyly and laughs. Tell me, Richard, how quick are you on your feet? We are both tired, Etain with the long, breathless telling of her story, and me trying to take it all in without blowing my mind. We agree to sleep on it, and to renew the conversation over breakfast, which Etain agrees to prepare in the morning. I cannot sleep, trying to rationalise what a young woman, appearing to be half my age and double the age of my daughter, is telling me about her past history. It made me recall something Ella once said when we were in a pub in Cork, with lots of other students enjoying the craic, when the group were discussing Irish folklore and the question was asked of us all round the table, "Do you believe in fairies?" And I had said, of course not, and Ella in her turn said, I don't believe in fairies, but they're there just the same. And everyone, modern young folk all, nodded and murmured their agreement. I stuck by my original answer, back then. Now I'm not so sure. Sunlight streams through the window and I wake. I smell the bacon, so I get up and go downstairs, after dressing simply in a tee and shorts. Good morning. Etain is cheerful and looking cute in some of the clothing we bought for her on Friday, a lemon tee and white shorts, her bare feet tucked into comfortable slip-ons on the flagstone kitchen floor. Sitting on the wooden cutting board is one of the hot black cauldrons from next door, a little bacon-flavoured steam coming out in wisps about the cast-iron lid. Is breakfast nearly ready? I ask, selfishly thinking that I could easily get used to this. Aye, just slices of yesterday's bread yet to toast. You have no toasting forks here, so I brought some over. There's plenty to go around between the 2 homes. And I brought a jar of Bebin's honey and raspberry jam for the toast. There's a whole stock of it in the cellar. You've a cellar? Kawimi calls from the doorway, stood there in her pink unicorn-printed PJs rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Aye, it runs under both parts of the original cottage, but there's only one entrance. There's a load of stuff down there, including a still. I think Piotr Wisniewski made Polish vodka similar to our poitin. Awo! Kawimhe begs. I love attics and cellars. Can we explore after breakfast? Aye, of course. Etain laughs. And you duck and come too. Not if they're spiders as big as rats, I won't, I say. I'm a fully paid up nervous nerd when it comes to attics and cellars. Or get away with you, there's nothing to be afeard of. Is that where you keep your broomsticks? I say, trying to add a little humour. Broomsticks? Etain queries. Broomsticks, Kawimi says, coming into the kitchen and picking up a toasting fork and a slice of soda bread. They are associated with witches, and he thinks witches use them to fly on. Really? Etain, I've never heard of that before. So, Kawime, I say, you know the conversation that Etain and I were having last night? Well, Dad, she replies. We discussed it yesterday. Isn't it amazing that neither Aunt Katie nor Etain can see our future, yet they see everyone else's? That's got to mean something. If she hadn't read Mum's future and found she couldn't read yours, we'd never have ended up living here in this house. You mean that Katie foresaw that Ella would die in childbirth? Duh, of course. That's why she dropped the price, so you could afford it, as well as your plans to make it a family house. So Aunt Katie spent a lot of time with Mum during her pregnancy and was always willing to babysit, because she discovered that she couldn't read me either and knew that we would be family one day. Only it took her a long time to persuade Etain that she was the one for you. I am devastated. Not only have I just realised that Etain wants to seduce me, not because I am a desirable hot single man, but because she can't read me, and that she believes I am destined to be her paramour. And secondly, that Katie knew beforehand that Ella would die in childbirth before we even moved to Thurles. If Katie had mentioned this to us at the time, maybe we could have changed our destiny by deciding to be childless or took the adoption route, and Ella would still be with us. Sorry, you two, but I must go lie down and be left alone to think, I say as I get up and leave the room before the tears become too noticeable to hide. Because I had tossed and turned all night, I pull the curtains closed to shut out the daylight, and almost as soon as I lay my head to the pillow, I drift into a fitful sleep, where I dream of my lovely late wife Ella, who was taken from me so cruelly and far too soon in our all too brief marriage. I am reminded that I first saw my wife-to-be, Ella Bernadette Walsh, in a cork pub quite close to the student dorms. It was back in 2004 when I was a 23-year-old postgraduate student from the US, and she was a freshman on a degree course in Cork. Ella was 19 and very smart and was training to be a chartered accountant. She was beautiful but shy, wore glasses and hid behind a wall of bright red hair. She was conscious of her puppy fat that she couldn't quite shift, and she didn't go out much. But that night she had been persuaded by her new student friends from her freshman dorm to go to a pub near the campus. The bar was crowded and boisterous with young drinkers at the start of the first semester. It wasn't my favourite pub, but I was a month into my stay here, far from home, lonely, wondering if coming here was as good an idea as I first thought, and I was looking for company, not necessarily female company. Okay, I probably was looking for opportunities to get laid. Being a post-grad, I was 3 or 4 years older than most of the bar's drinkers. Back home in the US, they all would have been too young to drink, yet here many were already seasoned teenage drinkers. It was Ella's hair that I saw first as I was ordering a solitary pint from the barkeep, and looked around as I waited for it to be poured. Ella's hair was very red. It was voluminous too, both curly and frizzy and long down her back. It shook and shimmered as she spoke animatedly to her new friends, 8 girls all together sitting around 2 tables pushed together. All were laughing at what Ella was saying. I say she was shy, but she was bright and brilliantly observant with a sharp wit, which had been loosened by a few drinks. I stayed at the bar, sipping my relatively warm pint of black stuff and watching her, fascinated. She tossed her head around and, although her main focus was on the table, she looked around the room too. Male student visitors to the table were constant. They were being bought round after round of shots, particularly ones set alight, and I was actually on edge, worried about her hair catching fire. Maybe she noticed my concern and the close attention I paid her, and she kept looking over in my direction. She must have said something to her friends because all 8 girls looked around at me at the same time. Damn. Now I was the shy, nerdy guy who felt embarrassed by the unwanted spotlight, but I realised that I had naturally struck a pose without realising. I had my back leaning on the bar. Being tall, I had relaxed with my elbows resting on the bar counter behind me, and one heel nestling on a brass footrest, so my leg was cocked at a comfortable but provocative angle. I was new to Dublin. It was early October and cold and wet compared to California. I was used to wearing shorts and cotton tees back at home at this time in the fall, but here in Ireland I was going through a corduroy jeans period. They were thick and warm. Although I was on a postgrad scholarship, which paid my university tuition fees, while Mum and Dad paid the rent on my tiny apartment and the cost of budget airfares, money was still tight, and several pairs of corduroy jeans, really bright and clearly unpopular colours, were bought in a sale out of desperation on my part to be able to keep warm and dry. That evening, even my shirt was a thick weave cotton, and over that I wore a smart leather jacket that my favourite aunt had presented me with for my 21st, and my comfortable mid-calf boots, so I thought I looked a little garish colour-wise, but not too out of place in a bar filled with young kids, so I was confident that I looked an okay dude. So, when these 8 pretty chicks checked me out, I maintained my pose at the bar as relaxed as I could, gripping my half-drunk pint in one hand, and I gave them my usual crooked smile and a John Wayne 2-fingered salute with the other hand. Ella later admitted that she thought I looked hot, and all the girls on her table agreed with her. I only had eyes for the girl with the red hair, her huge eyeglasses, emerald green eyes, and cute, unblemished face. If I believed in love at first sight, and now I really do, that was the moment that Ella stole my heart. I was too shy to approach the table. I saw other guys kept buying them drinks, and the redhead girl, I didn't know her as Ella at the time, got steadily more and more drunk. When one of the booze buyers tried to pull her out of her chair to separate her from the others in the girl herd and take her outside, I stepped in. All the girls were wasted by then, and Ella couldn't even tell me where she lived, so I took her back to my apartment. It wasn't far, but I had to carry her for the last half of the walk. She projectile vomited in my tiny bathroom. I sat on the floor with her, keeping her lovely hair out of the toilet bowl until her stomach seemed empty. I propped her up in bed with pillows behind her to stop her rolling off onto her back, and I slept on the lumpy sofa that was at least 2 feet too short for my sleeping comfort. Ella was deeply embarrassed on Saturday morning when she woke late and alone in my bed and realised she didn't even know my name. We quickly made introductions, and she was grateful that I had not molested her. I explained that a belligerent youth was trying to drag her off, and none of her female friends were in a position to do anything about it. She was shocked, but admitted she hardly knew the other girls, all having only moved into the dorms in the previous few days. I plied her with lots of drinking water and aspirin, and walked her safely home to the female dorms, and managed to get a date with her for the next Friday night. One date turned into a string of dates, and we soon became inseparable, even though we both kept up to date with our respective courses of study. I married 21-year-old Ella Bernadette Walsh in 2006 in Cork. I fell for her because for me it was love at first sight, a feeling only reinforced by every waking moment I spent with her and getting to know the wonderful person that she was. I think she only gradually fell in love with me because around me she felt safe, was more confident, funny, and her bubbly personality was allowed to be released. She regarded me as her white knight and often called me Sir Richard. As a newly married couple, we rented a flat in Cork for a while then. After qualification, her parents, Bernie and Bill, offered to match the money I had saved as a deposit on a house. We wanted to buy a house in a small town within an hour's commute by train from Cork, but Elle fell in love with one half of this pair of cottages on the edge of Thurles, which was 1h17 to 1h24 minutes away by train, and we were 4.1 kilometres from the town station. She commuted by train to Cork every weekday, while I used our only car to call on offices where I serviced computers and systems, mostly in the towns in the south of Ireland. We were delighted to find this old cottage, and at such a low price that we were able to raise enough finance to modernise it into a family house. Then, Ella fell pregnant and broke my heart when she died giving birth. If it wasn't for our kind neighbour Katie Wisniewski's offer to babysit at all hours of the day and night, I would never have pulled through and brought up my daughter Saoimhe. Now I find out that our kind neighbour, who was so helpful while I dealt with the tragedy of losing a wife and the responsibility of a baby to look after, had known all along that my lovely wife was going to die, and she did nothing about it. I feel I have lain in bed and grieved enough for today, and, looking at my cell phone, I find I have been here tossing and turning for 2.5 hours. I can't blame Kawimhi for mentioning the foretelling of my wife, her mother's death so candidly. After all, she never knew her mother. She has lived all her life with just a father and monthly visits to or from her Irish grandparents in Killoglin, Co Kerry, and roughly annual visits to or from my parents in California in the halcyon days before COVID. She has fond memories of her Aunt Katie next door, while I am now filled with a loathing rage for her deception. Why hadn't Katie warned us that she had read Ella's future, that she would die in less than 2 years after we moved to this house? Could Katie have done something about it and wished us not to have children? We could have adopted. Anything to save my sweet Ella. Could she have prepared me for this tragedy? Still, nothing I can do about it now. And I cannot blame Etain. She wasn't here 10 or even 12 years ago when we first moved here. She's only the messenger, and she says that can't read my future either, nor Kawimhi's. I've got questions and I need answers. Besides, I missed breakfast and it's getting on for lunchtime. I am met with a girly whoop and a cry of "Daddy," followed by a guided missile of pretty solid daughter who hits me in the doorway between the foot of the stairs and the kitchen diner. Kawimhe is a continually prodding reminder of Ella, being almost a clone of my dead wife. I am not always reminded of my late wife, but now, when I, having been thinking about her for most of my dreams, and, being awake these past recent hours, seeing the top of her head as she buries her face in my chest, I feel awash with emotion. Not pain or sorrow, nor regret. No, I am filled with love, without regret. For Kawimi to even exist, the thought insinuates into my consciousness, then Ella was the sacrifice which made her possible. I look up. Etain is in the kitchen, frozen, looking at father and daughter sharing a moment that she is not a part of. Leaving one hand holding my daughter, I raise the other and stretch it out in silent invitation to our house guest, a guest who promises more than just a presence. Our eyes lock and she drops whatever unseen implements she holds and runs towards us. I smile as she automatically rubs her hands down her apron, which makes her run like only a girl runs, all hips, the flap of the apron as her knees kick the material up, which never has time to settle before the other knee kicks it up again. All seen in the periphery of my vision, our eyes never leaving each other's eyes until the last moment when her smiling face buries itself into my shoulder. I clap these two angels to me, one a tiny Titian pixie, the other a slightly built black-haired goddess, and feel 2 wet spots growing on my tea as the girl's emotions express themselves in tears and desperate embraces. I kiss Etain's head, then stretch down to kiss Kawimi's fuzzy top of her head, the action moving Etain away from my shoulder. Kawimi looks up, her face wet with tears. "I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't think that bringing up Mummy would upset you so." Etain explained that knowing when someone is going to die when there is nothing that can be done about it is difficult to grasp. It's like discovering a cancer inside someone you care about that has too firm a grip to let go. That she was my mum that it happened to means so much more to you, because she was your whole world. But for me, she was someone I never knew. I've seen the pictures, I have one on my nightstand, but she's a stranger to me. She allows a sob to escape before continuing. "You had a wife who you loved enough to have a baby with. I've never known what it is like to have a mother, so her loss is not something I've ever really had to cope with, because you've been mum and dad all rolled into one for me all my life. Now, hopefully, you will fall in love with Etain and I could have a real mummy at last." "It's a bit early for that, sweetie," I say. But as Etain is also looking up at me without expression from where she presses into my shoulder, I kiss them both again, this time on the forehead of each, and they smile back at me. "Let's take this one step at a time, my pair of sweethearts," I say. "I need a coffee immediately, and then let's get lunch prepared and out of the way, and we can sit down and clear up what is happening to our family, okay?" "Okay, dokie, Dad," Kawimi grins. "Absolutely," Etain says before reaching forward and kissing me gently on the lips. Her soft lips melt into mine, her hand ruffling the short hairs at the back of my head. It is only for a few seconds, But it feels nice and I feel relaxed as I felt once before when she kissed me. Are you working your magic on me? I ask gently, without censure. A little, only a little, Etain admits. Only to relax and smooth you, Richard. I, or certainly we, upset you earlier with our thoughtlessness, and I sense you are still tense and concerned. I want to assure you that I desire only for you to be happy. My happiness is secondary to that. I think you know what I want from this, whatever this is, and I know you have concerns about who I am, what I am, and about the relationship you once had with my sister. I had thought that we were friends who looked out for one another. You were friends. Caitlin loved you both, Richard, you and Ella. Etain says, I know you have concerns that Caitlin used you, had designs for your future, and therefore allowed Ella to die for reasons known to herself and not divulged to you. Some of your concerns holds truth, but not the whole truth. Come, you are thirsty and hungry, and Kawimi and I have prepared a vegetable soup for our lunch that will be easy to heat up for an early lunch and will lie light on our stomachs while we face a few facts about what has happened in the past and what possibilities remain for the future. All our futures. Lunch is as delicious and light as Etain promised, cooked on our stove, with Kawimhe having showed Etain how the electric oven and ceramic hobs worked. Kawimhe and I had often prepared simple meals in the kitchen together, as I had played the mom side of bringing up a lively and inquisitive girl on my own. She enjoyed food prep more than I did, which was a bonus for me, and I often praised her for the great job she made of learning to cook. Afterwards, we sat in the backyard as the day was warm with non-threatening fluffy white clouds in blue sky, and the back of the house faces due west and benefits from the afternoon sun. Summer in Ireland is always wet. It is why the country is so green and lush, but today was one of those dry ones reminiscent of the spring, which is my favourite time of the year in this part of the world. Caitlin did not see you and she is a couple, Richard, Etain says as we sit comfortably after lunch in the unfolded canvas chairs that I keep dry in the garden shed, with Kawima perched perilously close to the edge of hers, swinging her legs while rapturously glued to every word that Etain spoke. Well, she was an old woman, in her 80s at least, I guess. Even if she was, I don't know, 1600 years old. She is actually 4 years older than I am, Richard. She smiles at me with almost a smirk. But she was some 20 years or so behind me before she first visited the Otherworld. And that made a 60-year difference. No, of course not. She smirked and stared at me intensely, and I sat up in shock, gripping the arms of my chair and almost rising to my feet until the moment passed. What the hell? I exclaim. Just for a few seconds, Etain had turned into a white-haired old lady with wrinkles, and just as instantaneously, turned back again to a youthful 20-year-old. Kawimi reacts only to my reaction with, "What's wrong, Dad?" She doesn't appear to have noticed any change in Etain's appearance. Etain turns to her and explains, "I can fog the minds of people, sweetheart, and only the people I want to influence. Just for a moment, your daddy saw me as Caitlin allowed you and your father to see her, as an old woman. Whenever I visited, and that was never during the 12 years while your father, Ella, or you were here, I would have seen her as she really was, a beautiful woman in her prime, apparently looking like a 40-year-old who had taken good care of herself. Her husband, Pyotr Wisniewski, would have enjoyed seeing her as a beautiful young woman all his life until he died aged in his 90s, but to everyone else, in the post office, or when she was collecting her messages, would have seen her aging gracefully from her 40s through to her 80s during the most recent years she lived here. That is how she lived anywhere without question, and in Dublin and in Cashel before that, changing her appearance back to a young woman as she pretended to be her aunt's or grandmother's heir. It is how she was able to get away with living here on and off for about 200 years, since she had this cottage built. Is this magic? I ask. If magic is anything that witches can do that you cannot explain by your knowledge of science and matter, then yes, it is magical, but for us, it is perfectly natural. Remember, witches are famed for potions and fortune-telling, and sometimes we use misdirection so that expectations of our customers are realised. They expect us to look into crystal balls, or examine tea leaves in cups, but we really don't need to do any of that. Look at that bee over there. I can see her future just by her closeness. I know where she was flying today, what flowers she will visit, and when she will return to the hive. If I allow myself to delve deeper, I can see when she will die. Yes, I can see the sun is shining and she is nestling into an almost ripe sunflower, so it is late summer and she is overcome by exhaustion and she dies, happy and contented, pleased to have lived a good and productive life. I cannot tell when exactly that will be. I can only feel when it will be. Caitlin was able to see your Ella die as she gave birth to Kawimi here. She told me she could see her as a young woman, exhausted, in pain but happy, that she learned she had a daughter before she passed and also content that you would not be alone. Oh my God, I murmur. Etienne and Kawimi hold my hands. She knew, Richard, Etienne says. She knew that she would die in childbirth. Caitlin told her that much, and she still went ahead with bearing your child because she loved you that much. She knew. My tears start flowing unchecked. My chest heaves with unbidden sobs. I stand and the two girls embrace me. I am powerless and let them hold me, as in my mind I relive that dark night in the maternity department of the Clonmel General Hospital, where my soulmate died and the baby we created lived. Now I have to live with the thought that Ella knew what would happen to her all along, and she had prepared me for this eventuality by insisting that I attended every prenatal clinic during her one and only pregnancy. It is almost too much to bear, but I am not alone, and somehow I feel that maybe Ella is still watching and caring for me. Tell me about Caitlin, I ask of Etienne. I am interested to find out more about my former neighbour, and what influence she had on my late wife, and why she appeared to want some relationship between Etienne and me. Caitlin was frustrated by the king's curse which banished we three sisters to the mountain all those years ago. She was the only one of us that was widowed and wanted a new father for her young son, and more children to follow. So why were you and Bebhin in the suitors' race for the hand of Finn McCool? I ask, knowing very little of the legend. Were you both after a husband or taking part just to support Katie? I, mostly to help Caitlin win the race. Neither Bebhin or I were interested in marrying Fionn. I was a messenger with the king, a job I was the best there was at. Beb had started out as a messenger before me, but was more interested in making medicines based on honey. Caitlin married young, to a coastal farmer. She had had 3 young children, but the 2 youngest had only recently been killed along with her husband. Deaths were common in babies, even with witch medicine and witches' healing powers, but even a witch can do nothing about pirates and marauders, and more Irish people were killed by invaders in those times than died by natural causes. Caitlin had been a messenger, but as a married woman she became an experienced midwife and was away from the farm that night, staying in the nearby town with a woman in labour. Her eldest boy was about 5 and he had the sense to run and hide from the pirates. Poor Aunt Katie, murmurs Kawimha in sympathy with her once babysitter. Aye, Etienne agrees. She was never the luckiest of us. A woman found it as hard to raise a child on her own as you did, Richard. Caitlin was aware of that as she helped you with Kawimi whenever she could. Caitlin was employed as a runner, a king's messenger before us, and had given it up to marry and work the dairy on the farm as well as midwifery. Beb and I helped keep her pace up as we ran the mountain path in that race, and we were certain that Caitlin would win the hand of the great hero, until that bitch Grain appeared from nowhere and neither Beepin nor I could catch her. We were so puffed by then and she was fresh as a daisy covered in morning dew. So you hatched this. Spell was it? I ask. A witch's curse can be a powerful thing, Richard, especially when delivered with passion, Etienne reflects. Not every witch can curse to make something momentous happen, but Caitlin was the best curser of we sisters able to do that. But with all 3 of us working out the best phrases for the curse, and Beba's heady and sweet concoction of honey and beeswax perfume, we successfully persuaded Greenie and one of Fionn's right-hand warriors that they were in love with each other and they immediately eloped during the wedding breakfast. But you didn't get away with it. No, we didn't, but we didn't care. We wanted to right an injustice. In truth, Gran was happy with her new mate and their life together. They had 5 children and lived a long life together. It was a powerful curse and they were in love for life. Even Fionn saw the funny side of it during the brief court hearing. I suspect that it was Grain herself who had paid for a love potion of her own to help her woo the great hero to desire her heart and body. But her potion was nothing to the power we three sisters together could bring to bear. Etain laughs. Remember, Richard, witches cannot use potions or magic to influence a man to love them, or even a close relative, especially someone who is linked to the witch in a known or unknown way. A witch's prayer is only that, a prayer, a hope. We cannot use magic to benefit ourselves. Okay, I think. She can relax me with a touch or a kiss, but still leaving me aware of it. But then Ella could relax me or excite me by a look or touch. Being with Caomyi and seeing her grow and learn also affects me emotionally. Seeing a pretty girl in passing or something humorous seen in everyday life can also please or antagonize as they occur. Those are organic reactions, so I don't feel at all threatened by Etain. Do I accept she is a witch? Yes, I do. The beehives, the tidying up of my junk, the well-being I've felt in these last 2 days, even allowing for the shocks to my system, make me believe. Oh, not sure if it was anything to do with her, but the karma for that truck driver with the runs, well, it seemed to me like Etain either foresaw it or... and that doesn't bear thinking about. Do I feel she will have a positive influence on my future and, more importantly, Caomyi's future? Yes. Even though I have only known her for 2 days, I find myself happy about her in my life. I almost regret offering to call the electric company tomorrow and having to face her moving back to Katie's, now her, home. We are relaxed in the backyard, talking about those distant olden days of Ireland's history, sitting in the sunny backyard of our ancient cottage. The bees lazily floating back and forth to the new hives set up only hours ago, yet they seemed as though they'd comfortably been sitting there making sweet honey forever. So the hero of all Ireland wasn't too put out then? I ask, grinning. I watch Etain, who appears lost in thought, no doubt sending her mind back to the Mountain of Slievenamon all those years ago, long before Irish history was ever written down, a dark age of romantic conjecture and mysterious myth for us living in the modern age, but all too real to a young maid whose life was irrevocably changed through a princess's desire to marry an old and worn-out hero. Ha! Etain resumes after her pause to think. Fionn was in his cups on honey wine, while we sisters were tied up together on the beaten earthen floor at the side of the great hall and denied food, drink, or creature comfort. It was the king that was most angry at us. He could do little to punish his wayward daughter Gran. She was already away on the road with her lover before all the guests had been served their wedding breakfast. He had patrols out searching, but she managed to elude them for many years. Of course, the king knew Caitlin, Bebhin, and me well. Hadn't he told us his most secret messages of trade, politics, and intrigue for the past 7 or 8 years? You were all messengers. Our mother was once a messenger, we were runners. But we were also poets who could render the message in verse and learn the lines and deliver them as quickly as possible. So there was no hiding and getting away. Not a chance. Gran knew who we were, as did most of the courtiers. So Cormac summoned all his advisors and the witches in his employ, that he knew would all be jealous of my family. Thus we were convicted by a hastily drawn-up court with King Cormac determined to curse us to live on Slievenamon forevermore. Sadly, we couldn't have Caitlin's surviving child living with us, as there was no shelter and nothing there but bare rock to build a decent shelter with, nothing even to forage for us to eat. You were just left exposed on the mountain, merely for exposing a couple of cheats. Aye. Starved and abandoned we were. Family and friends slipped past the guards and brought us food and drink after dark, and we slept on the mountain and danced together at night, as the curse said we could never sleep anywhere except Slievenamon, and all young and healthy witches loved to dance in the moonlight. Poor Caitlin was, however, completely distraught, and she cried night after night as she mourned so for the loss of her only surviving child. But our mother, the witch Sapadama, well, she was an angel to us. She would travel up from the coast and bring Caitlin's boy Feynman to the mount several times a year, to visit with us for at least a day and a night. Others living near the mountain took pity on us and brought us food. We thanked them with fortune-telling and medicines, but mostly making love potions for them. Kawimi makes kissing noises with her lips and laughs, and we both join in the fun. Never in my life had I expectations of having so much fun talking to an avowed witch, but Itin is a fun person to be with, and her story is absolutely fascinating. Really? I ask between giggles. Love potions, and you a virgin? Itin grins at my embarrassment. Is that what you're asking me, Richard? Well, that's what you said you were last night. I counter as quietly as I can, conscious of my daughter hearing and understanding every single word. And yes, I can see Kawimi is looking at us both with an unreadable expression on her innocent and very attentive face. Itin agrees. I did admit that to you yesterday when you so cruelly shrugged off my advances, and with so little feeling for my own feelings. Hey, I'm a confirmed widower with some standing in this community. I never ever get involved in virgin territory. Kawimi giggles even more behind her hands, while Itin rolls her eyes, rather cutely, I notice. Damn it. Bepin and I were both wee maidens when we ran that damned race, and not so wee maidens we both still remain. Of Bepin's state I am certain as she was ever so determined, and though I love her as a sister, even I have to admit she looks plain. Me? Well, you know my position on maidenhood, Richard. I have staked my claim. She smiles at me and turns her attention to the entranced Kawimi, who is hanging on her every word. Love potions are not just an anonymous mixture of sweet-smelling plants, you know, my girl. The ingredients and even the process differs each time. Each potion has to be matched to the intended couple, so it works on them both, to entice them both to look inward and outward and heighten any spark that might exist between them. No spark means no burning flame, but even an unsuccessful potion makes both targets open and accessible to another who might be drawn in, to see one or the other of the targets as a potential lover. She then matches Kawimi's giggles and tries to suppress hers with her own hand, but the laughter from her lips and sparkling in her eyes escapes to torment me further. Love potions are powerful things that are not to be trifled with. No love potion really ever go to waste. They're not quite like smart bombs, huh? Kawimi says, her eyes bright with the way the conversation is going. That young lady is growing up quickly in this new atmosphere evolving in the closses of Thurles' household. And what do you know about smart bombs, young lady? I chip in. Well, they're always being mentioned on the news about Afghanistan and other places where there's war and conflict, Kawimi asserts brightly. So I thought, like smart bombs, they are only supposed to work when they're targeted on some terrorist holed up in a cave somewhere. So Itin's love potions are intended to hit the target and therefore there should be no fallout. But even smart bombs that hit their targets often leave consequences. Smartly, Amber, Itin says, giving Kawimi a squeeze. A good love potion is wonderful, and I will admit that Bepin and Caitlin always make much better love potions than I. Maybe your heart wasn't quite in it, I say without thinking. Damn, I think. Where did that come from? And delivered with a hint of unconscious venom. I recover quickly. Sorry, Itin. No offence meant to you. I don't know where in my immature head that pretty snide comment came from. Itin smiles at me quite sweetly in forgiveness, still squeezing my daughter, with both Kawimi's arms wrapped comfortably around her middle in return. It occurs to me that simply seeing Kawimi comfortably building a friendship and trust in this beautiful and smart young woman is becoming something of comfort to me. Kawimi does have friends of her own age at school, obviously, but there seems to be a bond forming here so soon after Itin has come into our lives. And I know that she missed Aunt Katie when she disappeared from our lives without warning only a few months ago, and needs a woman in her life. The afternoon is wearing on and, as the sun dips lower in the sky, it occasionally disappears behind low-building clouds, and the earlier warmth of the afternoon begins to cool quickly. I think we should be considering our evening meal, I say. Usually at the weekends, particularly Sundays, we have our main meal at lunchtime and follow with a light meal in the evening, but we only had your lovely veggie soup for lunch. So who's hungry? Me, Kawimi blurts out. But then she's always hungry. I cannot guess where she puts it all and remains so skinny. I could eat something, Itin admits, still grinning at Koimi's outburst. I go inside the house and look in the frig, not remembering the results of my Friday store run, which seems so long ago now. I have a leg of lamb in there that I had intended to cook today. It would keep for a few more days, along with the particular veggies planned to accompany the joint. I cook the everyday things quite well, including weekly roasts and regular midweek pot roasts. 10 years of being a widower with a hungry growing child has ensured that. I know that Kawimhi prefers the lighter meats like chicken and lamb to red meat like beef, which is my particular preference. But I find I have some sliced smoked turkey that I intended using for my own sandwiches at the beginning of the week, and have plenty of frozen veggies and packets of noodles, so I decide to do a quick stir-fry for tonight. I don't need to rush to do too much prep for that meal, so I put on some coffee for me and boil a kettle for tea for the girls, to tide us over until early evening. Etain has decided to stay outside while it is still light out, with the sun putting in rare appearances between the thickening clouds, so Kawimi fetches some blankets that we keep in a chest in the sunroom next to the kitchen. The girls' bare legs are warmly wrapped up by the time I return to the yard with the hot drinks and a packet of cookies for us to munch on. When the sun goes in, it becomes a bit of a grey day, but at least it's staying dry, I remark as I pour the tea and pass around the cookies. Talking of grey, Etain says, reminds me that we were talking about the apparent age difference between Caitlin and I. Yeah, you demonstrated pretty damn clearly that you can easily fog my simple mind, so I guess Caitlin can look like a 25-year-old. No, not at all. Her natural look is about 40 to 45, I would say. Etain smiles. Our mother was a looker all her life, attracting 7 husbands when in her prime, and all my 6 half-sisters were beautiful girls. So Caitlin's still pretty cute though for an older sister. For someone only 1600 years old? I snip. So how come there is some 15 to 20 years or so of apparent aging between the pair of you? That's all because, Richard, I am always naturally curious about everything in the world about me and... Which means you're naturally nosy. I can't help putting my big foot in my even bigger mouth sometimes. Let's just say I'm inquisitive and self-reliant, not prepared to sit on my hands and wait for something to happen. I am somewhere between Caitlin and Bebhin in that respect. I have always been happy with my own company, while Beb hates being alone but not the least bit interested in marriage, while Caitlin needs a man in her life and loves children. She married many times down the years, always faithful and loving, but she tells me that Piotr was the last ever man in her life, an existence she became weary of, and I helped her to the Otherworld. The Otherworld? Kawimi asks. Like the Underworld, where all the dead people go. No, sweetheart, Etain smiles. It is a place of eternal youth, health, abundance and joy. A few chosen dead people go there, but it is alive with happiness. It is a place known by many names, but the fairy folk I know call it Tir na Nog, a paradise where everyone lives forever. It is the reason that I look so much younger than both my sisters, and will never age. So you didn't stay young because of King Cormac's curse? I ask. No, we were confined to live on Slievenamon for the rest of our lives. I hadn't realised I hadn't grown old as my sisters. I was not quite as vain as Caitlin. There were no pools of water on the mountain, so see ourselves in and certainly no mirrors. Caitlin had a mirror brought to her and used it in conjunction with a brush to brush her reddish blonde hair until it shone like burnished gold. My 2 sisters often groomed each other. They were fast friends as well as half-sisters, and stayed close together even during her many marriages. One day, Caitlin spotted a grey hair while brushing Bebin's head, one which stood out against her dark brunette hair, and she pulled it out sharply and pointed it out to her. Bebhin calmly retorted that Caitlin had dozens of grey hairs at the back of her hair, and Caitlin was depressed after checking in the mirror, and moaned that she would soon be too old to attract another man to her bed, even one prepared to live with her on the mountainside. When I next visited them, which I did rarely even back then, they were curious as to why I still looked so youthful, having not aged a day in 20 years. You'd already been to the Otherworld? I state rather than question, to me it was obvious. Etain smiles. Of course. I soon took my sisters to the mountain portal, in the shape of a cairn near the top of our mountain, that you have to both approach at a particular angle, and be recognised by the portal as belonging to or permitted to enter the Otherworld. We went to the portal in the dead of night, and I easily sneaked them both in. Both my sisters were amazed that the Otherworld was just as our world, with open blue skies and lush woods and abundant wildlife. Bebin immediately plucked a ripe lemon from a tree, but I told her not to eat it until we returned to our own world, otherwise she would have to stay there forever. She then picked herself an orange and discarded the lemon, saying that it would taste much sweeter when we got back home. "You knew of oranges then?" I asked. Of course, my stepfather was a trader from Africa. He was a man of substance that sent ships to every port in the known world, and we had more fruit and sugar in our household than anyone had ever seen. Anyway, my two sisters discovered that they no longer aged, and they could enter the Otherworld at that, and many other portals. But leaving a portal from the Otherworld was rather a lottery, as they could end up anywhere in Ireland, and, due to the curse about sleeping on Slievenamon, then they have to get home to our mountain before they fell asleep, otherwise they were cursed to never wake up. That was the major part of the curse upon us. But anyone going to the Otherworld would live forever? Kawami asks. Why would they die? Well, honey, the laws of Tir na Nog apply in the Otherworld, and only work in our world when there is no conflict with other laws. The curse of King Cormac overrules those rules. Now that Caitlin and Bebin live in Tir na Nog, the curse from this world has no effect on them. Besides, immortality relies not just on a visit. You have to be invited and stay for at least a day and night in the Otherworld, without eating or drinking or sleeping. Even if you took a flask of water with you, the contents become imparted with the magic of the Otherworld, and then you mustn't drink it either, if you intend to return to this world. When you return through the same portal, even having spent as long as several days in the Otherworld, only a few hours will have passed in this world. So, how did you first get into the Otherworld? I ask. Eten smiles warmly at me. You know I was a king's messenger and loved to run, and I ran everywhere. I was not only blessed with stamina, but I was as swift as an eagle on a dive. And I would avoid people, never engaging with folk on the road. I would run in every direction, always returning to the mountain every evening, where I also explored everywhere. I observed the several ancient cairns, and thought that one in particular looked like a doorway, a portal into the Otherworld. My mother, being a witch, was familiar with fairies, and was observant and taught all her girls everything she learned. Then I found one of the 3 cairns on the mountain, being used by a fairy one night. I ran so fast that I entered the Otherworld before the fairy could close the door, and I easily avoided capture. I sneaked around the place for a few days before sneaking out again. I was driven away by thirst, for my mother had warned me that if you sleep, eat or drink in the Otherworld, you can never leave. Wow, what a wonderful story, Kawimi says, looking at Etern as if she was a princess. Yeah, I know I am in trouble because I had to close my jaw with my hand. I'm sure I am looking at Etern as if she is a goddess. I have to say something, although I dimly remember having this conversation, but without Kawimi being present. So, you only needed something to break the curse keeping you on Slievenamon Mountain? Aye, Richard. Caitlin was satisfied with no more grey hairs, but frustrated by restriction to the mountain, and was aware that though she wouldn't shrivel up as an old woman and die, Caitlin missed her relationships with men. Sure, for many years she would meet men on the mount and couple with them. Word got around and she would meet many men as lovers, but found that she could never conceive again. So she frequently suffered from bouts of despair. Poor Aunt Katie. She was like a second mother to me, so sweet. I know she was old-looking, but we cuddled a lot and her skin was so soft and she never had that old woman smell, like my Grammy, my great-grandmother. Kawmi looks at me apologetically. Sorry, Dad, but she does. My grandmother, Mary Goldberg, died 2 years ago. She was 88, so I guess she did smell old. What happened to Bebin? Kawimi asks. Bebin was happy to remain unattached, and she spent her time gathering ingredients and mixing potions which she sold in exchange for food and clothing at the market in Cashel. But she would have to rush back on her mule cart before it got dark because she couldn't sleep away from Slievenamon. but customers also came to her at the mountain. Together we built a small cottage in the woods at the foot of the mountain where they lived, and I visited. It was Caitlin that discovered that there was a Slievenamon road in Clonmel with an inn, where she stayed out all night and slept. Even though there was no written sign, everyone knew it was the Slievenamon road. There were no signs at the mountain either, everyone knew it was Slievenamon. She took a chance because it was a chance she was prepared to take, as she was so depressed being away from people. So what did you think when she failed to return? At first, we were not worried. We often travelled more than a couple of days' distance. We just had to stay awake. But after a week, we were terrified that she'd died. When she came back a week later and told them where she spent the night, we sisters ran in every direction. Well, Bebhin used her mule cart and found several roads leading to the mountain that were called either officially or informally Slievenamon Road or Street, so we found we could extend our roving range and found places to live. Over the years, more and more roads named such were able to be used, including the odd close, drive, street or view. Caitlin soon set up a home in one of the roads and married a tailor widower. They had no children but were perfectly happy until he died 20 years later and Caitlin returned to the mountain. We were amazed, as her hair as white as snow, until she washed out the magic potion in a pail of water and as fresh hair grew, her natural red blonde locks showed through. We were just happy that, sad as she was to lose her second husband, she was pleased to be able to find release from our curse. I must get on with dinner now, I say. You've entertained us with your stories, but I've got a couple more minutes to spare. What was the story with Piotr Wisniewski? Ella and I moved here not long after he died. Caitlin married Piotr Wisniewski, who settled in Ireland after serving with the Free Polish Air Force during W2. His best friend was Sean O'Malley, and both were foreigners who fought in the same unit for the UK against Nazi Germany. When Sean returned home to Dublin after the war, he took Piotr with him because, he told Sean, he had been politically active before the war, and therefore couldn't live under the communists. Piotr courted and married Katie Byrne in 1950. She lived in Slievenamon Road in Dublin at the time, and when Piotr wanted to move into the countryside, she decided to move to Thurles in the same named road. She already owned this house. When you've lived a long time, immortals can save little bits of silver, gold and cash money over the years that can really amount to a lot of money. So both buying and keeping the houses that she lived in was no problem. In collecting regular rents from her houses, you can easily accumulate gold, and Caitlin was a smart woman. Bebin and I were living with Caitlin in Dublin when she met Sean and Piotr. When they moved here, I went back to the mountain, while Beb moved next door. I would visit a couple of times a year, but it was difficult for me to get here from Cashel, the nearest portal I knew. If I'd found the fairy ring in your garden, I might have visited more often. Piotr stayed friends with Sean all his life. Piotr passed in 2008, in his late 80s after 57 years of marriage, and I came up for the funeral. Bebin decided then that she had enough of life here, and she decided to look after her bees in the other world. Those are her bees in the hives, and most of those hives were hers. Are the bees in the other world different to our bees? Kawami asks. Yes, the otherworld bees never sting, and in their hives at night, before they fall asleep, they sing lullabies to each other. Really? Aye, of course. After supper tonight, we'll go out and listen until the bees all fall asleep, but you must be quiet. How will we know they are sleeping? Well now, when they stop singing, it'll go very quiet, and then you'll hear the queen snoring. Sure, now they make a terrible racket in the quiet of the night. Kawema's face is a picture. I look at Itane's deadpan face. She winks and smiles beautifully. And one of these fine nights, not before a school day, mind, she says softly to my daughter. It is still dark as I feel the bed mattress and I'll take you to the other world. And a draught of cold air momentarily chills me as the warm comforter is lifted to allow a freezing cold body to invade my cosy nest. Through bleary eyes, I can see Itane's grimly set pale face, thanks to a shaft of moonlight coming through my bedroom window, her long dark hair loose and wild, glistening wet. Where you been? I try to say, but my tongue seems to be stuck fast to the roof of my mouth and emerges as a strangled rasp with popping lips, something like, "Where you pop been?" "Dancing," comes the curt reply, before she slips under the comforter and turns herself away from me. A cold butt insinuates itself into my side as I lay on my back and shocks me into wide-awake mode. The last prior thought I remember of last night was Etain curled up on my shoulder as we fell asleep. Was that first cosy sharing of my bed with this beautiful creature nothing but a dream? Now, if you are thinking that this was the early morning after Etain had finally reached that milestone in her life that is euphemistically referred to as attaining womanhood, you'd be wrong. So keep your dirty thoughts to yourself, would you? Etain had been a woman in the brown-up adult sense of the word, for at least 6 times longer than my own country of birth had even been in existence. No. Last night we were both emotionally drained after our rather momentous weekend of revelation upon revelation, especially after my deeply asleep daughter Kawimhi had been carried up to her own bedroom for the night. Etain simply insisted that she didn't want to go back downstairs and sleep on her own on her last night as my house guest, and wouldn't consider any other option. I was easily persuaded. She put on one of my old tees that hung down to mid-thigh on her, yet looked sensational on her, and we gently kissed and cuddled under the comforter until we both fell asleep, exhausted but happy. Her womanhood, if we insist on calling it that, remains intact. Now, it is much later in the night, and I have slept alone for some time, judging by how cold my houseguest has become. I look at the pair of luminous dials on my battered old wind-up bedside clock, registering 7 minutes after 3 in the morning. That trusty old clock is the one that I had used throughout my time in college, and my father had used in his college time before me. It must be 50 years old and is an old wind-up Swiss folding travelling clock that used to have an alarm which no longer works, but it keeps excellent time and, before we had this cottage rewired, it was a boon whenever the electrics failed overnight and the radio clock on Ella's side registered nothing or flashing zeros. "Dancing?" I ask. No reply. The burrowing butt has stopped burrowing further into my rapidly cooling torso, and Etain is emitting a cute snuffling on her breath intake and breathing out with a warm, gentle buzz. She's already asleep in seconds. I, on the other hand, am wide awake. I nudge her gently. "Dancing." I pause for a moment and jab her more determinedly with my elbow. "Dancing?" I repeat louder. Dancing, just dancing." Etain mumbles sleepily. "Why?" "Love dancing. Wanna sleep, let me sleep." Etain's breathing buzzes again. "Where?" "What? Where? Were? You? Dancing?" I spell out. Well, not quite, but you know, demonstrating that I want answers. Now, not tomorrow, even though it is tomorrow already. "The fairy ring." Etain's voice has taken on a sigh of exasperation. "Our fairy ring?" I ask. "The one you found yesterday at the bottom of our backyard, overgrown and hidden among the fallen trees and impenetrable brambles. Of course, now where else would we be dancing at all?" She starts to turn slowly, stiffly to face me. We, my sisters and I was dancing and... She was fully turned by now and looking at me under hooded eyes, her head bowed slightly as if she wasn't going to tell me the full story, so I silently let her continue. A small smile forms on her lips as she no doubt recalls her love of this fresh indulgence in dance. "Well, Richard, brambles and fallen branches be naught at all when witches are wont to dance in the moonlight. Such barriers melt away by magic, by becoming a temporary part of the Otherworld, returning to leave no trace of us after we're done with the dance. So both your sisters came to visit through the fairy ring and dance with you." "All of my sisters came, and they came only after I summoned them to come." "All your sisters?" "All 6 came, because 7 witches is a perfect number for dancing in the moonlight. A most magical dance it was too. Our first with all 7 sisters together. It was lovely. I wish you had seen it yourself." "You were wearing my worn-out old tee in your dance," I say. I imagine it must have been quite a sight. "Ah, Comfortable old teas, particularly one smelling sweetly of the man in my life, becomes a wondrously diaphanous gown during a witch's dance, Richard. Am I the man in your life, Iten? I, of course you are, the only man in my life. It is the reason I am here, in this place, in this house, in this bed. I love you, Richard, and one day, I hope, you will love me in return. She looks fully at me now, her lovely face aglow in the moonlight. In time. Awkward or what? Reply to her with my feelings. Do I even know what they are? Really? I have loved and lost, can I? Even love again? My confusion, my hopes and fears? The Irish have the perfect retort to such questions. Feck that. Certainly for now, in bed together, such a response is impossible. Change the subject? Yes. Safety first works. I thought one of your sisters died when she was just a small child. Aye, so did I. Etienne smiles broadly. I now know that even witches, especially a young one like I was back in those days, can have her mind fogged by one with more power than I to fool me. By your mother? No, my father, well, my stepfather. I never knew who my father was at all. Well, I didn't know, not then. Not then. What now? I think. But then nothing surprises me in conversations with Etienne anymore. I am in a reality dream. Besides, 7 witches dancing in the moonlight, that was interesting, and I find my imagination running wild. Look, Richard, can we go downstairs to the kitchen and talk about this over a cup of tea? I'm thirsty after my dancing, and I need to look in your eyes in the light when we talk about this. Oh, I think. This is serious. What is she up to now? All right, we'll go down for no more than an hour, I say, getting out of bed. Monday's a work day for and a school day for Kawime, so I need to be up to get her breakfast, packed lunch and delivered to school. I usually sleep naked in the summer. Even though the evenings are now starting to draw in, the house is well insulated, but it's still noticeably colder than being snuggled up under the comforter. Yes, we do conform to the bedroom conventions of the European maritime climate, and we have a duck-down duvet. But I can't help but call it a comforter out of habit. With a young daughter at home to care for on my own, I do have a pair of pyjama bottoms in the bottom drawer of the nightstand for emergencies. She still has nightmares which wake us both from time to time, and when she was a baby, I did all the night feeds and diaper changes, or stayed up with her half the night with colds, flu or fevers, the usual child ailments that we have to go through. I already had a tea and boxers on this evening, having shared the bed with a nubile female for the first time in 10 years. So I pull on the PJs and feel acclimatised by then to the night temperatures to consider that the dressing gown that I use for the winter months isn't necessary. I'll put the kettle on while you get dressed, I say quickly and depart as Etienne gets out her side of the bed and stretches her long, slim arms, making the t-shirt ride up her shapely thighs. The kettle boils and I make the tea from the leaves from the little caddy that Etienne has left on the side, 2 spoonfuls and 1 for the pot. I rarely drink tea at home. We do keep a few bags in as some of the mums of Kaumi's school friends, who help with the school runs when I have to leave early or come back late from visiting customers, prefer tea, and sometimes they stop off for a cuppa and a chat when dropping their girls off for sleepovers and such. Even though Irish mums have just as busy lives as mums do back home, they seem to like to make time to talk about things going on in their lives, your lives, and pass on the general gossip over a pot of tea. Etienne pours when the tea has brewed, and we sit at our little kitchen table to talk. So you danced with all your sisters? I open. Aye, it was brilliant, she laughs. Joyous it was. We'd never all danced together before. 1 or 2 I hadn't seen since I was a ween, and 1 or 2 more I had never ever seen before. It was such fun, and so much joy and love that Kawime finally joined in. She really couldn't help herself by then. She was hopping about as we danced. I released Dupeasa's hand and we both held out our hands so she could join the ring. Wait, Kawime was there. She should have been in bed. She was. Well, she was earlier, until I woke her up. Etaine looked at me with raised eyebrows. Kawimhe and I spoke about it earlier, and she thought you'd deny her the chance if you knew we planned to dance in the ring beforehand. I'm her father. You shouldn't hold secrets from me. I know, but... Etaine chews her lower lip. You wouldn't have wanted her to miss a chance of dancing with a group of loving sister witches in her very own fairy ring under the light of the silvery moon now, would ya? No, of course not, I say. I am sorry I missed seeing the spectacle myself, but it was just dancing and singing, yes? Nothing happened that I would be unhappy about a 10-year-old attending and taking part in. Nay, of course not, Eatin snorts, in a fit of giggles. Did you think we were sacrificing chickens or slurping wine or poteen by the pint? No, I relax with relief. So she had a fun time dancing. Aye, she did have a grand time. She was perfectly safe with me and all my sisters present. There was safety in numbers and she felt perfectly at home. Well, I'm pleased she had fun, but it's a school day today, and if she's tired... Yet, we were hoping you would let her stay away from school today so she can learn more at home. And what would she learn about exactly? I asked dubiously. About who she is in relation to the world about her and about the other world beneath. I thought we would visit the other world during the day, when the fairy ring would appear less gloomy and frightening. You could come too. In fact, I think you should. I have work to do today. I have a 12 noon appointment to install and commission a new server in Cork. Perfect. I know a couple of convenient portals in Cork we could use even in daylight. How heavy is the, server you need to install? The server has already been delivered. I just need to be there for 3 to 4 hours to connect it up and commission it. Then leave it running for a night and day, monitoring performance from home, and go back on Wednesday morning for a final check and sign it off. So you could get by with a bag of tools? Yeah, I smile. Something like that. I've got a small bag I take with me with multimeter, spare connectors and cables. Great. So are you coming to the other world with me tomorrow? And I can't eat, drink or sleep there. No, you cannot. Otherwise you could never return to this world, not without help, and even then you would never belong here again. I can hold on for a few hours then. Would I be welcome there? Do I have to sneak in and out like you? I don't sneak in anymore, Richard. She laughs. I can come and go as I like, but I never sleep and always fast while there. I'm not ready to belong to the other world yet. But you are accepted, why? Because although I am a witch of this world, my father was a fairy from the other world, and through him I have free passage. Although I sneaked in that very first time all those years ago, to the annoyance of the fairy who I raced past, I recently found out that my father had foreseen my visit and had an eye on me the whole time I visited, and whenever I returned he was ready for me and observed me from afar. I only found this out from my sister Dupisa 2 months ago. I've not heard of Dupeaza before. What's her story? Etaine smiles, one of remembering pleasurable memories, I guess. Dupisa was my only younger sister. I'm the second youngest of the brood. When she was born, I was still a partly nursing wean about 2 years old, and for a short while we each shared mother's breasts. We shared a cot and later a bed together, and we were always very close. She was a sweet child, and I loved her so, more so than my other sisters who were still at home. I loved my stepfather too, being only father I ever knew. Who was your stepfather? Eloth. He was a tall, lean man, dark-skinned with glossy black hair which he wore long and braided. He treated Dupisa and me as if we were both his children. Caitlin and Bebhin were loved, certainly, but it never seemed as much as we youngest weans. What happened to Eloth and Dupisa? They died of the fever, I was told. My mother Sabadama took us other sisters away inland to get away from the pestilence, she said. But I only found out a couple of months ago that that was a lie by my mother. What really happened? Eloth was not of this world. He was from the other world, a member of the Tuatha De Danann, and he was forced to return by those in the other world that enforce the laws. So these other world dwellers can't come and go as they please. Etaine smiles. They can please themselves coming and going. It is when they stay and overstay their welcome that they can get into trouble. You see, way back in time, the Tuatha De Danann ruled the whole of the island of Eire, but then they were invaded and fought a series of 3 monumental battles with the present Irish people, who wanted to settle here, a Celtish tribe from Iberia. There were terrible battles, Richard. There were damaging losses on both sides, with no quarter given. Something had to give, or both sides would have been finished, and these islands open to fresh invaders who would have come in unopposed. So they agreed to divide the island into 2 domains. So, instead of a north-south or similar separation, one group went underground. I, the Tuatha De, took the Otherworld. Both sides were satisfied. The Celts thought they had received the best of it, the fertile green we know today. But the Tir na Nog was the land of the young, of milk and honey, so the Tuatha De thought they had the best of worlds. Yet you visit the Otherworld and have all your family there, but you constantly return to the Overworld. Why? Because here is where I was born and legally belong. Though for most of my life so far I haven't really felt settled anywhere, but I did feel an uncomfortable outsider in the Otherworld. She looks at me over the small table and lays both hands on mine. I feel my destiny lies here, Richard. My future. I have unfulfilled dreams to live here before committing myself to the Otherworld. As you must, inevitably. I know not. A witch is privileged to see the future of others, but barred from seeing her own. All I have are my dreams, and neither world has yet promised to deliver me those dreams. If your stepfather, who took your favourite sister away, had taken you to the Otherworld, you would have been happy to have gone. I would have gone in an instant, but then I was a child and I knew only one world, so I would have followed him anywhere. He took only Dupeasa with him, and my mother wouldn't allow him to take the other sisters. He told Dupeasa that he wanted to take all of us because he was all our fathers. He couldn't say long, so he returned to the Otherworld, but was always drawn back to this world by his love for our mother Sabhadama. And you believe that your stepfather somehow fogged your mother's mind every time he returned to this world and was actually all your sisters' fathers? We want to believe that. Dupeasa says that when he last returned to the Otherworld for good, that he was in doubt about some of the girl's parentage and was unable to convince Sabhadama that he was in truth her only husband. He had stayed here too long that last time, almost 10 years, and the fear from the Tuatha De was that the treaty between the 2 worlds would be broken, and that a new terrible war between the 2 peoples would ultimately destroy both worlds. Your father is therefore banished from this world? Apparently so. She smiles as she stifles a yawn. Sorry, I'm tired. Curses are not restricted to this world. Richard and I must endure mine in this world until the end of time, or until I am able to realize my dreams and go to that paradise, hopefully as a fulfilled woman and mother. You are tired, my dancing witch, I say, my own mind racing so much that I am too exhausted to think of consequences. Let's talk on this more once we are refreshed and rested. Perhaps I can send off some DNA tests for you and your sisters. DNA tests? Yes, they can tell your relationships, if you all have the same mother and father. Aye, Richard, that sounds a great idea. I'll explain DNA to them. So, we can consider visiting the Otherworld in the daylight, when the fairy ring is not so overwhelming, and then you can meet all my lovely sisters. Now I definitely won't sleep a wink. Coimhe is full of beans and breathless in describing her dancing with the witches under the light of the moon. I haven't seen her so enthusiastic about anything for years, and is acting more like a child again instead of her usual serious widower's housekeeper, a mantle which she had seemed to adopt in recent years. I held hands with Dupeasa, then Alana spun me around until I was giddy, and then I danced with Auntie Katie, and even though she was a beautiful young woman now, if I closed my eyes, she seemed just the same kind and loving old woman that I had known ever since I was born. Pauses for breath. You should have seen her, Dad. She was amazing. She turns to Etienne. Now please tell me again who is who. I get so mixed up and they are all so beautiful in all their lovely dresses. Who's the really blonde girl? Etienne smiles indulgently at my eager little girl. Towel Foyne. She was always very fair and very beautiful. She would sing all the time and accompanied herself on the harp. I was about 4 years old when I was told by my mother that she had been snatched by pirates, but really, her father had returned from Tir na Nog for her and took her away to learn the ways of the fairies. "So tell me all about your sisters, please, please," she pleads. My mother Sabadama was married 7 times to who she thought were 7 different men, and she had 7 daughters, but most of them left home while they were about your age or even younger. And we last 3 were taken from her and banished by the High King. "So who was the first of the 7 daughters?" Coumhe asks. "Afric was the eldest, whose father Credna worked as a carpenter who built grand longhouses, and he left his wife and child for several months to build a palace for the High King, but he never returned. Afric moved away herself when she was 12, when I was only a wee babe in my cot, so I never knew her at all. As you saw last night, she is dark-haired and brown-eyed, and she is simply brimming over and full of fun. I recently found out on first meeting her that Ifrik also worked as a messenger for the king. We sisters were all keen and efficient runners. She was captured and imprisoned, kept chained up for months for not giving up her message to her captors. And she was only about my age. Aye, we didn't really count the days, only the seasons, so birthdays never amounted to anything. I think she was maybe a year or 2 older than you, but boys and girls worked at very young ages back then. So she was a very young girl anyway, to be locked up in a dungeon. She told me she was very afraid, but resolved never to tell her captors her secret message, hoping that, if no word was heard from her, the king would assume the message was intercepted, so would have changed his plans accordingly, and with her messages losing value, that she would be released. Was she released? No, well, not by those that held her. But one moonlit night, a band of silent fairies made the prison walls disappear just like that. Etan loudly clicks her fingers, and they took Afric to the Otherworld, where she has lived happily ever since. As the daughter of a Tuath de Danann, she was entitled by right of birth to enter the portals and stay within the Otherworld for eternity. She rarely ventures out of Tir na Nog nowadays, but she answered my invitation to our dance gladly, if only to meet you, Coumhe. She was so sweet and kind, Coumhe recalls, and so light on her feet too. Who was the next sister in line? Ah, the blonde Cowfoin was next. Mother remarried a merchant when it was clear that Credna had abandoned her and Afric. A woman on her own with a baby would find it difficult, with only the income from poachings coming in. Cowilfoin was born about 3 years behind Afric, and she was very fair-skinned and strawberry blonde-headed. She was taken by pirates when she was 10, and, to be honest, I barely remember her from my childhood. But when we were first banished to Slievenamon, our mother admitted to us that Cowilfoin's father was a Tuath de Danann, and that they were not of this world and do not belong here, so therefore they cannot stay for long because of the old laws that were signed more than 3,000 years ago. And those laws cannot lightly be broken. The Tuatha de Danann are powerful, godlike people who tend to come and go between this world and the other world as they please. They are able to use real magic and much more powerful than whatever we witches can do. When her merchant husband left to return from whence he came, he took his daughter Cowilfoin with him. The pirate story was simply a story our mother told to Afric, and she in her turn told the younger babies as they came. So who was that new merchant husband? I ask. Etain smiles. Credna returned himself, but he fogged mother's mind so that she didn't recognise that he was her first husband returned. But he did tell her half the truth, that he was from the other world, and that he couldn't stay long. And she fell for him all over again? Aye, the Tuath de live under fewer constraints than us witches. We cannot use our magic to make someone fall in love with us, but the Tuatha de can, and they do so effortlessly because to us they are perfect and godlike. Ha, I interject, even though they lie and trick you with disguises and run away when the Otherworld police show up with an arrest warrant. True. They are beautiful and irresistible, and they are also selfishly shallow and care little about the mayhem they cause. But love them we do, and Sabadama was a witch who fell in love with the same suitor every time. But she was also determined that she could never to go to the Otherworld. Her first husband, Credna, never invited her, but according to my other sisters in the Otherworld, he had asked her every other time, and she never went with him. So where is your mother? She lies under one of the 4 cairns on Slievenamon Mount. She was brought to us on a donkey cart to spend her last days with us. She was old and frail, her hair as white as whalebone, but Bebin's honey potions and Caitlin's healing hands made her last 2 days and nights in this world a happy time. She had no regrets, knowing that by then, we 3 sisters had already become immortal in this world, due to our birthright and having stayed for sufficient time in the Otherworld for our bodies to change enough without permanently committing ourselves to the Otherworld. And when her time came to an end, we laid her to rest on the highest but one spot on the mount, a place where the setting sun would rest, to warm the stones before sinking into the ocean, and we 3 sisters piled up the cairn stone by stone and issued a curse on any man who disturbed her rest. Wow! I breathe out slowly, my mind imagining the scene, hearing them sing that curse in their ancient tongue as they gathered and carefully placed each stone. I can't envisage the words of their incantation, but I can hear the keening and feel the love, and see it manifest even now as a single tear rolls down Etaine's face. I gently embrace her across the table, and Kaimi rises from her chair and joins us in a group hug of empathy. Sit, Etaine enjoins. Please, so I can get the rest of my family on the table for you so that when you meet them, Richard, you will have some idea of who they are and their history. I release her and Koima seats herself at the table. Etaine wipes her eyes, sets her shoulders and continues. Alana was 2 years behind Cowwheel Foyne, and we were told she had died during her infancy. Before I was born, apparently she was fair-skinned with dark red hair and green-eyed, and so I was able to pick her out when we first reunited a couple of months ago. Again, it appears that my mother Sabadama was like catnip to fairies, and another Tuath de Danann courted and wed her, but now we know it was another of Credna's deceptions. Again he spirited her away while still a wean to his own world when it came time to return. Caitlin, your Aunt Katie, Koimi, was 2 years behind Alana. Her father, I was told, was Dagda, a river fisherman who could catch all the salmon they could eat without even a net. The fish were so charmed that they would jump into his arms. Caitlin was always proud of her father, and even though he has confessed to having 7 aliases, she still calls him Dagda in our conversations. Green-eyed and red blonde-haired, not the white hair you both remember. Caitlin was always fiery of temper and very passionate, which is why we got into trouble over Fionn MacQuill. And if she hadn't got you banished, we would never have known either of you, I can't help myself saying. I am already thinking that my life has changed forever, and cannot imagine it without the life force that is Etain in it. I cannot help a feeling of disloyalty dig as the nerves running up my spine to my brain, but I shake it off. I live in the now and have been going through the motions emotionally for a decade. I don't know about that, Richard, Etain smiles. Fate is a force beyond human reason, and I believe that fate would have found a way. Anyway, Caitlin married young and had 3 children quite close together, but lost her husband and 2 youngest in tragic circumstances. Because we 3 sisters were cursed over the Fionn MacQuill incident, she could never go back to live with her surviving child again. Her son Aodan regularly came to the mountain to visit, but she sadly had to watch him grow old and die. He lies under another cairn on the mount, close to the grandmother who had cared for him in the absence of his mother. That is so sad, Toime says. Couldn't he have gone to the Otherworld and lived forever? I, as her son, Aodan, was entitled, but by the time he died, Caitlin and I didn't know what rights we could have evoked. Besides, he loved his wife Bridget, a sweet girl, so much that he wouldn't go unless she could too. So, now we reach Bebhin, who was 2 years behind Caitlin, and once upon a time she lived in your house before you. She is a brunette with big hazel eyes like a deer but a plain face. She has always been a quiet, studious girl and woman. She so loved mixing potions, was oft cheated on, and her sweet nature taken advantage of by traders, although we sisters tried to protect her when we could. She is so open, honest and very trusting. She has always remained a virgin. Her father worked as a blacksmith, and we were all told by Mother that his heart simply gave out one day while working at the forge. In truth, he was chased back to the Otherworld, and this time he was unable to take any of the children with him. Your father. I'm lost for words that would give vent to what I feel. I'm only a father to one, not 7, but this man, god, wizard, whatever he was bad news. I know, Richard, but these beings are not us. They are not of our world where witches and man reside and in the main have thrived. But in time, as your knowledge of the Tuatha De Danann grows, you will, I assure you, have a greater understanding, perhaps enlightened even more than I have been. However, in the line of sisters, we have come to me, Etain. I was born 2 years behind Bebhin, and I am also a virgin. TMI, Etain. Much too much TMI. Kawime cringes, but then smiles as she looks at me with raised eyebrows, reminding me that I should be having that word with her sooner than I had imagined. Now my father was gone before I was even born. I only knew his name was Ogma, but in truth he was the same father as my sisters. The family had moved to the seaside very near the port of Cork by then, although it was not much of a port in those days, though many ships came and went. It was such a good harbour. My dear sweet sister Dupeasa was another 2 years behind me. She was dark-skinned and brown-eyed. Her father Eloth was a trader in spices and was also dark. I always thought he was from Africa because of the colour of his skin and that he traded in fruits I had never seen before. Again, he fogged everyone's mind, so even Mother never cottoned on to him being the 7th version of the same Tuatha Dé. Eloth stayed with us for about 8 years, which was his longest ever stay, although he made many long sailing trips, so in truth, he probably returned regularly enough to the Otherworld to satisfy the requirements of the treaty and used the portals to bring back fresh fruit for the market. And we all thought he must have been the quickest sailor in the world. Eloth and my sister Dupeasa died of a fever. When I was 10, that's what we were told at the time. And that was the last time my mother married. I was very close to my stepfather, Eloth. He was the closest person to a father figure in my life. Although Caitlin's last husband, Piotr Wisniewski, was a darling, who Caitlin felt she could never replace, and that determined her to leave this world, once she saw that Kawime didn't need her anymore. Oh, Etain, I did need her. I really miss her so much, Kawime wails. I know you do need someone, so that is one of the reasons I allowed Caitlin to persuade me to come here. The next few years can be tough on a girl with only one parent. I know that from experience, but it must be even harder than I had it without a mother or older sisters, who have endured the stages of change from childhood to adulthood. I think Bebin also felt that Caitlin's time here was running short and opted to move to the Otherworld first. Caitlin met your mother Ella as she was trying to sell both these houses, and after meeting her decided to take hers off the market and stay for a while. So you are staying here instead? Kawime asks hopefully. I, and will stay here for as long as I am needed. Thank you, Etain. Kawime reaches across the table with both hands, which Etain takes in both hers. Kawime squeezes her hands and releases the nearest one to hold onto one of mine. So I reach across and hold Etain's hand, and we all smile at each other. I feel like we are becoming a family, the first that Kawime has known. I sigh contentedly on Friday morning and remain in the warmth under my comforter, even though I feel the need rising within my bladder to use the bathroom soon. I think I can hang on a little longer though, not wanting to disturb Etain, whose lovely head is resting on my chest, her light snoring, reminding me of the slumbering bees who are probably only now waking up for another long day of foraging. Yes, Etain is still sleeping in my bed, 5 nights on. She has done so ever since she begged to stay with me on Sunday night after Kawime retired early ready for school next day, the poor girl exhausted after the excitement of the weekend with the unique Etain as our guest. I had been exhausted too, and I confess that I put up little resistance, agreeing with her sentiments that, although I know that I love you, Richard, I want to be absolutely certain of our mutual feelings before we, you know. Can I somehow soothe thy savage breast by singing to you? Well, it has been a long time for me to share a bed with anyone, let alone a maiden, and, even though it seems odd, even as the thought crosses my mind again, knowing she tells us that she's at least about 1600 years old, I just cannot help react to how young she looks and conscious too. That if we did settle into the long-term relationship that she seems to desire, when I'm 70 and clearly mortal and running out of time, she'll still look only 20 and as immortal as only a goddess can be. In a matter of just a few days, Etain has insinuated herself into every aspect of our lives, my daughter and I. Even though her house has had the electric power restored, and she still prefers cooking half our meals over her own open peat fire, she is learning to use our switched-on domestic appliances. She cooks our breakfast every morning and most of our main meals, and prepares Com's school snack box to take with her for lunchtime. So Etain sleeps with me at night, testing my resolve to keep my hands off her delectable body every night and every morning. Now she spends most of the day with me too, travelling to my various work sites in my car, or if I am at home making online meetings or updating servers remotely, she will do the housework or continue to explore the extensive grounds on her side of the cottage and forage for food that I didn't even know existed. Then we collect Kawimi from school together, which almost makes me feel that we are becoming a family. And of course, Etain has instantly got on with the moms that we share the school runs with. They don't have the same school bus system here as in the US, due to the short distances, and the schools are much smaller and more neighbourhood-based. Some of the mums were included me with moving eyebrows and winks. They think that Etain is perfect, but then they don't know that she's a powerful witch who can calm me with a touch and immortal, so she will outlive me and my child's children and my grandchildren's grandchildren. It is a lot to think about as we lie there at dawn. I think that she goes to the fairy ring too, and even went out Wednesday in the middle of the night, as I noticed her gone when I woke up alone in the middle of the night. I didn't hear her go, or even feel her return, but she was back here Thursday morning, much as she is this morning Friday. She snuffles and hums with a low drone sometimes. She never really disturbs me. If anything, her presence is a comfort. She is always warm to the touch. Monday, I had actually travelled with her through the fairy ring to a similar portal in Cork, behind a garage in an overgrown garden from where I called a cab to pick us up. They don't have Uber or Lyft in Ireland, but there are plenty of local cabs listed online. What of my brief experience in the Otherworld? Well, not much to say other than it mind-boggling to take in while you're there. I was only there for about 90 seconds on the way to Cork, and only about 5 minutes on the way back. First of all, the bramble area of wood in my backyard was replicated in the Otherworld. Only outside of the brambles there was no wood, just grassland and rolling hills as far as I could see, under a gorgeous blue sky, while in my backyard it was overcast and drizzling. We took one step, and the brambles disappeared back to the ordinary world, leaving us in grassland. We walked down a well-trod grass path, around a thicket, and into an unfenced and overgrown backyard. As soon as we stepped into that yard, the heavens opened up with heavy rain, and the garden was suddenly enclosed by a close boarded fence, with a boarded-up house at one end. Frighteningly unreal transitions from world into another and back again, with no sign of another soul, or devil or god for that matter. A gate next to the sealed-up and part-derelict house enabled us to get out of the garden into a Cork street, which was just a short cab ride to the office, where I had to spend half the day setting up and testing a new server. While there, the beautiful Etain, never far from my side, chatted and charmed all the men and women she met in the offices. She even went out of her way to touch one woman who Etain told me later she sensed had a difficult time in her immediate future, and had a quiet word of advice for her to avoid what was to happen. Etain said the woman was almost in tears in gratitude because no one had understood what torment she was going though, or had the solution that Etain suggested. Living with a witch is never dull, that's for sure. We went back home after my work, through a different garden, this one at the back of a pub, stepping out of that wet beer garden into the warm sunshine of the Otherworld again. This time it was a longer walk to find the edge of my backyard bramble patch, which took us back home in a matter of steps into overcast skies and the fresh ozone of recent rain. While I lie here reminiscing over my last 5 days with Etain, I feel her move. Looking down at her lovely head resting on my chest, I see her eyes blink open as she smiles at me. "Were you away with the fairies and dreaming, Richard?" she asks, her voice still husky from sleep. "No, I never dream. I was just thinking about our 2 short journeys through the Otherworld, and how strange that the transition seems so, well, neat and tidy. If it wasn't sunny there and raining here, I wouldn't even feel the transition. Well, now that I know I have a right to be there in the other world, it sort of takes the edge off. She grins. When I rushed past that fairy folk on my very first foray into the unknown, I was shaking with excitement and hid for all the days I was there from everyone, fearing that they would hold me until I was forced to slake my thirst and be trapped there forever. But you were not trapped. No, but I didn't know. I thought I was a trespasser and I still feel I don't belong. I still refuse to eat, drink or sleep while there. All the while I still have the calling to return to this place, the world of my birth. She sighs. Is it time to get up yet? No. We've 20 minutes before we need to get Koimhe up from her sleep and feed her breakfast. Were you out at the fairy ring last night? No, not last night. Remember, it will be Friday night tonight and I promised that we are going dancing together. She smiles. So, were you not dreaming of me just now? Thinking of you, yes. I seem to be doing a lot of that. Ever since you appeared into my life soaked to the skin a week ago, I seem to be thinking of nothing else but you. And now you're making me wish that I had listened to Caitlin all those years ago and met you and Sawimi then. I am sorry. It took me a long time to make up my mind what was best for me. I rarely act on impulse. Now I realize that you are the answer to my dreams, and my only worry is that I will not fulfill the promise of your own dreams. I never dream while I sleep, Etain. At least I never remember any dreams when I wake. Not even nightmares. No, Etain, never had nightmares. Kawimhe used to when she was younger. That is so odd, Richard, that you do not dream, or you think you don't dream. Almost everyone I've known dreams. I'll ask Caitlin whether that means anything. Now, what do you know of Irish myths? I only know of your Finn McCool, that he was a giant who made or destroyed the Giant's Causeway, in a fight with some Scottish giant. I think I only heard of him through Ella, possibly after she spoke with your sister Katie. I mean, I now know a bit about fairy rings and the like and about witches, but I only ever heard of the witches of Salem kind, but never heard of any witch stories in Ireland. We Irish witches are quiet by nature and we only do good, not evil. My sisters and I were caught out by a sense of injustice, not malice, and were punished for our reaction. Well, I don't blame you for what you did. They were cheats who deprived you of a deserved victory. Although the hero at the centre of the story was a cheat and liar, I say, adding, what other myths should I know? There are many, Richard. She smiles and with questioning eyebrows asks, so you've not heard anything of the Irish legends of changelings? No, I don't think I even heard of them. What are they? Ah, well, changelings are people who are cursed to occupy other people's lives, never their own. Often they bring mischief and devilment to normal children's lives. What, by taking over bodies and changing from a sweetened child to one who's been a permanent pain in the butt for the last couple of years? I say with a degree of feeling, but temper my comment with a smile. No, Richard, Kaumi is not a changeling. She is merely a girl forced to grow up quicker than she should because her only parent is a man, admittedly an adorable one, and doing the very best for his daughter he can. But Kawimhe needs a mother right now and will do for the next few years. You already censor this and dread telling her about sex and menstruation and strategies for dealing with it. I thought you couldn't read my future. I can't, but I know a little about you and know the solution. Etain smiles. And I'm applying for the job. It's the only job I've applied for since meeting the King of all Ireland somewhere back in the mists of time for my messenger role. Well, I say, giving her a squeeze, the job is yours, but I'm not sure what I can offer you in return. Your heart, Richard. Etain breathes in reply before she sweetly kisses my hairy chest with her soft, warm lips. That is all I want. Fridays drag some more than most. Well, most Fridays do, but this Friday drug on like the rain of Ireland had gotten into and dampened down the sands of time. But even in the worst of Fridays, there are always high points in every day, and the weekly coffee mornings my school run group hold every Friday is one of them. Most Fridays during the school year, around 35 weeks out of the 52, the group of moms that share our particular school run always get together for a coffee morning, even though most of them actually drink tea by preference to my favourite bitter brew. And we take turns to have it in our houses each week, so your own turn as host only comes up every couple of months or so. The group pick Fridays for our little get-togethers, as it is the day they collect their messages for the weekend. That means their groceries in local speak, during late morning before lunch, and they tend to do the housework in the afternoon. I try and work my schedule around them, especially when it's my turn to be host. Last Friday I had to give the coffee morning a miss because I had a sales appointment in Cork that I couldn't put off. But this week it is my time to host the event, so it is a must-do. It is basically a gossip fest for the moms, and I find the experience both edifying and terrifying. What is expected? Well, tea and coffee is obviously expected, with milk, sugar, various sweeteners and, absolutely necessary, is some kind of cookie or cake on offer, which is expected to be homemade rather than bought. Generally, we RSVP our likelihood of attendance during the week, so that the host knows how many are coming and can cater accordingly. There's about 10 of us in the group, all living south of Thurles, and usually 3 or 4 of us drive each day and pick up between 2 to 4 kids. So it works out that everyone gets roughly about 2 or 3 mornings a week off to do other things, which gives us work flexibility. I usually pick up Kawime every afternoon and occasionally the odd child or 2 in addition to drop off. We use the MeWe app among the group so we know who's picking up who, and it works brilliantly and no one gets left behind. I couldn't take Kawime to school last Friday or attend the coffee morning at Moira Duggan's house because I had to be in Cork early. But this week it is my week to host the Friday coffee morning, so I have to bite the bullet and go through with it. You'd think my testosterone would drown in a sea of estrogen at these coffee mornings, but while all the mums are my age or younger, and most are quite attractive and have become relaxed in my company, they are all happily married. I would say marriages are more stable here than my experience in the stated. Anywho, I have never bothered them with nasty pick-up lines, and do try my hardest not to ogle them when the weather is warm and they dress. Well, minimally, shall we say. I've never hit on them, and in response they treat me like an honorary mom. No, that's wrong. To them I am apparently a poor wee gossoon. They seem to have made it their life's work to pair me up. They introduce me to sisters, cousins and neighbours who just drop in for a chat, and when they do, the only seat available for them is sitting next to me. It's obvious, and I hate it, but they mean well, which makes the exercise, well, nice. Normally, we get 3 or 4 mums turn up for coffee or tea when I attend, and slightly more turn up when I don't, probably because I'm the main subject of the gossip. I can tell who attends when I'm absent because they are listed as RSVPs on the cell phone app, and it soon becomes obvious. This week, all 10 of them are coming, without a single one crying off. No doubt because all during this week, Etain has been joining me on my 2 morning turns on the school run and the 4 afternoon pickups so far, and now they want to know all about her. Meaning they really want to know about her and me rather than just about her. It would blow their minds the things I could tell about her. But I cannot, of course. On the one hand, who would believe me? And if they did and told anyone else, the knowledge of who Etain really was would destroy her life and ours. So, dear readers, if only for my sake, regard this whole thing as fanciful nonsense for our own amusement, would you not? Anywho, it means holding the event in my sitting room and borrowing Caitlin's kitchen chairs, as well as moving my own kitchen chairs into my snug sitting room to ensure we can all sit down with plates on our laps and mugs in our hands and still just about have room to breathe. Years ago, when Kawime started school and I was roped into the school run group and the coffee morning started, I had to go out and buy a whole load of mugs from a charity shop, and over the years, I have acquired a number of different designs that I felt were appropriate to individual members of the group, much to their amusement, and now most of the group have done the same at their own mornings. I have a number of mugs at other houses that are Stars and Stripes or Uncle Sam and one Captain America. Yes, I admit, I actually find these coffee mornings and the chat and gossip that goes on a fun hour or 2. That makes me feel more human than merely what I really am, which is a geek leaning towards lonely nerd. I usually make cookies or brownies for my host duties, but Etain offers to make a couple of porter cakes and a bannock, The first cake's made with beer, and the second a sweet soda bread with currants added. I wonder if the beer cake is wise, but Etine assures me that pretty well all the mums have spoken to her during the week about the upcoming Friday coffee morning at our place already, and between them discussed and agreed the fare to be served. I'm easy with Etine's choice as hostess, as I only have to fill the kettle and the coffee maker. Etine even makes her special blend of tea available. I do wonder about what's in the tea. As a non-tea drinker normally, I find that Etine's tea is both refreshing and calming. So, come 10 o'clock on the dot, the mums arrive en masse, and within 10 minutes we're all crowded into my sitting room with tea and cake. And once they settle, Etine simply charms them all as she recounts her version of how we met only the week before. She tells it a lot funnier than the way I told it to you earlier in Chapter 1, and I hadn't realised until now how much she had noticed and how serious and expressive my face had been in explaining to her about using the phone to ring the Garda if I tried anything on her, and what my face looked like when I stepped in the puddle up to my mid-calf, and when I handed her the towels and tried to avert my eyes from her nipples, as she describes the incident to the mums in excruciating detail. She actually tells them everything. Crap! I'm as red as a ripe tomato stuffed with chili sauce. They all laugh over how we met, the coincidence of us being next-door neighbours, and Caitlin being Etine's aunt, and how well the mums can see how she and Kawimi get on, and, nudge nudge, how well me and she appear to be getting along. Of course, there's no mention of our current sleeping arrangements, but do admit that we tend to dine the three of us together for convenience. No mention is made of witches or curses, kings, cheating princesses, or hulking mythical heroes. But she tells them she was born in one of the small settlements of Cork, close to the sea, but that she left there when she was a bare ween, and has lived in a small woodland cottage near Ballypatrick on the southern slopes of Slievenamon Mountain, until moving here to inherit her aunt's cottage a week ago. Of course, most of the moms being born and raised locally knew Caitlin well, and one or two even remembered Bebbin, and her jars of honey and the beeswax products and potions that she sold in the Thurles market, which sets off a round of discussion that the market is a shadow of what it was pre-COVID. Etine tells them that she now keeps bees like Bebbin did, and while it is a little late in the season for much honey this year, she will have plenty to share among friends in a year's time. Which in itself tells everyone that Etine is a permanent part of our neighbourhood, and they all give me that look.
Yes, we all know that look, do we not?
The special tea blend goes down just as well as the cake, and Etine has to promise to make more cake for their next visit, and one lady, Brenda Cullender, who complains of chilblains, is given an ointment that Etine fetched from the cellar next door, plus a jar of Bebhin's honey for each and every one of them. That might be a dozen years old, but honey never goes off. She says, if it has gone crystalline, just stand the jar in a bowl of hot water, why don't you, until the honey goes clear again and it'll be right as rain. I smile, thinking, I love that girl, and realise indeed that I love that girl. Right, Kawimi, I say to my daughter, if you want to stay awake for the dance at the fairy ring tonight, you need to get your head down for at least a couple of hours. Oh, Dad, she whines, I'll be far too excited to sleep. At least try, sweetheart, I say. You will be much more alert and will enjoy the dancing more if you are refreshed. I'll set the alarm on my cell phone and make sure I get you up in plenty of time. Honestly, you won't miss a thing. I'm going to have a wee sleep too, Etine says, which seems to end the argument. Kawimi does go down to sleep after supper and a cup of hot sweet cocoa, without too much objection. Hot sweet cocoa always makes me sleepy, so I hope it helps her relax enough to get a little sleep. I do have to wake Soime when we all get up at midnight, although the dancing is not going to start until about 1:15, when the moon will be directly overhead in our world. We do get well wrapped up first against the chill damp night, and we enjoy the adventurous walk as we make our way by LED torchlight through the backyard to what is now Etine's house, to the wood where we found the fairy ring. Once there, with Etine leading the way, as soon as we step into the bramble patch, the brambles melt away and disappear, while the overcast skies of our world clear and the 3/4 moon illuminates the ring perfectly. As I said before, these connecting portals between our two worlds seem to straddle both worlds, and what is overgrown or flooded on one side is open grassland on the other side, and, as we enter or leave the ring, we move between our world and the Otherworld seamlessly, so that it seems a little part of the Otherworld sits on our bramble patch. Then, out of the apparent shadows on the edge of the ring, the other 6 witches appear, and, without any preamble, Etain waves us to stay where we are on the edge, and she joins them in the centre of the ring. They start to dance hand in hand in a glorious ring of beautiful fluidity, all of them suddenly wearing flowing gowns. Etain had worn training shoes and jogging bottoms with a warm woolen coat over her sweatshirt in our walk to the fairy ring, but now she is totally transformed, wearing a diaphanous wisp of what could only be called clothing by a stretch of the imagination, and silver satin dancing shoes on her feet as she and her witch sisters dance in a ring, a flowing affirmation of elegance and beauty. Kaomi clings to my arm on the edge of the fairy ring as she watches on, fascinated by the dance. I am only a little less moved by the fantastic pageantry of fluid movement before us. After maybe 5 minutes or so of dancing, one of the witches peels off and approaches us as if she is on wings. "Kawaii-mi," she says to my daughter in a sing-song voice. "Go and join the others. They desire to dance with you again, while I take this opportunity to talk to your father." "Okay, Aunt Katie," she replies, before she eagerly jumps up, and, as she runs towards the circle of dancers, Caitlin describes a figure of 8 in the sky with her index finger while pointing at my daughter, and Kawami's waterproof anorak and sensible Wellingtons turn into clothing entirely appropriate to any simple cavorting dance of witches under the bright, bewitching moon. If I was ever in doubt at the tale of Irish mythology that Etain has woven for us for the past 7 days, I can clearly have no shred of doubt about it now. "My dear sweet Caitlin," I greet my former neighbour. "I've never seen you such before as you are now. You are indeed as beautiful as Etain described, and more beautiful than I have words to describe. And you, my dear Richard, are as charming and as handsome as ever. Now," she says as she kisses my cheek, squeezes my shoulders, then turns and we both face the prancing dancers. "Are you yet resolved in your relationship with my sister Etain?" "I do not know yet," I reply carefully and as honestly as I can, knowing there can be no secrets in the adventure that our realigning lives have become recently. Etain tells me that she loves me, and she tells me that constantly so that I can be allowed no doubt. I laugh, and I do find her absolutely fascinating. In her I know I would find eternal joy for as long as I live, but I must consider Kawimi before everything else. Kawima loves her already, Richard, and she is at the start of her time when she needs both a mother and a father, each for different reasons, both for her protection and her well-being as she develops into a woman. As wonderfully well as you've been in being both parents for her for so many years, it is now time for her to have a real mother, one who can take her through the next few steps to womanhood, and, when she has a family of her own and a man of her own to please, she will get the advice a growing woman needs. At the time that I left the pair of you, and that was partly what made me leave here to force her hand, Kawima's need was becoming more important than I was able to forego any longer. Etain had prevaricated for far too long until that point, and, well, our father was getting anxious. "Ah, I thought that the spectre of the Tuatha de Danann would rear his ugly head sooner rather than later." "Hush, Richard. You stand 2 meters inside the land of the Tir na Nog, and, while there are no walls about us, every tree, every daisy, everything has ears in this place, and the Tuath Day may not be pleased to hear of your disrespect. Yes, our father is involved as he is in everything, and I have myself had little to do with his interference, being only of the Otherworld for a short while. I know that Etain has told you of the changelings." "Wait," I interject. "Etain has mentioned them, but really told me absolutely nothing of them. What are changelings, and what do they have to do with me?" "Everything, Richard, everything," Caitlin whispers, "but I too know little of them. Only that throughout Irish history child abuse and infanticide has been blamed on changelings, where mothers and even fathers have believed that their normal children have become possessed by devils and changed beyond recognition. My father has been searching for a changeling forever." She waved a hand towards the dancers. My sister Afric will explain to you what you need to know. She is the eldest of us and has been here in the Otherworld the longest, since she was 12, Caitlin says. Etain barely knows Afric. She was only 2 summers old when Afric left us, and Etain only met her again a couple of nights ago. She pauses. No matter how many times Etain visited this place through portals such as this, she has never felt that she belongs here. Know this, Richard, whatever happens tonight, I know Etain truly loves you. She feels as though you two were meant for each other, and no telling her to relax and breathe will hold her back from that belief. If you decide she is not the one for you, then please let her down gently, and while we are here with her to protect her. She has always been alone in this world, and has not committed herself to this world, yet, and doesn't feel she fits in your world either, and she has been happy for all these years to drift along as she is, feeling she had a destiny to fulfill but knowing not what it is. We hoped you might provide the answer, and suggested she visit with you. Now she has met you, she wants what she may never be able to have, and such discovery of a false dawn might destroy her. She is more delicate than you might imagine. I know, Katie, I say. I do believe that I love her. I realised that earlier today, not long after she gently embarrassed me in front of my friends, and I actually felt pleased and delighted that so soon after meeting me she could regard me so comfortably in the presence of others. It felt as though we were already a couple, confident in the sharing of our lives. I haven't felt like that since Ella, and I think Koime is already convinced that Etain is family. Having an Irish witch in your family, Richard, is a unique advantage that few even know they would wish to dream to embrace. While she would never be able to read the future of herself, or you, or your family, well, who wishes to curse themselves to know everything that is coming? Life is to be lived, to be full of hopes and dreams. Only those who know their future almost as well as they know their past have no wishes or hopes or even dreams. Well, I do not have a clue about my future, and still I have no dreams. But, she grasps my arm firmly, you do have hope and wishes. I do. And is Etain now part of those hopes and wishes? I hope they are, I admit. In a week since I've known her, I feel that she has made us a family, so yes, I have hopes that she is an intrinsic part of our future. She squeezes my arm a little harder before releasing her grip, and with her eyes moving to the side and back again, she directs my gaze to where she has glanced. Good. Afric is coming. Towards us walks, glides with effortless flowing movement, a tall, willowy young woman with long, flowing, dark brown hair, a goddess, who smiles so disarmingly that any male who has not just this second determined where his love firmly lay, would be instantly smitten. Caitlin melts away from me, back to the dancers who, I see in my peripheral vision, pull her in, hold her hands and restart their dancing, cowing me eagerly among them, her long red hair flowing behind as she joins the joyful throng, as if she has always danced with immortal witches every Friday night when school is out. I'm Afric, Richard, the willow woman that Caitlin has left to take her place in keeping me company says in a husky voice. Are you enjoying the dance? I turn my attention from the dancers and look at the goddess now standing at my side, also looking at the joyously moving scene before us. She is very tall, an inch or two taller than me, and I am more often than not the tallest man in the room and never yet met a woman taller than me, especially one who is otherwise so light and feminine in her build. I'm sorry for my distraction, I say. My daughter has always had a love of dancing, but I don't think I have ever seen her so happy as she is now. And though Etain is still an enigma in my life, she looks totally at home, even though I get the impression that she is normally a solitary soul. As for Caitlin, I've only ever known her as an elderly woman, who tended to shuffle with the aid of a walking stick, rather than glide and bob and leap so athletically, and it is fascinating to me to see her so buoyant and full of beans. And beautiful too. I'd always thought she was a lovely person, but seeing her now as she really is magical. I see Afric is smiling with both her mouth and her glittering eyes, amused no doubt by the wonder she detects in my eyes. Yes, I agree. Truly magical. You must forgive me. I am from a culture where magic means CGI, smoke and mirrors and fakery. Since Etan appeared, everything seems to have to be looked at in a new light. I can see it is bewildering to you. Afric smiles. My father would like a word with you in a few minutes if you will permit. Why? I ask. Does he want me to ask for the hand of one of his daughters? She laughs. Is it yourself asking for her hand now? Maybe. I smile back. I don't want to get on the wrong side of a god. My father is not really a god, Richard. Powerful, vengeful, and not of this earth, but he is no god. I have asked Bebhin to speak with you shortly before my father summons you. He is unable to enter the circle as he has tried the patience of those who maintain the treaty between our worlds too often. Etain and Caitlin have mentioned the changelings to you, and I would like to explain what they are. I am all ears. Down the centuries, mothers have complained of their baby, toddler, or older child suddenly changing, as if some devil had got into the child. Like demonic possession? I ask. I know what it is like going through the terrible twos and recently the preteen tempers, but is possession really a thing? No, Richard, it is not. She laughs. I have 3 daughters, all grown up now. But there were trying times when they were younger, but they were not possessed, just children growing up and testing the boundaries. But there have been persistent stories, and many crimes against children, blamed on demonic possession of the child occupied by some kind of demon that changes the child from within so the child is unrecognizable by the mother. Think about it for a minute. I've seen your cars and aeroplanes. In my day, in your world, driving a dog cart or a chariot is easier. Once you know the one, it is easy to learn the other, but a heavy haulage cart full of stone for building a church. Pulled by 6 oxen was a different matter, as it would be to fly an aeroplane when you've only ridden a car before. Same with the body of a child. Would a demon be able to control the child's movements straight away, especially while the original child was still there? No, Richard, it doesn't seem possible, but, in the other world, it is whispered that there are people who are cursed to move directly from death to a newly formed unborn child. And that child has no memories of past or future lives, is a little awkward in relationships, rarely dreams, and that witches cannot read their past or future because they are not born normally in this world. And you think I might be one of these changelings? I ask. Possibly. Afric smiles. You know, my witch sisters of the other world have kept up our observations of our 3 sisters in your world, ever since the curse that banished them to Slievenamon. We would have loved to have grabbed them and brought them to our world, or at least attempted to lure them here. But my father had tried the patience of the High Council for too long, and were permitted only to allow Etain to believe she sneaked past Alana to first enter the other world. So you sisters lured her in? Aye, quietly, using Alana, a sister who was taken to the other world before Etain was even born. We watched her whenever she entered and again when she left, and were surprised that it was 20 years before she brought Caitlin and Bebhin with her. Time passes so differently in both worlds. We could never really see them in your world until recently, and have been able to hack into the web and search CCTV footage. Anyway, time for me to dance again. Bebhin is come. Afric squeezes my arm, kisses me on the cheek and walks back to the dance. Towards me walks another absolute vision. I know I have said these sisters are all beautiful as a group of young lovelies dancing in this ring for the last 10 minutes or so, but the present one approaching me is simply outstandingly stunning. Now, I have already committed myself to Etain, a beautiful girl I have known for barely a week, because I know I love her, and accept that these other witches are her sisters or half-sisters, so they are almost family and I may have to meet them together or individually for many years to come, knowing that these immortal beauties will always appear young and beautiful, while I grow old and even more careworn than I already am. Above all, I must act responsibly and not embarrass myself, my daughter or my new love, but already feel I'm lost already. My jaw has gone slack and my eyes are stuck out like organ stops. I mean, I love Etain. I no longer have any doubts. I love Caitlin too, having known her as a kind-hearted and a well-preserved but pension-aged white-haired old woman, who I relied on for her freely given time and help with Calmer, for all my daughter's life and even a couple of years before that as our neighbour. Now that she looks as though she's around my own age, with red blonde hair and flashing green eyes, she is indeed very beautiful and currently unattached. I can easily detach myself sufficiently and regard her as a dear friend that I've known for almost a third of my life. As for the sensual she-tiger with the looks of a catwalk model that Afric presents, well, she admits that she is married to one of the gods of this place for probably much of the last millennia and a half. No mortal can be blamed for being affected by the presence of such an unattainable goddess. But this voluptuous, dark-haired, smiling woman with long black hair, olive skin and soft brown eyes like shiny mountain stream-washed hazelnuts is simply stunning. A girl that Etain once described to me as being plain. No, she's gorgeous and I'm already completely discombobulated in her aura. The vision holds out a hand, her face clearly amused by my obvious reaction. How goes you, Richard? It's a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Etain's slightly older sister Bebin. Her voice is soft and charmingly sing-song. Her smile seems to occupy her whole face, very sweet and endearing. I relax. She is sweet next-door neighbour lovely, not at all as threatening as I thought, and return her smile. The pleasure is all mine, I reply as I gently squeeze her offered hand. Forgive me if I appear that I am a little stunned at your appearance, but I was grossly misled to believe that you were the plainest of your sisters, while now I believe you could easily launch thousands of ships effortlessly without lifting a finger. One of the advantages of being a witch, Richard, Bebin smiles sweetly, is that we learn how to fog minds early on in life. She chuckles, being told throughout your earliest memories by your mother and all her friends that you are the most beautiful baby that ever existed, and then be ousted in their affections by the arrival of baby Etain, not her fault of course, and further replaced as second choice by the next baby Dupeasa, would shake the confidence of any child. Then, having the lessons of my mother having 7 husbands of such short and sudden durations and departures, and Caitlin's first marriage ending in such tragedy, I decided that I wanted a simple life based on having no child of my own, but sweet sisterly affection and the loving care of my bees. I decided that being attractive to the male of my species was counterproductive in my life. So you would not object to me in Itaen? No, of course not. Bebin squeezed my arm and kissed my cheek. How do all these sisters calm me the nearest touch? No, Richard, I would delight to call you my brother. Now you must listen carefully, as the time of meeting my father is nigh, and there is much you must know. Firstly, the Tuatha Dé are not human at all. They came to this world through the same sort of portals as this, because their own world was destroying itself and, powerful as they are, they could not save it. They are aliens, I ask. Aye, just as we witches are. You witches aren't human either. To be honest, Richard, I haven't been able to find out exactly. The restriction on reading our own future applies to our past, but I early on noticed when treating people's ailments over many years, seeing the children and grandchildren inheriting the same genetic conditions made this a lifelong study. The discovery of DNA was great for me. I took a biological degree at Trinity while we lived in Dublin and set up a lab in my basement so I could extract, quantify, amplify and separate samples and analyse without risking outside observation. And what does DNA tell you? That we 3 witches of Slievenamon are clones. That we are, as far as human research into genetics goes, virgin births, with only tiny traces of influence on the genes of the 3 of us. Virgin births, I explode. But... Hush, Richard. She soothes me with a touch of her hand on my arm, reinforced with a brush of her lips on my cheek. My father admitted to me years ago that what I found out is true. The Tuatha Dé Danann are not of our world. They assumed their perfect beauty by analysing the humans they found here, and copying what they found here, probably the Neanderthals, and, through a breeding program, similar to how horse breeders make their horses faster, they produced the first Homo sapiens and changed their bodies to match. Oh my God. Yes, I have no memories of my father. He may even have left mother before I was born. My father isn't how I remember Eaton's father either, as he didn't tarry for long. No, I remember our family's last father and stepfather, Eloth, a black man from North Africa, but all 7 husbands were actually the same person, whose settled appearance nowadays is as Afric's father Credne. He admitted to me that he was obsessed with defying the treaty and visiting here, and he was all our 7 sisters the fathers. But he has no human DNA, so he cannot mate with humans. But during their breeding program of hundreds of thousands of years, they were able to produce a seminal fluid which acts as a catalyst so the hostess of the human egg can self-fertilize their egg, rather like an Aphrodite. Since moving to the Otherworld, I have checked the DNA of all my sisters except Etain, who, as you know, is never still long enough. The 6 of us are clones. Behind us, the dance ends and Afric claps her hands and gesticulate that I alone must follow her. So little time to explain so much, Richard, Bebin says breathlessly. Credne is ready for you now. Do not be afraid. He means you no harm. Although the Tuatha De Danaan are powerful, they are few in number, and they cannot replenish their numbers. The Otherworld is filled with people they have known and loved. It seems that many Tuatha De are ensnared by witches. There are many of us here. There is peace in the Otherworld, and there can be no breaking of the treaty, so you must go to him and he will tell you all you wish to know, or all that he will wish to tell you. One last thing, Richard. I met your Ella when she first came to look at my house with a view to buy. Both Caitlin and I sensed her future, and also detected that she was one of us, a witch. Very weakly part of her, watered down over many, many centuries, but I confirmed her status by DNA testing. She was a witch, and so is Kawimhe. I think she would be delighted to hear that. I haven't told her yet, Richard, but I sampled Kawima's DNA on Wednesday and finished analysing it and comparing it to Ella's that I kept only this evening. I look puzzled. Is anything wrong with her DNA? No, it's as perfect as Etain's or mine, only what? Richard, Kawima is a clone of her mother, Ella. Wait, Kawimhe is not my daughter, I say as Afric leads me away to the edge of the fairy ring. You raised her, Richard, Bebhin calls to my departing back as I hurry to catch the Amazon urging me to leave the circle. So she knows no other father but you. I am confused and concerned, but almost immediately, I leave the witch's circle. I am pressed into the presence of the god that was Credne, and all other conscious thoughts are overwhelmed by his presence. He must be 6'4" in tall, slim, clinically clean-shaven, long white hair and shiny golden-skinned. His face is completely unlined and looks like he's about my age, but his eyes look older than the rest of him, and dark, as though his pupils completely cover his irises. He wears a long flowing floor-length robe in white, with a string of beads on a gold chain around his neck. He holds out his hand for me to shake and asks in a deep and vibrant voice, "Can we walk and talk, Brother Richard?" It was a statement, not a question, and I nod silently in answer, more than a little in awe of him. Brother? I wonder. He calls me brother when I want to ask to be his son. I suppose on first sight he appears to dress much like a hippie of my parents' generation, so maybe he calls everyone brother or sister as appropriate. I shake his hand briefly, our first touch, and I break hold first, feeling that he lets go reluctantly after me releasing my slight pressure. His hand is dry and warm to the touch, not unpleasant, but I am nervous and therefore more than a little twitchy. He turns to walk further away from the joyous dance which is continuing in the witch's circle. I do not look back, but am sure that all the girls' eyes are on us as we slowly depart. Soon the rhythmic swishing sound of dancing skirts is muffled, and then falls silent, until all I hear are our gentle funereal footfalls up on the soft grassy path. I naturally fall in step with him, walking at what at any other time would be an aimless strolling pace. But there are things on my mind I want to settle between us, and Credne had asked for this meeting on his ground, so I feel I should allow him to make the first sound. He doesn't appear to be in any hurry. Within a couple of steps, I notice that the moon in the dark sky has changed position and in size from a 3/4 moon to a full moon, and the air around us also differs. It seems warmer, with very little discernible breeze to ruffle Credne's long white hair. Even the air here in the Tir na Nog or the Otherworld smells different, less dank and musty as the bramble patch in the dark wood was, but fresher, uplifting even, as if my senses are enlivened by more oxygen or something else my lungs were absorbing that I could not even attempt to identify. I don't remember the air being so different from my previous 2 brief journeys into the Otherworld, but I put that down to the rushing between 2 points as I was on those occasions, while tonight I am much more apprehensive and intimidated, which heightens my alertness in the presence of this powerful individual, the immortal father of the immortal girl I now want to have for my own, for as long as I am able to live as a lowly mortal. "I overheard your conversation earlier, Brother Richard," he says eventually, in a voice that doesn't seem to have any identifiable accent, maybe mid-Atlantic if I had to guess. "Afric is perfectly correct, of course. I am not a god as others before you might have thought. Neither my people or I am in no sense the creator of the universe, only like you we are another product of that creation. All the same, I am not human either. My apparently human appearance is a fabrication of very long standing, starting with a fabricated copy of the humans that inhabited this place many eons ago, and that image has undergone continual maintenance and has adjusted its appearance in line with human development so as not to appear too unfamiliar and frighten those who we walk among. We have been here a very long time. My brother and individually we have settled comfortably in the way we look. Now I believe that you have a question for me." "Ah, yes, I do, indeed, sir," I say. Now we are getting somewhere. Clearly Credney doesn't mess about when dealing with mere mortals. He gets right to the point. "I would like to ask you for the hand of your daughter, sir. She says that she loves me and, though we have not known each other for very long, a few days only, I have realized that I too love her and I sincerely feel that I cannot live without her. I realize that there are problems with a mere mortal like me marrying an immortal, and a very beautiful one at that. And I do accept that I will grow old and die while she forever remains constantly unchanging. So I naturally fear that she may even tire of me and what I have become well before my time expires. But that is the price I am prepared. No, more than willing to pay. I believe that your daughter and I would be happy together all the while I live, and I promise that I will always be devoted to her, nor will I ever consider holding her back and deny her any part of her full potential." Credner stops walking and laughs out loud, bending over with both hands on his knees. I stop too and turn to look at him, no doubt a worried friend on my face. Oh dear, I think, this doesn't bode well. He is amused by my daring to even ask for his daughter's hand, like it was a joke of monumental proportion to him, or that he thinks that I am a joke to even ask the question. We will both be disappointed by his disapproval, but I'm sure, well, maybe sure, that we can just continue to live together. "Which of my daughters, to be sure, do you desire?" he asks as his laughter subsides. "I do have 7 delightfully beautiful daughters, as you know, most of whom are unattached." "Oh, Eton, of course. Of course I knew which one you had chosen, even as you asked, but you surprised me with your first choice of question, so I thought I'd better check, Brother Richard." He was still laughing lightly, but now upright again. "Eton has been waiting for you, without realizing who she was actually looking for many years. It was a burden that I imposed on her when she first entered this other world. Yes, my brother, you do have my blessing to marry her, and I hope that the union is fruitful, although I hope you accept that there is a strong possibility that you may only have girl babies." "Girls? Yes, of course, especially if they look like Etain. Then girls will be fine, more than fine. My daughter Kawimhe would probably love to have any number of sisters. She doesn't like boys much at the moment, though I'm sure that will change in the next couple of years. Indeed, Kawimi will love all her sisters. She is a witch, after all." "So Bebhin tells, sir. It was a bit of a shock, if I'm honest," I say. Will that mean we need to have 6 girls to make up a set for dancing in the fairy ring?" Credner laughs even louder than before, which I didn't think was possible. Fortunately, we are standing alone in the grassland, with no sign in sight or sound of the dancing witches. Only the slightly worn path in the grass to show me the way back to where I'd come from. But then I think, if Credney abandons me here as part of an immortal's mighty joke on the poor sap who thinks he can take away from him one of his precious daughters, would I be able to gain access to the portal to return to my world, if all the girls are only just over on the other side. He slaps me on the back, once, then a couple of times more, not violently, more like he is enjoying the crake, and he's still laughing at me. I feel as low as a worm right now. Brother Richard, your life henceforth will never be the same again, and I speak as a father of those same 7 sweet and occasionally infuriating girls of mine, but I will never regret the begetting or the rearing. He pauses, his smile fading. My only regret is that their mother chose her own path and not the preferred one of my choosing. Otherwise you could have met her here, but Etain will always be true to you. Witches are universally renowned for their steadfastness as well as the stubbornness that accompanies their every action. However, your first question to me was not the one I was expecting, brother. And that is? I ask, and he replies to my inquiry with his anticipated question. Why do I call constantly you brother, brother? His laughter is stifled, but he still smiles with thick white eyebrows raised as he awaits my response. I did wonder at that, but immediately dismissed it as just a mode of speech, as I am not aware of your cultural conventions here in the Otherworld. Other than the sister witches, you are the only Otherworlder of my acquaintance. I was brought up by my parents to regard older men respectfully as sir, and all adult women as ma'am, and I sort of expected you to call me young man or son, even though I hadn't yet asked your permission to marry your daughter, and by implication become your son-in-law. Ah, yes, well, in that case I welcome you gladly as a new son. But you are still my brother, although you yet have no knowledge of that fact. How can you call me brother? I was not even born in Ireland. I know my father and mother. They are both American and are still at their home in Florida. I speak to them every couple of weeks, and I'm sure I've never seen you among my uncles or my parents' friends. Well, despite the apparent conviction you have of the circumstances of your birth, I still call you brother, Richard, because I recognize that you are indeed a changeling. In fact, the changeling of legend and history. As such, you could have been born anywhere on this world, especially as the world has gotten smaller and the mortals among who you live travelled further in more recent centuries. Your body was chosen as host partly by random and partly by relative proximity. Your previous body probably died close to where you were born or were living as a normal very young child. According to the legends that I have collected, most often the phenomenon of changeling occurred between birth and 2 years old. My father's family are German, but my grandmother on my mother's side was from Irish stock who moved to California about 100 years ago. I was born in Santa Monica in 1981. I see. Now that I am close to you, I find that I strongly sense my brother's presence, but we cannot communicate, which I was expecting. When Caitlin first told me of your existence and her concerns for you when she joined us here a few months ago, I discounted the possibility of who you were completely at first. I did recognize that your daughter was a witch, and therefore the daughter of a witch after I saw her dance from the edge of the circle a few days ago. Then, when I heard that you do not dream and insisted that you never had, I was intrigued and determined that I wanted to meet you in person at the earliest opportunity. So you and your brothers and sisters do not dream? No, Brother Richard. We, the Tuatha De Danann, never sleep. We have no need to sleep, so how or why would we dream? Now do I have sisters? We immortals have no need to procreate a new generation, so in our true form we have no gender. But that is a discussion we must have later. Now that I see you close to, and we have touched hands, I strongly sense my brother is here with us. Within you. He actually is you. Your body is human, and therefore it is necessary for your well-being and continual existence that your body has to sleep. But the inner you, my brother, is always awake, even if disconnected from the network of his brotherhood. I have searched for you for nigh on 2,000 years, but even though I have lived for eternity, it feels I have missed you, my brother, forever. So your brother is inside me? Who is he? How can you get him out? Ah, there's the crux of our dilemma. He smiles in a way that is disconcertingly unhumorous. So, does that mean there is no simple solution to extract your brother and leave me a whole? He laughs again, only briefly, and again without any humour. Yes, Brother Richard. Unfortunately, Your body is mortal and would not survive any bodily extraction, although we could duplicate your body exactly from the remnants with the addition of water and replace those volatile gases that would have escaped during the destruction of your body. Ah, that sounds painful, I suggest. You would definitely feel everything up to the point where you didn't, of course. He shrugs. At least here in the Tir na Nog, you are free of the witch's curse that you have endured for so long. Oh god damn, I swear. I am surrounded by curses. They'll literally be the death of me. You do seem to have an unfortunate propensity to attract them, Brother Richard. This curse, once it runs its course, will mean the end of this human body. But in this other world, your true self will no longer be a changeling suddenly bereft, urged by the witch's curse to randomly seek a body to inhabit at every failure of your human shell. Is your brother a sort of symbiotic infestation, or is he something more sinister? I ask. No, my brother. You are in complete occupation of your human form. It happened for this body as a baby or young child, and your memory-wiped consciousness was a blank canvas from which your present personality has evolved, completely shaped by your upbringing. There is nothing of your body's original consciousness left. I'm afraid your parent's child has gone. This is why you are called the Changeling. Over the years, perhaps 60, 70 or even 100 times, you have died in one body and been resurrected in another, with no surface knowledge of your real self. It is a perpetual process of the witch's curse that has kept you from your own people for so many years. How? Why? To understand, I need to explain where the Tuatha De Danann originate from, how we took this form and what I believe my brother did when he was still himself to put the present you into this predicament. So where are you both from originally? I ask as we continue to walk along the path in the moonlight. We are not standing on a pavement, just a pathway worn in the grass underfoot. We are not in the wood on Eten's land, but in flat grasslands as far as the eye can see, with a few trees dotted about, no fences or the well-defined and intensely purposed fields of Tipperary. Firstly, let us retire to somewhere rather more comfortable for you to be. He clicks his fingers, and the moonlight countryside disappears, and we are instantly standing in a large but comfortable sitting room, fitted with comfortable armchairs and sofas, grouped in a semicircle around a roaring peat fire, illuminated by the soft light of a number of low-wattage lamps on tables. The walls are a subtly patterned cream wallpaper with paintings of timeless landscapes and seascapes, the upholstery a red accented paisley print, an old-fashioned look but a relaxing place to sit. Where is this? I ask, wondering where he has taken me and would I ever find my way home from here. How did I get here? This is your new home here in Tir na Nog, Brother Richard, where your human body will be comfortable for short stays. I can create portals when and wherever I wish, although this one was created earlier in readiness for tonight. You can come and go from here between your world and this as often as you wish. But where exactly is this place? Ah, well, if you go through that cupboard door on the right of the fireplace, it is a permanent portal which will take you to the cellar underneath Etane's side of your pair of cottages in the Slievenamon Road in Thurles. From your side it will appear as a brick wall, but to you, your wife-to-be, your daughter and your sister-in-law, the portal will recognise you and open up for you. Slievenamon Road is the place in your world where Etine is tied to, and as you two are tied together in life, so it is logical that you are tied to this place too. It will be much more convenient than the Briar Patch portal, and when your human body is close to death, you, or your wife Eten, can bring you through your cellar to die here, where the witch's curse cannot harm you. Just remember that in this house on this side of the portal you are in Tir na Nog, so you cannot eat or drink or fall asleep here. Otherwise your human form will be stuck here until death. Credna smiles. That is why I cannot offer you refreshments. And the other reason why we are meeting here is because I am similarly not permitted to visit your world. I have visited so often in the past that my other brothers have lost their patience with me. I'm still a little confused. Is this place this other world where you and your brothers were from originally? No. Where we were born, or more accurately, brought into consciousness, no longer exists, he replies. My brothers and I were brought into being in the midst of a gigantic sun, shortly after the beginning of the universe. We remained there for most of my existence until the star grew, and then quite suddenly, our home, that brilliant star, collapsed within itself and dramatically flew apart again in a supernova, and we, brother, were scattered in every direction. No matter is ever destroyed. Individually we were collected up, attracted to other stars, all of them so far apart, so we can never be physically together again, yet I am still connected to my family consciously. So you were... what exactly? I suppose we are pure energy, Brother Richard. If I reveal myself to you, it would be like a supernova happening right next to you. Cool. No, he laughs. Definitely not cool. Do you know what happens to stars in a supernova? No, not really, but I suppose you're going to tell this mere mortal what happens. It would be like 1,000,000 nuclear explosions in one spot, consuming you to ash and revealing my brother's true form that I know will destroy both your forms, as well as this planet, and probably most of your tiny solar system with it. Oh my God, I cry. Could that happen by accident? No, he laughs. The mortal part of you is funny, my brother, more so because you haven't yet accepted exactly who you are. I can be in more than one place, but mostly I am here in this human form, while my true self is within a huge star in a different galaxy from here where you are in the Milky Way. You, my brother, are also residing as a ball of burning energy in another star in yet another distant galaxy, each flying far away from here at a speed your human self couldn't appreciate. So, if you and my other self are a ball of burning fire, how did you get here and appear as yourself? I ask. Good question. One of our brothers who was travelling much faster than us discovered by accident how to slow down time, and, while exploring time and space, he worked out how to project his consciousness to other timelines and dimensions. As when are all connected, we all knew how to do it too, which allowed other brothers to expand our knowledge, even to project ourselves to other planets and worlds. Sometimes brothers were beset with disasters, but we all learned from those experiences and were able to analyze living creatures, build replicas from materials available on that world or other worlds, and inhabit that world as if we were born to it. Like Earth? Yes, one of many worlds that we tried until we came to Earth, where we found we enjoyed life here. Other brothers found vastly different worlds that were more to their liking. Earth wasn't interesting enough for many of our brothers. We share information instantly. He chuckles. It takes a lot of effort to sift through a lot of stuff that is of no interest, but it took a lot of time to get used to the mountain of information compared to when for so long we all shared exactly the same physical and mental experiences. I don't think I can take all this in. A week ago I didn't even know witches existed. Now I'm supposed to be a ball of energy with amnesia. I'm too stupid to make sense of any of this. Brother Richard, don't be down on yourself. You are still what you are, and soon, well, soon in astronomical terms, you will get your memories back. But what about my memories? My memories as Richard Kloss, human of this world. Brother Richard, you are safe here in the other world, and the curse no longer applies to you here. It means that when your human body dies, you will not be forced into becoming a changeling within a new body, with no memories and having to live a mortal life all over again. Presently, you are still suffering from the application of that curse, coming from a very powerful witch, your once lover, Trixopheron. So I am going to die then? Not exactly. Brother Richard, you are truly an immortal, one of the Tuatha De Danann. You are my brother. You cannot die of old age. In your true self you can be what you would call being killed. Your human self could die in battle of wounds too severe for your conscious link to recover, trapping your true self in that distant star, having no reference point in which to create a portal. Space is just too large to grasp such a tiny location. But, otherwise you cannot catch a cold or any disease and never suffer from old age. You do not need to eat, nor do you need to breathe. The human body you inhabit is not sustained by you, like my human body is, because you are locked into the mortal world by the witch Trixopheron's curse that prevents you from remembering how to maintain it. So your body will decay in time. I will not tell you when. You can tell when I'm going to die? I ask. I can, but I won't, Brother Richard. We have been interacting with humans for 100,000 years. We have nurtured them and guided them where we have felt they would lead better lives, without imposing our will upon them. Well, not too much. We know from bitter experience that mortals knowing their future puts a terrible burden upon them. It is why those witches that are able to see some version of a person's future are precluded from knowing their own memories or of members of their family. We Tuatha De Danann have no such problem knowing the future. It is not prescribed. Things do change, but we live on forever. I will not tell you your future in your human form, Brother Richard, but will inform you that you will have a long and fulfilling life ahead of you. Just don't take unnecessary risks. Free will can be a bitch and plays almighty havoc with predictions, even those who are thought to be gods. So when I die, your brother that is within me will emerge in his own right. No, Brother Richard, you are my brother, but you have been bewitched to forget your past and future, and therefore you think you live only in the present, and in your present frail body. The only reason why pure energy that lives within a star can exist on any planet is by projecting our consciousness through a portal and using any matter we can find or feed through the portal to build the body you see before you. I look human. I am made of the very same materials as you, but I am not actually alive. I can sustain this body through my portal, suitably insulated from the effects of being only a portal step away from the inferno that is the heart of a star. I do not appear to age because I am constantly and effortlessly replenishing every cell in my body. I am tethered to my real self, and I only have this one other existence. Many of my brothers have lost their links not only to their bodies but to each other too. I have lost too many brothers to risk losing another. You cannot save this body from decay because although you are still intrinsically connected, your inability to remember yourself renders you with the same restrictions as a human mortal. When your human self wears out and dies, you must ensure that you are here, safe in the Otherworld, where the curse has no effect, and your consciousness will be fully restored as my brother again. And my body? It will still be warm in your deathbed. It will be dead matter, but it can be repaired, made good as new. We have found that we do become attached to our bodies. We associate ourselves with our human form. You do not look too ugly. I've known a lot worse Tuatha Dé forms down the years. If Etain likes the way you look, well, then I would stick to it, and when you die and my brother's memories and abilities restored, you can simply remodel out all the acquired bumps and scrapes of time. I laugh. That is funny. So what do you do with yourself? I mean, not to pry, but I'm curious as to what I might do if I come out of this as an immortal without my human memories intact. I would hate to be a stranger to Etain and Kawami, and not know who they are. I believe that if you die safely here in the Otherworld without the witch's power over you, that not only will my brother's original memories be restored, but you should remember all of your experiences through the last possibly 60 to 100 lives, through which you have lived. That would be both amazing and somewhat intimidating. Like all memories, the most recent would be the most vivid, and you can be selective in what you tune into and how you respond to the many brothers who have missed you for so long. So what happened to me, sir, to put me in the position of being a changeling? We share all our thoughts, Brother Richard. We all feel everything our brothers feel. You can, how can I put it? Tune out, I think would make sense, when there were uncountable millions of us after that supernova. Each of us getting further away from each other, it was almost unbearable after all our lives sharing exactly the same experiences. Then every brother suddenly exposed to the cold of deep space alone. We had to develop new senses. Credner smiles. That was fun, because our only sense for millions of your years, other than our thoughts, was the sense of touch. Touch. We had existed together cheek by jowl in the furnace of the star, so we felt heat and its changes, both as it cooled and as it grew hotter. We could feel pressure touching us which varied depending on where you were, deep inside the sun or near the surface, and you could feel all your brother's feelings too. After the supernova, we were hurtling away from the centre of our existence and our comfortable predictions of our future. All our futures changed, and for the first time, diverged. I felt, in fact, I knew by simple prediction that I would be sucked in by another sun, surrounded by other balls of energy that were totally alien to me, who I could never ever communicate with. I am still here in my present star, surrounded and crowded by similar entities, but utterly alone. So we brothers kept in contact through our subconsciouses, sharing what we were learning from our new experiences. Many brothers were destroyed, or were so traumatized by what happened that they lost contact. Only a few millions were left, over the next billion of your years. My years? Yes, of course, your years. Years are a way of counting the number of times your world goes around your star. Your sun or multiple suns at the center of your star system is the center of your part of the universe, and therefore you can count time in years. And why would immortals in perpetual connection have need to consider or count time? I see, I have much to learn. Worry not, Brother Richard. All will be revealed to you when you are ready. I am here to answer your questions. We have a link of sorts. Just think of me in your world, and I will get a message back to you. Or enter he Otherworld at any point or portal, and I will be aware of you and meet you at the portal. So you really cannot enter my world anymore? No, there is a treaty. It was made with the new invaders of this island many years ago, and there is no one on your side to enforce it. But on my side, we are always true to our word. It was you, my brother, who brought us to this world. It was you that wanted us to stay, to make a difference. It was you who signed the treaty, but it was you who broke it, and I was sucked in trying to look for you. Why did I break the treaty? Curiosity at first, then you fell in love. When I sensed your loss, I broke the treaty to look for you, and I fell in love. God, what a mess, I say in exasperation, slumping wearily in my chair. Indeed, I will leave you now, Brother Richard. Etain will come soon. We will speak again, no doubt. Now, sit comfortably, elders and children alike, because I am describing for you what I am seeing through my eyes, and you'll be able to hear your parents, grandparents, and me through my ears. Remember, I don't want any interruptions in my head, please. Especially you, Katie, my dear. I know you have a big role to play, and you're nervous, but Papa Richard loves you, and so do we all, and know you'll do grand. For some of you, I, Cawimhi Connolly Ni Closs, am your Grammy or great-Grammy, but I was elected by chance and circumstance to record your great-great Papa Richard. There simply isn't room for you all to be there. I know he has been around to see you all in recent months up to a few weeks ago, and to say to each and every one of his loved ones, his own goodbyes. This is not a sad time though, just because we may never be able to see him in our homes again. He sincerely believes that he will be alive and well, and that we can still visit him in the other world, or on those glorious moonlit nights when he visits us in the fairy ring. Now I am standing in my parents' ground floor parlour, in front of the freshly lit fire in the fireplace, while my dear husband, Pat Connolly, dozes in the comfy armchair next to me. Once upon a time it would have been a smoky peat fire. That was outlawed a long time ago, as you know, but this ancient cottage holds a license to burn kiln-dried wood. I'm staring at the collection of small photographs in an assortment of tiny wood or metal frames, so tightly packed on the mantelpiece that they all overlap, crowding underneath the mirror hanging over the fireplace. I notice a familiar photo of my middle child, Fiad, when she was 10, and I pick it up. She was beautiful then, and she's beautiful now, though she's a grandmother herself 3 times over, and she's out there with you all, looking through my eyes. I catch a glimpse of movement in the mirror above the mantelpiece, which arrests my attention, so I carefully replace the precious photo, fearful of starting a disastrous domino effect along the mantelpiece. No, it's not Pat that's moving. He's still gently snoring away in the armchair, competing, so he is with the crackling of the fire, both sounds somehow comforting for the occasion. No, my thoughts are interrupted by 2 soft hands caressing my shoulders. I glance back up at the mirror to see a vision of loveliness, a woman barely a grown adult woman in appearance, so you would think she was younger than 20. Her hair a vibrant red in contrast to my iron grey locks highlighted by silver strands. She smiles and speaks softly into my ear, the one she knows has the discreet hearing aid. It's time, Kawimi, my dear, come. Her voice as sweet as pouring honey, her smile warm, not with sorrow, but with a joyful expression of expectation. I smile back in return. Just give me a moment to gather my thoughts, Mum, to wake Pat first and tell him where I've gone, and then I'll be down presently. She squeezes my shoulders once more, plants a soft kiss with her plump lips on my wrinkled cheek and breathes. There's time, child. Your Da says he's surrendering, not being taken, so he will wait for you until you're ready. I will be down in just a minute. With a nod, she turns and glides away across the parlour and through into the hallway. She moves athletically like a cat, but then she has been a runner all her long life and still runs at least an hour every day along the footpaths and roads around this ancient cottage in Slievenamon Road. Thurles, County Tipperary, in all the years that I've known her. Count them, if you will, for 69 years. But that time of togetherness is drawing to a close for both of us. Mum, some of you hearing this in the distant future who do not know our story so well, may well ask yourself, how can that possibly be right? Surely this vision of lovely teenager only now blossoming into womanhood cannot possibly be your mother. You must be delusional. You might well say to my face, if not in my head. And you'd be right to question how that is possible. After all, she's actually not my birth mother, but my stepmother. However, as I never personally met my birth mother, she died just moments after I was born. So Etine has always been my mum, ever since I was about 10 years old. Yes, my mum's a witch like all the females in our family, but she's also immortal and will never age. She says she's about 1700 or 1800 years old, but a true gent like my father knows that you should never ask a lady her true age, only mark well her birthday. So you never forget the day, ever, and quietly, conveniently, forget the toting up of the years. Etine says she genuinely doesn't know the year she was born, because Ireland was still pagan in those days, and they counted the years not from the birth of Christ, but in the number of full sets of the 4 seasons that the current king of all Ireland was on the throne and, as that king was the person whose curse made her life a long one of disappointment, until she met her soulmate in the shape of my dad, Richard Closs. That long dead old king is rarely given any credence at all. I know, my dad's name doesn't sound Irish enough to have lived most of his life in the country I proudly call my own. He was actually born in America, and he still has nephews, nieces, and second cousins living over there that he keeps in contact with, even at a distance. When my US grandparents were still alive, I used to visit them at least once every summer. They made interesting vacations, especially as every other year, almost. We had to take new siblings of mine along to introduce to their Grammy and Pappy. Etine popped out 9 half-siblings, for me to remember all the birthdays and Christmases for, in all, and says she could have kept going for eternity. But Dad called a halt after 9, saying that even extending the washing line across both cottages, now rejoined into one, they'd already run out of diaper space. And I do adore all my siblings, and like me, they were born mortal and are not immortal. Well, not yet. My half-siblings cannot hear me as all you can, but then they will all be present at the bedside awaiting my arrival. Dad will not start his passing until I'm there, he assures me. After Etine departs, I wake Pat up with a gentle shake of his shoulder. Wake up, honey. It's time. I have to go. I wasn't asleep. He white lies with his sweet, slow smile of his that I love so dearly, only resting my eyes so I was. And there I was thinking I was trapped in a busy sawmill with runaway machinery and no means of escape. I had to turn my hearing aid off because you were wearing out my battery, so you were. Get away with you, and tell your dad it's a fond fair play from us, will ya? I will. You just sit on your hole, hon, I've got this covered. The cottage has a basement under about half the area, covered by the upstairs building. It's basically underneath most of the original 18th century cottage, the part of the whole building that's closest to the road. The cottage extensions into what Dad still refers to as the backyard is all 21st century with nothing under the new foundations but good solid Irish soil. The basement was built as a cellar for storage, with low ceilings, so I have to stoop to avoid banging my head on the beams holding up the cottage floor. The space is divided into storage rooms with racks and shelves for jars of sweet or pickled preserves and storing fruit and winter veg until required. At the southern end of the cellar is a door that looks more like a cupboard door, but it is no ordinary door at all. Any stranger snooping down here would find it locked, but no keyhole can be seen. If a stranger smashed down the door, all they would find behind it would be a brick wall with solid, undisturbed Irish soil behind it. The doorway is actually a portal to a room in the mythical Otherworld, the Tir na Nog, where the old rulers of the Emerald Isle departed in exile to under an ancient treaty, which long ago banished an entire people and brought peace to these precious shores, at least for a while. I open the door with a touch, which swings open inwards freely under my hand. I have permission from the Tuatha De Danann to enter, but I am not permitted to stay in the Otherworld long enough to sleep, eat or drink. Otherwise, I would not be permitted to return to my home other than for short visits to our fairy ring. The treaty is quite precise and the council ensures that it is enforced. The room I enter through the door is a cosy traditional Irish parlour, with heavy curtains by the windows, all dark timber furniture, flooring and exposed beams above, and where I can now easily stand up straight. Beyond this parlour room is a bedroom that Credna, Étain's father and my grandfather by marriage, opened up a few months ago for my father to sleep in, once he was ready to commit himself fully to the Otherworld instead of an occasional visitor. Yes, my father is now a permanent resident of the Otherworld, in these two rooms, a sort of halfway house between two very similar yet vastly different worlds. I step through into my father's bedroom and look around. My father, of course, is there, cheerfully sitting up in his double bed, returning my smile in greeting. I glance around the bedroom, seeing first the three witches that approach me first with their warm embraces. They are, in turn, my Aunt Bebhin, who is a beautiful brunette, who you'd guess might be in her mid to late 30s. Behind her my Aunt Caitlin, a red-haired, green-eyed woman of around 40, who is so beautiful that she could hold any man in thrall. And finally, my stepmother Étain, who tucks my arm into hers. Étain is in charge of today's proceedings, the wife of the man, my father who is about to pass away, and she is the mother to the man's other daughters who stand around the bedside, all wreathed in smiles. And on the other side of the bed are my three daughters and their daughters, here to say farewell to the head of the family, who we will never see in our world again, but hope we will still be able to visit here for many years to come. It is the least likely example of the passing of the head of a family that it is even possible to imagine. As Étain pulls me round with her arm, I see all my half-siblings, all of them in their late 50s or 60s now, then my other beautiful aunts, all bar one of whom are older sisters of Étain, and towering above them all, both in stature and in the power that he holds over us all, is Étain's father Credna, who is therefore my grandfather by marriage while also my uncle, if you can grasp that my father is also Credna's brother. Yes, my children and my forebears listening in to my otherwise silent commentary, we are a complicated family. And tonight it will be complicated even further. Of course, my aunts all give me a squeeze in welcome. We've known each other ever since I was a little girl of 10, and they discovered that I was a witch, a lot like them, descended from a long line of witches that I was only aware of gradually from about that age, but more about that later. I am also squeezed in a hug by Credna, my father-in-law. He is something else. Just being in his arms, you can feel the power emanating from him. Not surprising really, as being this close to him is like being a skin's thickness from the power of a billion suns. No wonder people in the distant past in our island thought of him as a god. My opinion is a little tarnished though by what I know of him. As for you, my children and grandchildren here and now, you know what is going on, and a glance at you is all I need to know that we are all here as one. Credna is the reason why we are here. He is also the reason why Irish witches differ from my aunts. He is not of this world, or even of the other world. He is actually a ball of pure fire that lives inside a huge sun. A star, if you like, in a galaxy far from here. He is able to project his personality into the perfect shell of a man that he built for himself, in a copy of the men he found here when he arrived. And over the passage of the hundreds of thousands of years he has been here, he replenishes the cells of his body from the very air around us, so he never ages. His power and energy comes from the star in which he lives. Thus he cannot die by aging. To all intents and purposes he is immortal. In Ireland's turbulent distant past, Credan and his brothers, who also were from stars scattered across the universe, were involved in battles and their bodies could be cut and damaged, but they could be repaired given time. However, too much damage and the portal link between the body and mind might break and they would physically be gone forever, locked into their distant stars. Heavily outnumbered and losing too many brothers, the High Council of the Tuatha De Danann signed a treaty with the invaders to leave these shores forever, and they departed to the Otherworld, a similar world to ours, but for them it was just a portal doorway away. However, one of the Tuatha De missed this world and would revisit, defying the treaty, cause a little mischief, and the elders of the High Council of Tuatha De Danann clamped down on the serious offenders, the worst of them being my father, now known as Richard Claus, but in the distant past went by the name of Angus. You've all heard the story of the godlike Angus and the witch Trixophoron. We've discussed it long and hard for half a century, and now we have come to face the day that has been foretold, but its outcome unknown. Sawime, my father says softly, patting the side of his bed where he is propped up on pillows. Come sit by me. We must have a talk. He looks up around the room. Could you leave me with my eldest daughter for 5 minutes or so? And our family starts to shuffle away, including Credna, who squeezes my shoulder in passing to move back into the parlour. Both the bedroom and parlour are in Tir na Nog. The old cellar beyond is in Ireland, my home. As they file past, I notice the windows to the outside show a sunny day in the Otherworld, where it is always sunny, while in my world it was a dark, early winter evening. I have been in this bedroom once before, and like tonight, it was so crowded that I couldn't see through the windows until now. When the door closes behind Etain, the very last to leave, I train my eyes onto my father, who smiles at me. Tonight is the night, Kawimhe, he smiles. I have lived in this mortal body overlong. I'm tired, and Etain tells me that at the grand old age of 108, I'm the 5th oldest person in Ireland and the 2nd oldest Irish male. If I hang on here any longer, then my continued existence and even my eventual demise might be newsworthy on your side of the portal, and I want to avoid all that publicity. Aye, Dad, I can understand that. Do you feel ready to go? Yes, I know what I have to look forward to now. All my long memories have returned to me while here in the Otherworld, where the witch's curse can't reach me, but I was hoping to have a final plea for my eldest daughter to join me here. So please move here, Kawemi. Sorry, Dad, no can do. I can include Pat. I'm not yet completely conversant with the High Council elders here. I won't be until I shrug off this mortal body. But Credna has pleaded for my family on my behalf and tells me he was successful. You are family. Kawemi and you and your children are the only ones of my nearest family who are holding out. Are all my siblings abandoning me and moving to the Otherworld then? I ask, already assuming they probably would. Although I am not genetically linked with them. Other than through me, of course. Of course, but are all my siblings and their offspring joining you in committing to the Otherworld tonight? No. Only Etain, who is already immortal, is joining me and her sisters here in the Otherworld. We have discussed it individually and in family groups with our children, and they all agree that they want to live most of their lives in your world and come move here when they feel the time appropriate to them. I guess people can't just disappear without concerning the authorities. And you say this has already been sanctioned with the High Council, through your brother Credna? Of course. The same High Council that, although they all share their thoughts collectively with the Tuatha De Danann, you cannot converse with them directly yourself. Yes, Credna says that once my human shell has died, I will be one of the Tuatha De Danann again. And you trust your brother Credna in this regard implicitly? Of course he is my brother. Is he your brother, or is he the brother of the spirit that lives in the human shell that is Richard Claus, my father? He is my brother, because it is the same thing. Since moving here out of the control of the witch's curse, I have day by day been regaining the memories of my previous lives. All their memories entirely or only up to the point when each of them died. In other words, up to when their human consciousness ended. Well, he thinks, and I can imagine him re-examining those memories again. I guess they are only from while they were living.
No.
And you cannot converse with them as if they were still alive. No, of course not. They are just memories, like recordings of when they were alive. Memories of dead people, I point out and ask. What about the Tuath Day inside you? What does he have to say about all these children of Richard Closs coming into the Tir na Nog? Is he or is he not in favour of all your family joining us here? Well, as I am Richard Closs, I want them with me. It is a great opportunity for them. And I want you and your offspring to come too. I've tried to encourage your children, but they tell me, with your objections. I have no objections if individuals want to move here. It is just not for me. But I don't think moving here really works for my children or my grandchildren. But why object? My children with Etain are descendants of witches. Your Irish aunts are all witches, and they assure me that you are descended from witches too. You witches as a group are different to ordinary people, and I'm sure that you would be accepted here, like all your aunts have been. True, all your other children are witch descendants of Etain, who is descended from her father, Credna, while I am a witch descended from a different line of witches, including my mother, and, ever since I was about 10, I have been able to speak in my head to my mother, and over time to my children and my grandchildren, and all my female forebears. In fact, I am speaking to them now, and they are seeing and hearing our conversation. What? You're using a cell phone to record all this? Dad asks. Do they still work on this side because there are no towers? No, Dad, I say. You have no reason to know this, but most Irish witches have a sort of immortality that the descendants of Credna appear to have lost. What do you mean by lost immortality? Well, Credna is not human, he has openly admitted that. So in order to impregnate a woman, the Tuath Day ejaculates a fluid containing a catalyst which stimulates a form of fertilization by cloning, which appears in Bebin's opinion to damage the clone's genes. I say, shall I get Mum, Caitlin and Bebin in here so we can speak with you, to explain? What, all the 3 witches of Slievenamon? My dad asks. Aye, the very same. Have the 4 of you been plotting something behind my back? Not exactly, Dad. This is something that Bebin has been working on, and we have been building towards this point for some months, ever since you decided you were old and frail enough to move permanently to Tir na Nog, with Credna's active encouragement. Well, I was old and frail, and have felt it particularly recently in what is your world. But in the last month here in this place, I've been feeling much better, stronger, with less aches and pains than before, he says. So, what are you girls plotting for me? Hardly plotting. We are only concerned for you. We've planned this talk, only for your benefit, Dad. They are waiting outside for my call. Shall I get them in? Sure. If we are going to have a showdown, let's get it over with. Just bear in mind, Kawimi, that I can never go back to your world. Having slept and consumed food and water here, I belong here, and the treaty, as I understand it, forbids that I return. I know. That is why we do need to have this talk, and it has to be now. It takes just a crack of opening the door, before the 3 witches of Slievenamon squeeze past me and close and lock the bedroom door behind them. Etain moves to the side of the bed, and is about to sit on the bed next to my father. My father, sitting upright in bed, holds up his hands in the classic stop signal. Hold on, all of you, including you, Etain. I don't know why you 4 are ganging up on me, but I was hoping that this evening would be a final opportunity to get Kawimi, Pat and all my grandchildren on her side of my family, to promise to join me here, not necessarily right this very minute, but in the future, as convenient to each of their mortal lives. Instead of that, I've got you lot wanting me to do, well, I don't quite know what. Etain, you are my wife. Please tell me what is going on. Can I sit next to you, Richard? Etain says, biting the thumbnail of her left hand. Please? Richard waves his hand palm upwards and Etain sits. You know I never deny you anything, Etain, my love, but I will not be browbeaten into doing something I do not want to do. And we, my love, says Etain soothingly, are not here to browbeat you either, but we must make you aware of what we think is really happening here, and we agreed among us that it should be me the one to tell you. And as for the timing of this talk, this was the very best opportunity to include the Council, Creedon and Angus in this next step and save your life. Who's Angus? My father asks, his brow furrowed. Angus was the Tuath Day who was the lover of my ancestor Trixophoron, I butt in to say, and Angus is also the changeling. But that's me, I'm the changeling, my father insists. Aren't I? You, my love, Etain says, holding his hand in both of hers, are the human shell of the changeling Angus. He is the creature who lies within you that was cursed into suppression by Trixophoron when she discovered who he was and what he had planned, along with Cretan. And what was he planning that brought on this curse? My father interjects. They still want, we believe, Etain continues, to take over our world once again in defiance of the treaty that the High Council still feel honour bound to uphold even after all these years. Angus and Credna never agreed with the treaty that the Council agreed on, and somehow Angus found a way of disguising his thoughts and plans, hiding them from the collective consciousness that the Tuatha De Danann have always had. Once Trixophoron discovered Angus's plans to defy the Council and take over her world, the only thing she felt she could do was break up the partnership with Credna, a Tuath Day who she had never met, by cursing Angus to be forever imprisoned within a mortal, and his immortal soul, for want of a better term, would, upon the death of the mortal, automatically seek a fresh baby to occupy time after time after time until the end of eternity. Wow, that is a fantastic theory, my father says, blowing out his cheeks. But this is all ancient history to me. I am the changeling. I moved from body to body, and now that I am here, I cannot die. I will not have to move to a new body and live my life here, with my family around me. What has now changed to put that wish and my life in danger? Now that you are in the Tir na Nog, Etain replies, Trixophoron's curse has no effect here. You've already been told that by Credna, and that part of what you have been told is true. So if your mortal body dies and dies here, away from our world, Angus will no longer be locked into the curse of moving to a new mortal body, where he will be locked in for yet another human lifetime. No, now he will be freed from the curse and able to take over your dead body, and after reconnecting with his original self, with all the energy of his distant star, he will replace all the worn-out cells of your body and assume what passes as life for a Tuath Day. He will probably pretend to be you for a while, and a little confusion of his mind passed off as normal. But you, Richard my love, will be gone, dead, and Angus will be able to team up with Credne once more and become gods in our world. But that is not what is supposed to happen, is it? Richard asks, some of his confidence in tonight's proceedings somewhat uncertain. Let Kawami explain, Etain says, but we will have to cover our ears and turn away from both of, so that our eyes do not see your lips move. Etain got off the bed and walked over to the others, who turned and faced the window looking out. As if one woman, they all covered their ears at the same time, and turned to face out of the window onto the sunny day of Tir na Nog, and gently hummed in harmony to ensure not a word of my conversation with my father got through. Richard shakes his head and turns to me, mouthing a silent, "Why?" It's all right, Daddy. Angus cannot communicate with anyone, and Credne cannot hear us through my aunt's senses, I tell him. Our conversation is just between you, I and all my forebears. Your thoughts and senses are all your own and cannot be tapped into, so we can speak freely, if a little softly. Go on then, Koime. Stand here before me and please explain. My father has that stubborn and determined look that I know so well is only a facade where his loved ones are concerned, but I am wary not to regard his love as being weakness. Ever since I reached puberty, or even a few years before, Dad, I found myself thinking more of my mother, wondering who she was and what she sounded like, especially after Etain came into our lives and assumed the role of my mother so well. Kawimi says, and as time went by, I heard my mother calling to me. When was this, sweetheart? Richard asks his daughter. When I was about 11 or 12, Kawimi replies, my mother Ella told me that this communication, happens to witches, that we can speak to and hear from all in the long line of my forebears. This ability exists between us, and usually when a witch approaches adulthood, those connections open up and usually start with your nearest dead forebear, in my case, the mother I never knew. Can you accept, Dad, that this is true, that I am not lying to you? I can, sweetheart, I believe you. If you tell me you can do this, well, I believe you. Mind you, if you said this to me when you were a little girl, and before I accepted the knowledge that witches, curses, and other worlds exist, I might not have. We smile together and my father reaches out a hand, which I gladly hold. Ella told me that she thought my meeting, eating and growing to accept her as my new mother and, being in a loving family, triggered this early reaching out by me to seek out my mother, and dancing with my aunts in the moonlight and talking with them, being recognised as a fellow witch, allowed my mind to open up to such latent possibilities, and that allowed Ella in. The younger me couldn't have accepted such connection. Oh my word, Kawima, sweetheart, Richard says, tears forming in his eyes as he reaches out his left hand to hold both my hands. I really do believe you. What a wonderful experience it must be for you. It was Anna's, she's with me all the time. Then my Grammy joined her even while she was alive, and especially now that she is gone as far as the world we know is concerned, yet she's with me enjoying all the little moments that I share with my children and grandchildren. They support me with advice and healing tips mostly. I feel a tear escapes my left eye and spills down my cheek. Richard releases one of his hands and wipes the moisture away with a tender swipe of his thumb. My mother told me this connection with her mother and mother's mother didn't happen to her until she met you, when she was about 19 or 20. As a teenager, she had ignored all these faint dreams of past lives until she saw you in that pub that first evening. She thought she felt a unique and strong connection with you, that you weren't a stranger but something more. I felt that too. I couldn't take my eyes off of her. Not only was your mother the most beautiful girl that I'd ever seen until, but I felt that my heart ached for her from first sight. I know I can not only converse with my forebears, but I can feel everything they feel and they can feel everything that I experience. Ella fell in love with you at first sight, Daddy. Trixophoron within her recognised you, instantly knew that you were her Angus reborn. Trixophoron hadn't had any connection with Angus since she cast the curse, almost 2,000 years ago, and she was mightily glad that Angus was still contained within you, and not unleashed onto our world. It was Trixophoron that thought it might be amusing to spend time with you, but it was Ella that fell in love with you. We think that you were attracted to Ella because subconsciously, Angus within you, while dormant and powerless, was drawn to Trixophoron through her. No, I don't think it was the Tuath Day inside me that was drawn to Ella. It was because she was the most beautiful person I had met until then, Richard insists. Only you and Etain have come close in beauty. And you say you can talk to Ella? I can. Do you want me to allow Ella to speak to you? You can do that. I am told that I need to sit, or I might fall down. Ella hasn't controlled a body since before I was born. Kawimi smiles. And, if you will permit it, Trixophoron also wants to speak to you, but she will have to do it though. Ella, because, although she has tried to keep up with changes in accents and language, she has only tried to learn English in the years since I was born. And old dogs don't learn such new tricks easily. I suddenly jerk forward a touch and laugh at the little slap I felt. Trixophoron has just slapped my shoulder, Dad. It's really odd, like being slapped from the inside. Very funny feeling, but I can feel her smiling too, which is nice because this is otherwise a serious moment. So will you allow Trixophoron to speak to you through Ella and answer any questions you might have? If it is important to the decision I made a few years ago about my future in this place, that was made on the advice of my wife's father and seemed to be approved at the time by Etain, then I need to know everything, absolutely everything, so I can make an informed choice. Are Etain and her sisters in league with what you and your mother want me to agree to? They are, but they cannot think about it or even read or write about it. We have discussed this, but always in code. Code? Every third word in our conversation about this night is the message we exchange with each other. We cannot allow others who are descendants of Credne to hear what we say, because he is tuned into whatever any one of them say, see, hear or think. So he can understand what they think? Richard asks. Yes, I remind him. The Tuatha De Danann are a hive species that are pure energy. They have no working parts. They are a collective consciousness and they are as old as the universe. Being a single consciousness means that they share every bit of knowledge learned and feel every experience. They can project that consciousness to wherever there is an existing Tuatha and can replicate a form around themselves to fit into their surroundings, but that copy is only a simple reflection using what materials are available. They can build bone and muscle and nerves, etc., but it is only a basic, unnatural copy, which is why they do not need to breathe or eat and drink to survive, and, as cells decay, they are replaced with materials from that distant star that sucks in any elements that are nearby. All right, Kawima, let me hear what Ella has to say, but this is going to be so freaky speaking to my late wife. Hello, Richard, my love. I hear the Southwest Irish intonation in Ella's voice, once so familiar to me that I recognise her even after over 70 years since I last heard her. The thought flashes into my head that I guess Ella and Kawami as mother and daughter must have very similar vocal cords. I have always thought that my daughter favoured her mother's looks on the outside, and apparently that similarity runs deeper. Hi, right back at you, honey, I croak back, my own vocal cords affected by emotion, and the realisation that what was happening wasn't fantasy. Otherwise, how could Kawimi possibly know exactly what her mother sounded like? I had no audio or video recordings of Ella. Her death was so unexpected by me. As far as I was concerned, we had made no plans to preserve anything of her other than a few grainy snaps as her pregnancy grew. We had more ultrasound images of the baby than we did of the mother. I guess I'm barely recognisable to you from our married days, hey Elle? Oh, I've seen you mature through Kawimi's eyes, ever since she opened up her perception of me, since she was about 10 or 11, before I was even really fully linked with her. You are very familiar to me, like an old... glove? Old friend. An old friend who I have dearly loved all my life and all my afterlife through Kawimhe and all her daughters and daughters' daughters. I can only hope that our spell works today and that you can continue to endure, dear man, and we can still have these conversations from time to time, Ella says through Kawimhe. Otherwise, the alternative is untenable. And what do you fear as the alternative? I ask. My fear is that when we join forces between the might of my ancestor Trixophoron and our combined delivery of a curse that we have formulated and rehearsed, along with the necessary delivery of that curse through the 3 witches of Slievenamon, that we will not be powerful enough. And if that is the case, I am sure that Credne will wreak a terrible revenge. How? I ask. As soon as the witches turn to face us, and Trixophoron, through Kawima, starts to recite the curse through the old Celtic tongue, and the witches repeat it word for word, that Credne could call upon the billions of minds in his hive to drown us out before the curse is completed. We have pared the curse down to as sparse as we can get it in the old tongue, and still have only one clear interpretation. We have rehearsed it over and over for the last lifetime ready for this day. We have fed it through to the witches through Kawim's 3rd word code over the past 20 years or so. But of course, there can be no full rehearsal, nor could the witches even think about the sequence of the curse. If Credne has had any inkling of what we plan, he has not revealed it yet. We know that the Grand Council of the Tuatha De Danann are unaware of Credne and Engus's deception in hiding their thoughts and deeds from the hive, but we have no direct way of communicating to them. So we could easily be thwarted and everything lost. So, Ella, you've had years to think this through, and I'm only just coming to this. What could happen if you fail and Credne succeeds in repelling your curse? He could kill you, my love, Ella says. That would render everything that we are trying to do to save you to an end. That would release Ingus's consciousness, and he could bring your body shell back to life. Repair any damage that caused your death, and your body would act in cooperation with the rebel pair of Tuatha De Danann to persuade the High Council that you are still who you always were and discredit anything the witches or any of their sisters said. The hive would never be able to accept that 2 of their number could hide their thoughts from the hive. They believe that is impossible. Then we think Credne could still block all his descendants from testimony. We believe he could hold that power over them, and the council would never believe any testimony from the rest of us who are unrelated to you. He could kill Kawimi and blame it on old age or a heart attack, and the witches would be prevented from saying anything. So there's a lot more at stake than just my life, I ask. Aye, my love. Our whole world is at stake. Angus is the power behind the whole scheme that Trixophoron's curse put a hold on. He owned up to Trixophoron in a boast how upset he was with the treaty that banned any Twath Day from their playground. They planned to defy the council and their treaty, conquering our people and lording it over mankind like gods, hidden from the hive, and, with no other Twath Day interested in our world, they could do this as well as benefit from being part of the hive. They would have had no compunction to destroy anyone who stood in their way. Trixophoron wants me to tell you her story. Okay, I agree. What other choice do I have? I am in this up to my scrawny neck. I could die in a few minutes, snuffed out by virtual gods, and only an hour ago I was looking forward to immortality and sharing in the enjoyment of having my family around me. Ella, speaking from within my daughter Kawimi's body, nods and closes her eyes, presumably as she connects with her ancestor, the witch Trixophoron, the one who delivered the curse that ended up with her lover Angus occupying my body when I was a baby. I confess, I cannot understand how I am able to contain such a powerful creature, but I had long been convinced that I was the immortal living in a mortal shell. But I am now certain that Ella is right, that my mortal life is now in danger. Ella's eyes open. Trixophoron's English is poor. She understands more than she can speak, but the conscious link we have is similar to how the brain gathers signals from different nerves. Thoughts are not necessarily in a spoken language, and understanding transcends that. So I can use my words to explain to you, okay? Yeah, okay. Trixophoron was the most powerful witch in Ireland, which was much more of a matriarchal society than now. Sure, the kings and warriors appeared to be in charge, but it was the women who were really in charge. And Trixophoron was picked out by this lone, tall and handsome warrior who appeared in the village one day. He courted Trixophoron, who was a chieftain's daughter and the daughter of a powerful witch who, like me, had died in childbirth. Angus, he called himself, and he was a powerful warrior who defended the village against pirates and was soon regarded as the new chieftain. He took Trixophoron as his bride, and she took him to husband gladly. He must have cut quite a dash if he looked like Creedney, I remark. Aye, he did, Ella smiled. They tried to have children for many years, and Trixophoron eventually had 2 miscarriages. One almost going halfway through, and the creature aborted was a monster which they hastily buried. The miscarriages upset Angus greatly, and he was a cruel man when driven to lose his temper. Then a stranger, who we now know as Credne, came to the village, as you said. They were like twins in appearance. Trixophoron heard them speaking one night over the fireplace. She heard them say that they had to talk while they closed their minds off from the council and all their fellows. They spoke in the native tongue because they usually communicated without language, so they had no tongue of their own. Curious, I comment. I never thought of that. Indeed, but that was part of their disguising their purpose, in defiance of the treaty, something the council were sworn to uphold. They laughed about the success of their deception, and then the stranger held up a vial, saying he had worked on the serum and thought he had perfected it. Angus drank the contents of the vial, and they laughed about how the next child would be a male, who would be a powerful hybrid of Tuath Day and human, would only share thoughts with the 2 of them, and they would build an army that would take over the world. As far as Angus was concerned, this was his world. He had discovered it and encouraged others to join him, but they had become disillusioned by the wars and violence and were drifting away, had preferred to inhabit the other world to this one. So what did Trixophoron do? I ask. She refused him sex for a few days, saying her period was in, and thought about what she could about the position she was in. Her forebears were consulted, obviously, all of them horrified that she would give birth to a son, as true witches only ever have daughters. Really? I ask. I know that all my children and grandchildren are girls, but I'm sure Etain said that Caitlin once had a son. Aye, that is the problem with the serum that Credna claimed to have perfected. All his children that survived the womb were all daughters, and all the males conceived were miscarriages. Caitlin did have a son by her first husband, but he was never a strong man and his children were never true witches. It looks like Credna abandoned the idea of raising an army of sons and is only awaiting the awakening of Engus to embark on his conquering of our world. I think he believes that Engus is cruel and despotic enough to rule on his own with Credna as his willing lieutenant. Well, Ella, I am convinced. So what is my role in all this? Do I just close my eyes and think of Ireland? Or do I have to be more active? I'm not as young as I used to be in your day, you know. Kawimhe smiles, her smile so much like my Ella, but I know it is Ella that speaks. You just sit quietly, my love. Kawimhe will take the lead as she has all the way through this. Ella blinks, and I instantly know that Kawimi is back. She smiles, squeezes my hand, and turns to the three witches who have their backs to the bed and their hands over their ears. They are still humming an old Irish folk tune I seem to remember Etain singing while working her magic in the kitchen. She touches Etain on the shoulder, and still humming, the three sisters turn as one to face me and smile. If anything, the humming grew in volume before they started singing the words to a folk song in Gaelic, a language I'm afraid to say. I never learned because everyone I knew speaks English and translates anything in the Irish native tongue for me. Whatever the meaning of the words, the sound they make is beautiful music to my ears, and, by opening their lips to sing after the humming, their smiles are even more beautiful. Tawimi moves to the door leading to the parlour. As soon as the door cracks open, I can hear the same song being sung in the other room and, as the door swung open fully, I can hear the taps of a single dancer, a girl. Her back to me, her hands jammed close to her side, her upper torso bobbing up and down, otherwise not moving, while her legs beat out the tune that I could hear one of my family singing along to. Credney stands impassively smiling at the girl dancing, but his lips are not moving to reflect the glorious sounds that surrounds us. The dancing girl turns, smiles in the pleasure of her dance and moves through the open doorway towards me. She's Katie, one of Kawim's granddaughters. I am surprised and very pleased, because I didn't realise that any of my great-granddaughters from my eldest daughter's side of the family were going to attend my passing. Such a great dancer, 12-year-old Katie, named after her great-aunt Caitlin, but always called by the familiar diminutive, dances into my bedroom, without missing a beat, and up to the side of my bed. I smile at her and can see from my peripheral vision that many faces from the outer room press their faces into the doorway, with Credney actually stooping his head to get his tall frame into the room. Now the folk tune changes to a chant, a repetitive chant of maybe 18 or 20 syllables that has little musicality to it, but everyone in the bedroom and the room beyond chant with gusto at the same time. Even little Katie stops dancing immediately the chant starts and she joins in. Credna looks up, his eyes open in shock as the ancient Tungu reverberates around the two rooms. Now, bar moments later, it looks like the life is being sucked out of him and he folds up like a leaky balloon and slips towards the floor. At the same time, bits of skin are left suspended in the air momentarily, only to be sucked back to where those atoms must have come from because they suddenly disappear. I feel an odd burning in my chest, just for a second or two, and I shoot bolt upright in my bed so high that I can see the floor where Credden had stood. It is completely empty, as if he has disappeared as if by magic, which is magic. The burning in my chest fades just as the chanting stops, and I sink my head back into the pillow with a sigh. "Are you all right?" Eten asks anxiously. "I'm fine, sweetheart," I reply. "In fact, I feel energized enough to get up and dressed. But are we all right? Are we safe?" Eten smiles that beautiful smile that is never far from my conscious thought. "I think we're fine, not only safe but free. Free for the first time in my long life." She squeezes my hand. Credden is gone, because I can hear my mother and grandmother calling me and my sisters all replying. I believe that Credden's control and suppression of us is at an end, and my sisters and daughters are true witches again. Sex. The cottage in Slievenamon Road is buzzing. We have just laid the body of my eldest daughter, Sawime, to rest in Killinan Cemetery, Thurles, buried next to her loving husband, Pat, and we are back to hold the kind of cheerful wake that we in the family of witches can enjoy. Kawimi was a frail old lady when she passed, and she tells me now that she loves the beautiful flowers and, if she had eyes, they'd be brimful of tears, and is especially happy that the flowers, in the form of bouquets, will find their way to the local hospital to be further enjoyed and not wasted. That is the thing with witches. They enjoy a kind of immortality by living on within the minds and consciousness of their offspring. I had not been aware of that until that night in Etain and my bedroom, and together with my whole enlarged family, that we confronted Credna and destroyed the hold this rogue Tuath Day had held over my family for so long. Freed of his influence and with Kawimi's help, I have been able to communicate with my children and children's children, whether they reside in your world or mine. Why was I able to attend Kawima's funeral in Thurles? Well, the High Council have the ears of the witches of Slievenamon, as they never tire of hearing their story repeated. The council formally informed me that because we had made them aware of the treachery of Engus and Credden, and that both consciousnesses were now safely contained for all time within my immortal body, I was granted leave to go between our two worlds at will. Besides, the council pointed out, the treaty applied only to the Tuatha De Danann, and as an American-born Irish descendant, and that the Tuatha De within me were undetectable by any known process, my visits to your world did not contravene the treaty that they still hold dear. I could live in Ireland if I wanted. I do miss the gentle transition of seasons. But Eaton and I mostly live in the forever sunny Otherworld, and climb up from the cellar and visit with grandchildren as often as we can. I cannot use either of my dual nationality passports to visit stateside to see my great-nephews and niece. Of course, my passport pictures are of an octogenarian, which no longer applies. I guess I'm in my 130s now, but have the looks of a mid-40s man. Etain said that the immortality of the Otherworld would automatically adjust my appearance to my best years, and my 40s are when Etain and I had most of my second crop of offspring, and I was perhaps at my happiest. But there are portals everywhere, and Etain and I enjoy Thanksgiving with my American relatives and Christmas with my Irish great-grandchildren. When we are out and about, with me cutting a dash as a sophisticated middle-aged man with a cute 19-year-old on my arm, no one would ever guess Etain is a great-grandmother and approaching 1800 years old. But then for us life is good, and therefore it follows that everlasting life is nothing short of grand.